Yo. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Get that set up. What's up, y'all? Why are you saying F? We haven't even started yet. We have to do this thing here. Stop saying, stop it. Get control of yourself. Wait. How do we do the thing here? Start, put Twitch and follower mode only. Okay, wait, I'm trying to sort this out, y'all. So, follower mode only on for 10 minutes. There. Okay. We'll have to do the ping on, Oh, chat, what should I do for my stream notification? I guess I should just... You know what I should do is I should do one from Sydney. I think I've done these already before, but it seems relevant. I don't know. Maybe I should do one from Glep. No. We'll do, you know what we should do? We'll do the one with, we'll do this one. Jeez, guys, this is like brain surgery. Okay, there. All right, and then Twitch notification, or Twitter live now. Dawson review starting soon. And then that. And then I gotta do the freaking YouTube thing as well on YouTube community. This is basically what I do for work. I don't actually create content. I just talk about content that, you know, maybe if I created content I might make, but I don't. That's all you do. A live Q&A with lead gameplay designer Alec Dawson. Come say hello.
Our second child is about to be born.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Thanks for the 18 months, Matt. Fun police are here? Nice. Bro fell off 0 views? Yes, exactly. I wonder what started that meme. No, shut up. Matt doesn't have a child. Chat does not have a Matt does not have a child. I'm gonna have to do 3 freaking commands in my... That's my second child with a Spilo. You see, I told you guys, don't listen to this guy. This guy is a psychopath. All right. All right, I gotta drop my disclaimer here. All right, we gotta start adding commands. Commands add questions. All right, no chat. Hey, BB.
Spillo has the worst hair, including in the R2 community.
It's in hero design, gameplay design. Okay. By the way, I'm ignoring that subscription. It's not. I just want to be very clear that I hear you, but I'm not listening. Commands add Alec, Dawson, lead gameplay designer, Overwatch 2. What's up, Lobster God? Commands at... Is there a Spilo command? Is there even a Spilo command? Oh, yeah. There it is. We should probably edit that. Professional coach. Former Overwatch League coach. Professional... Now full-time. Is that good enough? Yeah, it's already in follower mode. It should be. Should already be in 10-minute follower mode. Can any followers confirm if this is 10-minute follower mode? Should be. Dang it. Wait, what? Wait, did I do the command wrong? Oh, I'm an idiot. I messed up. Yeah, well, welcome. If you guys are a first-time streamer or first-time viewer here, the bot... Why? Oh, I don't need to add exclamation mark. I've been doing this for how many years? There. Poopkip, do you think the Spilo command's good enough? Former Overwatch League coach, now full-time private coach. We'll do this just to add a little bit of personality here. There you go. Talk about my bench. I've been doing good with bench, Matt. I've actually haven't gotten for a max in like 4 years. And this past week, I went for a max like 2 days ago. First time in legit 4 years. And I didn't even go that heavy. And I didn't sleep that well. And I got 275 like super easy. I actually think I could get to like... I might try again next week because it was fun. I might get like 285, 290. Van Dame, thank you for the sub. So I'm getting awfully close to 300. I'm gonna drink my coffee real fast. I would not thank you for the sub. Good luck with the interview. Thank you. I appreciate it. It should be fun. I've got to talk with Alec a little bit. In LA, and it was fun. So the good news, I've got good news for you guys. Though. Because the good news is that all of our questions got greenlit. All of them. I was not expecting, they had to run like obviously all the questions by HR and all that kind of stuff. And everything got greenlit. So we get to ask every single question. And also Alec said that he would be okay with us running a little over an hour as well. So we might be able to get to almost every single question we have. And we have a lot of them. We have 29 questions. 29 questions. Genji question? I mean, exclamation mark questions. The bad news is that, as I said in the questions thing, we're probably not going to get to a lot of the hero-specific questions because there's just so many. She was number one. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. There was just so many. So we'll focus on more general principle stuff, gameplay design, stuff like that. What is my rank? And wait, I missed this question. And BJJ? Okay, I only trained in BJJ and no-gi. I didn't train in an official, I trained at a mixed martial arts school. I did not train actual BJJ. I was very uninterested in gi. I do not enjoy gi jiu-jitsu. Perfect, thank you, PK. Balance or matchmaker questions? Balance questions, yes. We will have some balance questions, yes. Matchmaker questions, not as much because we've already done there's been a lot of matchmaker discussion recently. Gavin Winter has been extremely transparent, and I've already had a Q&A with Gavin Winter on stream. So yeah, there's not gonna be as much matchmaker because that's not as much Alec's specialty, although he does have insight on that. But I personally don't, I think there's so much information already, new information already out there. And maybe we can do a Q&A with Gavin Winter at a later point in time. I'm sure he'd be down for it. 6v6? Okay. I didn't ask a specific 6v6 question, but I definitely asked a 6v6 question. You'll understand and it got greenlit, so you guys will have to stick around. So any you 6v6ers out there, we're not going to completely avoid the question. So you'll have to stick around. Basically, I will be asking about what's your strategy, what's your theory around solo tanking, how are you going to approach solo tanking feeling very difficult? So we will be talking about it. Because, this is the tricky part for me is we want to be respectful, obviously, in answering and asking questions that they can answer. But I don't want to avoid, there's going to be some tough questions in here. So I sent them this big Google document with A tier questions and B tier questions. So A, one of the ones I really wanted to ask, B were that would be really nice to ask, but maybe not the best, just in case there's any, in the interest of time. And we got all A and B. So there's going to be, I think, a lot of questions here. The 1 hour time window is what hurts the most. Yes, but as I already said, Alec said that he was down to go over. So depending obviously on how things go, we will be able to run over, I'm sure. So, no worries. Gonna do a set of bicep curls every time Spilo nonchalantly flexes his arms. Bro, I'm not nonchalantly flexing my arms. I can't help it if I'm just that massive, I can't help that. How many questions total? 29. 29 questions. Yeah, it's very, very generous of him. What about the cheaters problem? I'm not asking about that. Yeah, so let's talk about the questions that we're not going to talk about today. As I said, matchmaker, we're not going to talk about the matchmaker because that's Gavin Winter's specialty, and Gavin has been super transparent with that for like the last several months. In fact, I think I already have something on Spilo 2 that talks a lot about with Gavin Winter, and maybe we'll do a Gavin Winter specific Q&A later in the future. But it's not that the matchmaker is not important. It's just not important in this particular interview. We're not going to be talking specifically about 6v6, but I will be asking about solo tanking and what their strategy and theories of that. I'm going to talk about some of my gripes with solo tanking and if they have any plans about how to change their philosophy in regards to that. I'm not going to ask if there's going to be a 6v6 experimental match because that wasn't going to get through. For whatever reason. I will ask about, I will not ask about cheaters because that is something that, I know they're working on right now. And that's just the nature of that question is something that they're not going to be transparent about because they've addressed this every single time people ask about cheaters. The answer is the same. They're working on it, but they don't want to leak anything because it's the whole fog of war. I mean, this is a literal war. Right? The cheater problem is like they're obviously aware of it, but they cannot show their hand. So, I mean, it's always the same answer whenever they ask a question. Future reworks. Yeah, we'll be talking about future reworks. We'll be talking about gameplay design. We're talking about map design. We're talking about Season 11. We're going to be talking about hero balance. We're going to be talking about Mauga. You're welcome. Maybe Space Ranger. I'm also going to open the floor to him. Anything you want to be asked about? Yeah, somebody should post this to either Reddit r/Overwatch. Actually, can someone if of you sweet cheeks should post this to Overwatch or I can't do it right now because I have to go soon, but I'll buy you guys a Maserati if one of you guys posts it to Overwatch, r/Overwatch or r/competitive Overwatch. Passives, yes, that's on the table to talk about. We will be talking about passives today, in general as well. Life Weaver related, not particularly, no. Like I said, if we were like, I would like to do maybe you know what would be really fun would be if we did another one of these in the future and did like a hero specific one and like went through like maybe not every single hero, but like talked about, because the problem is like, man, you could talk about like Genji bugs, you could talk about Hanzo identity, you could talk about Mercy's, identity and reworks, you could talk about Roadhog, you could talk about Orisa. I will say that Alec has hinted about some Mercy stuff. I think. Don't quote me on that one. That's all I can really say. But like Brig, and there's like so many. Like you could literally talk about like every single hero. It would literally take up more than the entire Q&A. So talk about the positives of hero design. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Fi? How you doing, mate? How's life? Do you think passives could have different effects on different heroes? I'm not a big fan of passives as a rule, at least in the way that they're implemented. At least they need to be used very carefully. I think like an overall heal passive is fine. I think things like I don't know. I think that's maybe the one that I like the most. I think that's the only passive I think I like. I don't know how I feel about the DPS passive. I don't know how I feel about the boot passive. I don't know how I feel about the headshot reduction passive. I don't know how I feel about the ultimate reduction, charge reduction. So, the way I'm going to be structuring today's questions, some of the things I'm going to be saying, I 100% agree with. Some of the things I'm going to be bringing up are things I don't agree with. My job is to try to be, I'm going to be bringing my own bias into this, of course, but I'm going to try to be as partly objective perspective on things as well that I know are common concerns. But of course, my bias will be in here. But yeah. Can you ask him if he likes your haircut? I mean, we know the answer to that. When does the interview start? It starts in about 8 minutes. So what's going to happen, y'all, is I'm going to go dark in like 3 or 4 minutes because we're going to get the call set up. And then we'll be back in like 5 minutes. and we'll be live. We'll ask him about pharmacy. Probably not, no. Like I said, no individual specific hero things. Don't go dark. Can't wait to watch the VOD. Yeah, it should be fun. Okay, let me actually check this really fast here. So coaching, I'm gonna need to turn off the... I'm gonna need to add... Where's the perma here? I don't want display capture. I'm gonna want window capture. So I will do that. No, I don't want that. Those are my questions. We'll just leave that there for now. And yeah, what's up, Brax? That's about emergent, non-conventional playstyles and how they fit into the hero fantasy stuff. No, I think that it's an interesting question, but not specifically. No, it's not SK server. Those are messages. Bro, these are messages, y'all. I just have
about
a million messages.
Non-conventional playstyles and how
That's
they
a
fit
message
into
from
hero
SK.
fantasy stuff.
And I'm not clicking it because I'm scared. Oh, text to speech. How do I do that? Oh, no. I think it's in Streamlabs. Chat, is it in Streamlabs? Wait a second.
Schmungus the TTS before it dies.
Hang on a second. Alert box. Okay, I hate to be this guy, but Brax, can you donate another 100 bits? I can't believe I'm saying this. Can you please donate 100 bits and see if it gives me a notification? Surely there's no ulterior motive here, guys. Can somebody subscribe as well? You know, just gift like a... Can somebody give me... Frick!
Yeah, sure, I have some
Dang
spare.
it! Okay. Why is it not working? The noise isn't even right. Oh, man. Turn off Streamlab. All right, chat, this is not looking good. Hide stream elements, Streamlab browser on OBS. Yeah, maybe that's it. Okay, try it. All right, sorry. One more time. One more time with the bits. Bro, it's still making the audio cue. Come on, Brax. Don't work. Frick!
We shall see if this works.
So it removes the visual but not the audio. How? I'm glad we started early here. Alert delay. So it's through Streamlabs, but it's going on. I cannot turn it off that I can find out on Streamlabs. Well, editing, general editing. I see text to speech. I could just turn the volume all the way down. All right, let's try that. This might just be a shortcut. This might be a shortcut. I turn the audio all the way down to 0%. SK, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Can somebody do one more? Wait for it. I think we're good. I think we got it. Oh, come on. No. Okay. Help, 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 help. What am I supposed to do?
I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. Looking
Go
at
to
your
your
stream.
OBS.
Yes.
Do you have this? Streamlabs notifications?
No, I have Twitch alerts.
Okay, is it the same thing? It's a browser source?
Yes, it's a browser source. I have it disabled. I have it locked out. Yes.
Go to Advanced Audio Properties.
Okay.
Click these 3 dots.
Wait a second.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Hanging on.
Hanging on. Okay. Wait. Advanced audio properties. Got it. Oh.
You should find it.
I see.
Just do monitor only, mute output, monitor off. I don't know, one of those.
Okay. I think.
Or you can uncheck the boxes and then you've got it.
Okay.
Just uncheck the boxes.
Okay. Chat off screen. And maybe it's chat off screen. Let's try that. Okay, try it one more time.
Oh, did you see my DM?
No. I think. Okay. Look. We're gonna have to talk. The answer's no. I hate the answer's no.
No.
I was this close.
I understand.
I was this close. I don't even know if I'm allowed. Okay, wait. All right. Brax, maybe.
Did it work?
I don't know.
Did it work? Praying.
Somebody asked me if it was an oiled up question. Maybe. I think.
I think it worked.
I think it worked.
I think we're good.
Holy crap, man.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna literally commit a war crime if this doesn't work. I've had to do 3 different things. Wait, there's a subscription. Thank you for the gifted subs. Wait. We good? Why is it only doing it occasionally? What? How is it even possible? Every source is muted. Okay, hang on, chat. We're gonna try one more time. All right. General settings. Wait, I might have found a workaround. It's so weird that it's like... Okay. Okay. We might have found like a short-term workaround. Okay. think. It's weird. It's not saving my settings. Hold on, chat. Gifted, error. The settings.layout field is required. What? Okay. I think this is going to have to be good here. This is going to have to be good. Okay, chat, we're ready to go. We all set? I haven't heard any bit notifications, surely? Okay, we should be good to go. All right, y'all. I am off, I think. Yeah, all right. I'll be right back. I lied. I gotta disable my face cam. One moment. Okay, we're good. So I'm going to tab over here. Let's get the desktop audio. Let me picture the right window here. I think we're good. Okay, we're way too big. And let's do that there. And okay, let's do this. So hello, everybody. We have a very special guest here. Welcome to any first-time viewers tuning in. If you're new to my stream, my name is Philo. I'm a former Overwatch League coach. Right now I do a lot of private stuff, a lot of content creation, a lot of hero design, theory crafting. And today I'm joined by Alec Dawson. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey, I'm Alec. I'm the lead gameplay designer of Overwatch 2. I'm just happy to be here, happy to have a nice long chat.
Yeah, so you were the hero designer here, and I had to check your Twitter when I was talking with Macon. I was like, okay, you're the gameplay designer. So talk to me about, like, what did that promotion look like, and what does that mean in terms of your responsibilities with the team?
Yeah, so what that really means is, we have our core gameplay pillar, and I'm looking into all of the design areas within that pillar. That's heroes, that's maps, modes, events, and even working closer with our gameplay features and systems teams, like people like Gavin and Morgan, a little bit closer there too. So I manage a bunch of leads in this area, make sure we're prioritizing correctly what we want to work on, and really about like planning out the next 6 months of Overwatch. You know, like what is that going to look like? Like what is it going to look like in the next year? What are we going to do? What are some of the bigger moments from a design standpoint that we can introduce into the game? You know, so it's been great working with a lot more of these teams and just branching out a little bit more, working closely with a lot of really talented people, and still very close to the hero design team. That's probably the group I spend the most time with. And we're still cooking a bunch of awesome stuff coming in the next few months with next few hero releases. So yeah,
looking forward to it. So for those of you who don't know, before working on Overwatch, you worked on the Hearthstone team over at Blizzard, and then made the transfer over to gameplay. And I remember reading about it on Reddit and Twitter, and there's a lot of apprehension initially, like, oh man, this guy doesn't know anything. He just knows card games. So your lack of first-person shooter experience definitely led to some initial criticism. But overall, I think you've been pretty well received, especially considering the difficulty of the position that you were put in. What were some initial challenges in the early days of the job? Do you feel like your unique background helped you in any ways?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of normal challenges. Like whenever you join a new team, new environment, it's like you come over and you're like, okay, what can I do best? Like, how can I best serve this team? And what skills that I bring is going to be best here, right? So I think a lot of that early on was just, looking at, okay, how can we spread awareness of like what the hair design team is doing, communicate better within our teams, work a lot with Kenny Hudson, our producer, to make sure like we're getting our process like, more formalized, and then talking more about like the philosophies that we have, like going into the future, like how we're going to build things, and like how we're going to actually like structure things so we can like hold ourselves to it,
Right.
And I think that's really important, like making sure that there's just like phrases and sayings that are like, hey, this is the way we do things, and then those become pillars that we can start to like argue against and argue for, and then come back to like every like every few months, like, is this still something we want in the game? Is this still the thing that we believe in, because it's been dictating some of our decision making, or at least influencing our decision making.
Sure.
So doing a lot of things like that, but I think it was pretty daunting in the beginning. I think probably the biggest thing was you're now responsible for all of these people's work in some way, right? A lot of very talented people, and you're getting in front of people and talking about it, right?
Yeah.
And so I was always very, I loved Overwatch. I played a lot of competitive games growing up. I played a lot of shooters growing up. I went to a bunch of OWL matches, but it wasn't like didn't have like the complete download of Overwatch at that time and point, because I was working on other things, and that's where like most of my time was. Like, I couldn't name you the top 5 ball players. I probably name like the top 2 at the time, right? Or something like that. So you come in, you start to download, you start to ask a bunch of questions, because it's your responsibility now. So like I would spend a lot of time in those early days with Josh, just being like, okay, why do we make all these changes?
This
What
is
is the
Josh
intent
No,
to
right?
Josh No, yeah, our lead balance designer. So, and we were just like, he was gracious enough to give me a bunch of his time. Like we'd sit there for 2 hours and just talk through like his intent and his philosophies, and try to understand like what are we doing on the team, and where we're going to go in the future. So, but yeah, background wise, I'm fairly holistic. I worked on a bunch of different things. I started in mobile, working a bunch of stuff, and when you're in a small studio, it's like 5-6 people. You just do a bunch of different things. Like I did puzzle design, and also like did business agreements for an arcade cabinet. That's in like Dave and Buster's, right? It's like, okay, those are really different things, right? From the day to day. And then coming over to Hearthstone, like design over there at that point in time was pretty holistic as well. Like we would be doing VO recordings, we'd be doing art descriptions, we'd be writing all the lines, not just like all the words on the cards, So we were doing a bunch of stuff. So I think that helped out a little bit coming over to Overwatch, in the sense of, I care a lot about not just the mechanics of our heroes, but how they're presented. Being able to have conversations with our VFX teams, our sound teams, our animation teams, and just understanding at least enough of their language that you can, give quality feedback, listen to them, and ask good questions.
I feel like that's part of leadership as well. I think we live in a very specialized world right now, but a little bit of diversification can really help you to lead your team effectively, I find.
Yeah. And then on the design time, it's just something you learn. I think like the way I've always done this thing where I like end up like creating like little metaphors for like what I'm designing on at that particular moment. Like Hearthstone was this puzzle where you had to have like hundreds of pieces, and like how did they come together? And all the pieces had to be great, right? Overwatch is a lot of backwards and forwards. There's still this framework of a puzzle, and we spend a good amount of time figuring out what that framework's going to look like. But a lot of times that's in our prototyping phase, which is 3 months or whatever.
Right.
And that's not the hardest part. The hardest part is like, okay, now we have 4 pieces of this puzzle. And they have to be perfect. They have to be rich and full enough. They have to be clear enough, and they have to be, and that's all you have. Like, you don't get to. It's really easy to make a kit that like does a certain thing if you like keep adding and adding and adding and adding. But it's like what Overwatch is about is like this very concise framework of design.
You're tempting me with those 4 things. I will stay on script, but if you want to elaborate on those 4 things,
no, I'm talking more of it's like here's all the pieces of your kit.
Oh,
right?
I see.
Like, here's what you get to work with. So these abilities need to be versatile enough. They need to be clear enough. They need to make sense. And it's just like it's making a diamond. We're just making it as perfect as possible.
I see what you're saying. It's a lot more precise. A lot more precise. Okay.
Yeah.
So we talked about this a little bit already, coincidentally, which was the communication. Just putting you on a pedestal, talking a lot more. And I don't know how familiar you are with Overwatch's past, and there was a lot of great things. But one of the things that I was always very critical of was the communication. It just felt like there was a clear gap between the development team and the community. And I feel like in many ways that gap has closed significantly, which is great for me because I get to know what's going on. There's a lot more communication, there's a lot more transparency, but it also means that there's a lot more vulnerability on your end. I understand how that can be to a small extent. How do you deal with that? Because every single time, I made a joke about it the last time you tweeted. Every single time you tweet, there's just a list of, like, a laundry list of people that are asking for this and complaining and griping and snapping at you and calling you names. How do you deal with that level of pressure?
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely develop a little bit of a skin. But the way, and by the way, I think I think we do a good job of communicating. I think we can do even better. I
Sure.
think, like, we can do even better about it. And I think this is great. We're gonna get through a bunch of questions and everything. Um, I think it's really about developing a filter. I think you have to
Right.
understand, like, okay, what is this person trying to say? What is feedback? You stop taking feedback at exactly face value. You kind of, like, filter it through. You're like, okay, like, I understand where the feedback's coming from. I understand the emotions. I understand what they want, and, like, how can we act on this to make something that's good. So you just, like, hear a lot. We talk to our community team a lot, make sure that they're giving us reports about, like, where sentiment is, what are some of the hot topics. But I think even as designers, we're reading all of it too. Like, we see it. We see it on
Yeah.
YouTube. We see it
Yeah.
on Reddit. We see it on Twitter. We see it wherever
Yeah.
it is. But it's just about developing a filter and sort of getting this, like, okay, here's kind of what the community's saying. Here's the hot button issues. Here's some things they're talking about. Here's some really good arguments, and starting to, like, how that kind of breeds, and then you talk about it as a team.
Sure.
Um, but I think there's standard things like slightly less social media time, things like that. That do help. Like, taking Twitter off your phone is probably a good one.
Ooh,
That's
that's a good
probably a
one.
good thing to do.
That is a good one. So I guess we could talk about a little bit about season 11 here, because obviously there's a lot of things that have changed, a lot of balance tweaks, Cassidy update, new map, even a map rework, which obviously we've talked about that one a lot. But what are you most excited about and why?
I mean, the glass, right? The glass. No, I think that was great.
I gotta
Obviously,
know. I gotta know.
yeah.
How did you guys find that clip?
How do we find? We see every clip, everything that comes up, right? But Rusapi's a really beautiful map. I think it does a lot of good things for, like, push, and sort of, it has a lot of design lessons of things that we learned. And here's some things we learned in terms of design of push maps. Here it is. But I think Cassie is the biggest one. Magnetic Grenade, we all know, wasn't very beloved. So it was something that we wanted to touch for quite a bit of time. And I think now he just has a much more understandable and natural threat radius. Like, there was times where Magnetic Grenade, like, whoop, come back behind you and hit you, or trap you to a certain extent where you just, like, didn't expect it. And there's, like, that slight delay. And that's just more instant, and you understand the engagement a lot better, with Cassidy. And I think it's something that's just, like, quality of life for us. It just feels really good mechanically. I think it feels better to approach it too.
Yep.
So
Yep. Okay.
yeah.
Great. Were there any specific goals that you wanted to accomplish besides the individual things? Or any holistic, like, this patch we'd like to address this larger scale issue, or is it more of, like, a lot of little small things like the
I'm talking
glass?
about, like, the balance patch
Yeah,
overall.
just this season 11
Yeah.
overall. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, like, hitting top meta, that was one of the goals, shifting power around, and also some heroes that haven't, gotten changes in a bit or have been lost by some recent changes. If you look at the top meta stuff, we're talking, like, Kiriko and Sojourn have been
Yep.
around and very prominent for a long time. And I think Sojourn, we've kind of actually started to see, like, she's actually hit that power level threshold, or lower than the threshold, where, okay, her popularity is dropping. It is actually dropping at, like, a rapid rate in terms of where she's going to end up compared to where she's been for basically her entire existence in
Yep.
Overwatch 2.
Yep.
Roadhog is pretty popular. When there are sharper mechanics, I think we don't want to see a certain popularity level. It's we try not to play favorites. We try to be quite impartial, but at the same time, with how survivable he was, and in terms of he has this combo and everything, I think he was seeing very popular rates even at the highest levels of play, right? So we wanted to get that a bit more stabilized too.
Okay.
When it comes to the shifting levels of power, Sojourn's a good example. Awari's a good example of, hey, where can we push a little bit? We take out some power in their kit, or push some power in their kit into places where we think they might fill a better role. Sojourn was really kind of shifting that around, and I think we actually have a better base to work off of with this, where Railgun is now. We can inject some in the future.
Right.
Yeah. And
Not
then
not
go
just
ahead.
tweaking balance strength, but, like, shifting things around, like gears within the kit, even if they're at the same strength, but a healthier version of that strength. Maybe?
Yeah, and she took a nerf, right? Like, she
Of
did get
course.
nerfed, but I think there's a lot more we can do with her now, right? Looking at spread, looking at some other things, and then Symmetra, Diva, Reaper, just characters that got a little lost. Some of those got lost in the armor changes. Symmetra just got lost in terms of, there was the brief Malga meta that we reacted to very quickly, and we wanted to make sure she got addressed a little bit in this patch and give her a little love. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So I guess going back to the glass, we've been seeing a lot of map reworks. Got the opportunity to talk with Ryan Smith in LA, and he was very excited talking about all these things that are going on behind the scenes. So what puts a map as under the microscope as needing a rework? It's not like a hero that has too high of a win rate. What are your subjective, objective, whatever measures that highlight a map as being quote unquote problematic besides some funny hair guy screaming about it for 10 minutes?
Well, I mean, feedback is important, right? But we actually do some surveys and rounds of that where we get a lot of feedback from the community of which maps they like, which maps they don't like, which modes they like, which modes they don't like. So that informs some of our targets. But a lot of those targets kind of lined up with our own intuition of like some things that needed updated.
Sure.
There's also just like the game's change in some of the design sets that over time, right? I think we understand where some of the pain points are. Some of our philosophies of how we actually build out levels are a little bit different. Like
Sure.
there's some older maps that just have these really, really brutal choke points, right? And a lot of the newer maps are a bit more breathable. There's some that's a little bit looser. There's a lot more flank routes, things like that. We want to make sure like we open up some of those old maps to allow you to have better approaches, right? And that's something we're doing, in the season 13 map rework cycle, where there's going to be a variety of maps that are getting like more access to different pathways, right?
Sure.
So those are some of the things we utilize to make sure that we're targeting the right maps. It's just like community feedback, some of the survey stuff, some of the things that we just want to bring some of our new design philosophies forward to some of the older maps too.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you applied any of those with the Runasapi?
Runasapi in particular is a lot of learnings. I think there's certain things with run back times that are polished compared to how they were previously. There's a lot more direct, simple pathways to get back into the fights. If you look at around some of the points, they're a lot more open in terms of like where you get the forward spawn and forward checkpoint to get you to the forward spawn. Those are a lot more open compared to some of the other ones. So there's a lot more like cover. You can get around back a little bit more easily. And then there's when you come into the final stretch, it's more of like a traditional choke, right?
Yeah.
Rather than some of the other maps where you kind of like you turn the corner in Toronto and it's like super open, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, and a lot of teams get a little lost there, and they're like, wait, we can get up the hill, but then we don't know how to get it like into this last straightaway, and that's always been like a really big problem and push, where a lot of teams don't actually end the game. The push can be this thing where it's like, okay, we'll get it back to here, but then it's like it feels like we don't know what to do at this point in time because it's really hard to get that last 10%, right?
Yes.
So those are some of the things that we changed there. I think a lot of like really just great lessons, and I think as we release maps for modes that the first batch of them we learned a lot, and then we applied to the next one. Like right now we're looking at the next Flashpoint map and some of the lessons we've learned from some of the earlier ones and how we can apply those.
Yeah, of course. Okay. So in September 2023, you mentioned in a director's take that new heroes should be launched on the safe side of strong. How would you assess that slogan on some of the more recent characters? Too strong, not strong enough? With all the future characters now being available at launch, does that change that approach either as well? Because now every character is apparently immediately accessible.
Yeah, so let's go through like Awari, actually like in the ballpark. I think there was a little bit of artificial numbers that we pushed in terms of like her primary fire and the ult. But Awari was right in the ballpark where we want. So what we're really shooting for is like right around 55, 57. So it's a little bit higher than we would normally do, right? Malga, so pushed too far. Actually, the trial was much more like at this average point, and I think we reacted to it a little bit too heavily. And then some of the things we introduced, I think he just got a little bit too takey overall in terms of his launch. So pushed a little bit too far, and then Venture right in the ballpark again. Venture launch we look at. We loved how it went actually. I think throughout their whole launch period, they were like a top 3 DPS. And even after we did the initial round of nerfs, they were still quite strong. And then the further tweaking got them into a really good place that they're still like in that during the month of it was Venture 4th, right, the whole season. So during that month, we want to make sure Venture was pretty popular, get a lot of play rate, and that was successful. Venture right now is still in that that top group of DPS, can get a lot of value, and we feel really good about how that went. So your question is like, do we keep the slogan how it's going?
Yeah,
I think it's yeah. Go ahead.
No, I assume that's you continue with that moving forward.
Yeah, I think it's pretty like clear what our intentions are, and I like being clear with our community of like, hey, this is like how we're going to launch heroes, you know, and then we'll peel them back a little bit over time,
Sure.
but we want to make sure that window is really exciting. If anything,
Sure.
I think looking at how Venture went, we we may have actually we're like, hey, do we actually let that initial launch period last even longer? Because I think a lot of people like after those 2 weeks, they didn't have like the fondest. They're like, why are you nerfing Venture? Venture's so much fun. It was like, well, Venture's really, really strong, and you know, you have this responsibility to try to get things into like a certain range, but at the same
Right.
time, I think we could have maybe let that go slightly longer. And then with new heroes launching, I think our trials help here a lot, right? Our trials give us that early look where we feel confident
Sure.
enough that we can launch those heroes into competitive, you know, on day one, or it just gives us like, you know, is anything out of whack, right? Or is
Yeah, I
anything,
get you.
yeah. And I think that's been really good. And that was something, you know, after Life Weaver, that's really helped a lot with all the hero releases where we can get them into a much better spot and we can react pretty quickly.
Yeah, yeah. Speaking of Lifeweaver, we talked about support characters. One of the questions
Hmm.
is talking about utility with support specifically, and how,
Yeah.
especially in higher ranks, a lot of the time we often see the same supports generally staying meta. Baptiste, Kiriko, Lucio, characters that are generally considered to have higher skill ceilings. And that's normal for a lot of games, right? But I think one of the problems is that a lot of the lower skill, at least perceived lower skill supports, is that they just don't have competitive utility. Is that something that you're looking to address with future support characters? Is that something that we're continuing evaluating current support characters? Kind of an
Well,
open-ended question.
yeah, if we look at it right now, I think if you look at Alaria recently, she's actually climbing a ton at the highest ranks right now, right? I think it's about making some of those heroes what their niche is just a bit more strong and more
Right,
unique.
right,
So I think like some of those changes were geared like she is going to hold points better. She's going to hold like chokes and different things a little bit better. Turret's going to be a little bit harder to destroy. It's going to heal the team up more, a little bit better in a poke comp, perhaps, you know, rather
right,
than some of the flanking style that she was getting the benefit from the turret previously.
right.
So making sure they're playing a little bit more towards different places. I think we, at the same time, we're okay with certain heroes not like ever reaching the highest levels of competitive play. I think like Moira in particular, like we're okay with some heroes being a little bit more simple to understand, you know, a little bit more approachable. And we've done a lot of work behind the scenes, like trying to think of utility for Moira and play with utility for Moira.
Yeah,
But it all kind of distracted from like the main gameplay loop that, you know, people kind of love and they've attached to. So I don't think that means that's what we'll do forever. You know, I think that means just kind of like we'll spend a lot of time on something, see if it's worth it, and you know, if an idea comes later, we'll reapproach it again.
yeah. Are projectile heroes on that list as well? Because historically, projectile heroes in Overwatch 1 kind of fell into two categories, which was
Mhm.
spammy, just kind of throw it all the damage down the choke, or high utility. Right, you look at a character. Even if you look at almost every projectile character, they have some form of utility. Whether it's a scouting, it's a trap, it's a boop, a wall, and it feels like in Overwatch 2, some of that utility has maybe fallen off in terms of value, and so a lot of the projectile characters struggle to compete because their mouse ones aren't always as effective. Are projectile heroes, I guess, not necessarily specifically, but are some projectile heroes on that list of characters that you guys are going to continue to look at?
Yes, but at the same time, I'll challenge them a little bit. I do think a projectile heroes, some of them are really strong right now. You know, I think
Yeah,
like
Pharah's doing well.
Far is really strong. You know, Venture is pretty strong. I think it may not feel like that just because Cassie is so popular right now. Cassie's really like just the line keeps going up a little bit on Cassie. But same with Farah. You know, Farah I think in the last 3 weeks has like tripled her play rate. You know, so people are finally like latching onto the rework and everything. So I do think there's a little bit to be done for some of them. I think like Hanzo in particular. You know, Hanzo's the one we've been talking about in terms of he's kind of lost his identity within the
Yeah,
cast. You know, we look at you know Storm Arrow is the place to look, is in terms of bringing back some of the one shot for certain thresholds, and that's some of the stuff we're playing with at the moment. You know, I think we previewed this a little bit ago. We're actually playing with some changes for like to bring some characters that are a bit more squirrely to 225 and seeing
yep.
how that goes. And you know, it does benefit Hanzo at that point. He becomes a character that can actually be very, very effective against some of those characters. But I think he's on our list right now of you know what's his identity going to be in the future, and we're working on him
Okay.
actively at the moment.
So tying almost back into where you're okay with certain characters maybe not being able to compete as well. This one's going to be
Mhm.
follow me with this one. It's going to be a little bit
Yeah,
of a
I got
rabbit
you.
trail here. So one of the critical tenets of human psychology is that we often take the easy way out. We're risk averse. We don't like going for the most necessarily effective option. We want the most accessible option. And I feel like that reflects itself oftentimes in metas. For example, ranked meta generally is more poke oriented than pro meta. Characters like Iliare, Torbjorn, Malga, Sigma, and so on. Do you guys factor that into balance at all? Because oftentimes when people complain about a meta, it will be with those characters that just, they just deny anything that I want to do. I try to go in, I try to make an engagement. They deny that. We see that with Iliari, we see that with Torbjorns, we see that with some of the Roadhogs and things like that. Playstyle flexibility is important, but humans do tend to the passive option, and that punishes the active heroes. Do you guys factor that in at all? Like I said, very open-ended question, but it seems that a lot of the more tempo, fast, movement-oriented characters sometimes are quote-unquote countered by characters that don't have to put in that same level of effort.
Yeah, I think if we look at a few things, like, our lower skill heroes, tend to be, more consistent, but the higher skill ones, they have a payoff that's there, right? And I think that's really important for us. But also just looking at how heroes can be more proactive, how we can introduce more risk. That's something we've been looking at for a number of heroes. I think like looking at that right now for Malga, right? I think Malga is actually in this interesting place where he plays really well in like a highly coordinated environment. But I think if you look at him, like otherwise it's kind of the same play style that you've seen previously to some extent, right? But how can we introduce a little bit more risk for a little bit more value for going in and getting some of that? Venture was one during development that was pretty interesting. For a while, Venture had this primary fire where they would same primary fire, but you'd shoot it and then broke into shrapnel, right? And a lot of that was because players wouldn't they didn't know what to do when they couldn't hit something that was like more than 15 meters away. They're just like, hey, how do I go in? What do I do? Like, how do I poke this turret? And so for a long time, we gave this primary fire. It's like, oh, now you can poke the turret, but then people just weren't doing the combo stuff. They were kind of just hanging back, even though they weren't getting the value, right?
Right.
Even though it was purposely weak, right? But that's what people would do because they just we're like, no, we have to cut that. We got to go back to like this primary fire where there is very restricted, and you are going to be encouraged to go in. And the shields, the temporary shields, kind of help that and encourage that a little bit. Where you are going to be, there's at least a little bit of protection there, right? You can be a little tanky during these moments. So yeah.
That's interesting. So you did notice the fact that people, if given the option, will do nothing. You have to kind of force them to do things.
Oh yeah.
But it feels so rewarding. I love Venture. Like I've loved playing Venture. So okay, continuing off this is all the negative stuff because this is all the hero designs, the stuff I cry about, right? So does the team prioritize balancing / managing heroes that are more universally hated? Because we'd love to have every character be relatively well received. But for example, Tracer has been at least soft meta for quite a long time. I mean, it feels like since season 9. And I've definitely seen some complaints. But compared to, for example, when Roadhog, Malga, those characters were meta for a significantly shorter period of time, people are pulling their hair out. Does that factor in at all into your decisions as a designer?
It does. I think there's like some things at play, right? I think like tanks get a lot more attention while the gameplay kind of like goes through them. They kind of set the rules of engagement to some extent. And then Malga and Roadhog have some more sharp mechanics, like they're very survivable. They can blow people up rather quickly in the right sort of time frame. But yes, I do think heroes have like a threshold or a half-life to how long they can be, meta, before we need to come in and act. And those differ greatly, right? There was this term on Hearthstone, I think like someone in the community like coined it, was called like a grievance rate, where it's okay, certain decks are going to have certain grievance rates, and if they're more popular, like they can't be popular for so long unless and our job is to come in and kind of like make sure some of those frustrations actually go down, right?
Right.
But if you see it like once in every X amount of games, it's okay.
Sure.
I do think there's things that can live as long as they're not, the thing you see every single game, right? If you saw Widowmaker every single game, I think, that may not be the best for us. But we like Widow in certain maps. We like Widow, like players being able to pull off these really skillful moments. And I think it creates like an interesting relationship. But if it was every game, I think we'd have to come in, right?
Mm-hmm. I remember talking about this with you in LA, and you said everything's okay to be meta occasionally. The variety itself is okay. And maybe that's especially considering compared to something like a League of Legends where there's so many heroes, right? Overwatch kind of does need to cycle through characters as we're expanding that kit. So I said on my chat I was going to ask any targeted hero questions, but I'm going to ask one. And there's a reason behind it because I think it's a good litmus test for your approach to other things. Because I have been a grouch about the Wrecking Ball, some of the discussion around Wrecking Ball. Because my problem with Wrecking Ball has been that he has infinite survivability until he doesn't. Until you have that Somber hack or the Sleep Dart or Discord or whatever else, then he just melts. And if I love the what was it, the retract change. I love the adaptive shields change. I think all that stuff has been really fun and added an even higher level of skill and value. But some things that still remain is that the guy still dies to CC and he has no way of counterplaying it. And if you don't have CC, he's basically almost unkillable. He doesn't have a head hitbox half the time and so on. So when you're finding a character like Wrecking Ball that's struggling, sometimes I don't always fully understand when it feels like some of the changes don't address weaknesses. Is it that you want these characters to have very defined weaknesses and are okay with that? Or is that, or because my argument is that some of these weaknesses are almost too strong, right? That becomes the definition of the character's identity. Do you guys have any philosophy when it comes to that? Do you disagree, agree? It's just my perspective.
Wrecking Ball in particular?
Sure, Wrecking Ball in particular, but I think this also applies to characters like Malga and Roadhog and other characters.
Yeah, I think overall, we want clear strengths and weaknesses. I think that's sort of like what Overwatch is built on and allows people to understand the game, very well, very quickly. I think the one thing, we talk about pretty frequently is like how extreme should those be?
Of course.
And right now, we're looking at Wrecking Ball. We're trying some things but I think we're looking at more of the side of like, hey, should some of these abilities just not be as effective on tanks? We're looking at Sleep Dart again. We're looking at Alec. Like maybe Hack should take a little bit longer to hit on a tank, and then Wrecking Ball can use his mobility to make sure he's like out of range, things like that. But we do want to make sure that he's not like doesn't have too much CC, just play against CC, because I think at that point, like in certain thresholds and ranks, like players aren't going to be able to actually do anything against it. But we want to I think there's a way to smooth it out though a little bit. Yeah.
Right. I would be curious to see how that works out, because I think would you be able to return that ability to make it harder for CC to be effective on tanks? Would that then come counterbalanced by reducing his effective HP? I know this is a very specific question, but is that on the table?
Yeah, I think so.
It's like a little from column A, a little come from B. He's got to give and take, right?
I think to an extent. I think Wrecking Ball right now, actually, when we look at him compared, we have these like pretty broad measures of like survivability and looking at the cast overall, and we'll get like how it went from like season 8 to season 9, and a lot of folks went down, right? Because that was part of the intent. We took a bunch of healing out of the game. Wrecking Ball is actually the one character right now that is one of the few characters that actually is more survivable than he was previously, right? So I think there is a little room to maybe possibly decrease some of the HP and things like that to see if he does get out of hand, right?
Okay.
When we decrease some of the other things that maybe affected him.
Of course. And this feels like a natural question to follow, because I want to ask about that topic. I want to ask about dynamism when it comes to balancing, because a common criticism of it's ironic because it feels like many of the Overwatch 2 heroes have fallen into the Kiriko Sojourn category, where they don't have necessarily any super strongly defined strengths or weaknesses, but they have some here and there, at least initially. And then you have characters like Malga and Lifeweaver who have extremely well-defined strengths and weaknesses. So do you guys have a philosophy when it comes to hero design? Do you want to find somewhere in between? Obviously you said how defined weaknesses is very important. What is your approach to hero design? Has that changed over the course of like the last year and a half?
Yeah, I think players want less hard counters. I think a lot of the older designs certainly lead to like very, very hard counters, right?
Yes.
At the same time, I do think we've made some safe designs. I think there's some heroes that we've made, that have just been almost too well-rounded. They kind of do a little bit of everything, and you wonder like, how do I approach this character in particular? So there was a certain, especially on our supports. I think if we look at like even like Olari, we go like Outburst. It's like, oh, like Olari's like this poke hero and it has this turret, and then also has like a get off of me button too. That can be, I like that it's like, has this mobility as well. That's kind of nice to have like that bimodal thing. But we had this, we have our different goals for each role, and one of the ones we had at the beginning of Overwatch 2, and this is really due to a lot of the feedback at the time, was that support heroes would be scrappy. You know, they could like fight back a little bit more because what we were seeing in those early days, right? We've since scrapped the scrappy goal, so that's no longer around. But that was something I think that Alari was a part of. It was like, oh yeah, she's gonna like survive by herself a little bit and make sure because she can really good. But if anything, like that character should be able to be dove a little bit more easily, right?
Do you mind if I ask you like why you scrapped that, and is there a philosophy that's replaced that?
Yeah, I think it just became this. I think when we look at sort of the dynamic between the roles, I don't. Its support should still be able to like they still be able to deal damage, still be able to defend themselves, but they got too good at it. We think right. There's too much survivability baked into it. After you would get to, part of the goal is like getting to the support in the back line, right? Like that should be like part of the challenge and the hard part sometimes, right? And we look at things like Zen Kick and like how good that was. It's like a get off me as well. So I think there was an extent we just went too far, right? In that way. So I think right now, even we look at some of the some of the feature supports for hey, we can claw back a little bit like our next year is a lot of mobility, but we're making like a even down the line support, and we're like, hey, maybe we don't need like support can have a little bit more lower mobility. Like maybe if they don't need to actually fight back when they're in close range a little bit. But I think we gave a little bit that too much to everyone at a certain point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
How do you feel? Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, so community here, and this seems like a good time to ask this question based off of that. So everyone has the opinion when it comes to player feedback. We talked about how you guys are very aware of it. You guys get feedback from even within your own community team, but people aren't necessarily going to agree with each other on what needs to change. What are the most important sources of feedback for you guys? If I'm like a random plat player and I think I've got a brilliant rework, it's basically you guys are inaccessible. But how do you guys feel that you're able to stay in touch with the community without necessarily exposing yourself to every single harebrained idea floating out there?
It's like about not having blind spots. I think if we only read like one source of feedback, we're only going to get the same sort of feedback to some extent, right?
Yeah.
Or from the same sort of like players, or because they kind of think alike a lot of times. To make sure like we're getting feedback from high level players, make sure we're getting feedback from low players. And that happens even in our testing, like when we run external tests, right? We'll make sure we get a range of players so we can get feedback of like, okay, is this approachable? It also is like there are a lot of skillful things here. I think overall, it's also about like finding where like feedback is consistent in terms of, it's kind of like this thing that like, okay, can you trust where it's coming from? Does it have a viewpoint? Does it criticize you when you make mistakes? Does it also like cheer you on when you do good things? And I think that's like really important. That's what I kind of personally look for is like, okay, like I can like kind of trust this feedback because I know like where this person's coming from. I know how they feel, or I know like where with this group of people, like what their values are, and like this doesn't align here because of this. Okay,
Right.
like it just allows you to make more sense of it,
Yeah.
and really take it to heart a bit faster.
Sure. So when you're implementing these ideas, I feel like recently there's been, honestly, frankly, a lot of experimentation. Like you guys have done some crazy stuff. It's been whether it's the quick play hacked or even some of the event stuff that's been put under just put under these new events and mirror watch. But there's just been a lot of felt like very, very aggressive patches, a lot of very aggressive experiments. Something that is really refreshing to me, I think, what was it, the Brigitte stat, 26, 27 nerfs before she finally fell out of meta over the course of 2 years. It just felt like many times the Overwatch 1 team was very glacial, when it came to their approach. But you guys have been much more aggressive, much more open to taking risks, and then seemingly doing a good job at dialing back when those risks failed. Is this a conscious decision for you guys? Was this a philosophical change when you joined on, or is this more of a recent development?
Basically, since the start of Overwatch 2, we've always wanted to make sure like seasons can be these big shakeups.
Sure.
I think over time though we've allowed ourselves to just react quicker to things and be a bit more liberal with that. We're like, okay, if this doesn't work out, we're going to pull back a bit faster than we may have previously. So that allows us to experiment a bit more, push a bit more. I think we could even be doing more there though. I think one of the things that's challenging, I think, for the balancing at the moment is like there's a lot of these like bespoke changes that occur, and like we have to do like a lot of testing to make sure that these actually get in like a pretty good place to be presentable and things of that nature. And then I wish we had more gameplay systems that we could like inject change into. Right? I wish there
Right.
was an easier way for us to inject wide change very quickly. And not just on the, I'm not necessarily just talking about passives. I'm talking about just like what other gameplay systems can we have in Overwatch that allow change to be more rapid and allow it to come in a bit more easily.
Yeah.
Because like it can be, a lot of work to do one patch that changes the whole meta
Of
with
course.
things that feel new and things that feel right for the characters as well, right?
Of course. Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big fan. I think obviously it's exciting to have new things as a content creator to talk about. But for me, coming from somebody who's, been involved in a lot of coaching and stuff like that and leadership, I think taking risks is required. You have to be willing to take risks. Otherwise, if you play it safe, you don't learn anything. And I very much for one appreciate that. So
Yeah, I think
when it
season 9 was a big example of us taking some
perfect,
risks.
right? Yeah, exactly, exactly. And sometimes you're going to have to take the criticism, right, when you do something wrong. But I feel like for the most part, I've been a huge proponent of that as a fundamental philosophy change. And when you're trying these changes out, you guys have talked about your internal testing and many of those other things. Do you think that there's a way that do you have a method or a specific way that you test out these changes? Do you think that that method could be improved? Because I think a lot of that is kind of like it's a mystery. It's behind the curtain. How do they come up with these ideas? Well, how do they test these ideas? How do they come up with these numbers? And some of those things come with criticism, right? Lifeweaver's release, a lot of people, myself included, was like, man, how is this testing with this character done? So, but at the same time, then you guys come up with really, really good idea, and it's like, okay, then how did they come up with this idea? How is this tested? So it's like, what is your current internal testing, and how is it done? And would you like to see that improved?
Yeah, I mean, one of the ways we come with balance changes, we talk about the goals, for the
Sure,
next patch. I think right
sure,
now we're looking at doing a bigger tank patch. And it's like, okay, this is
okay,
going to be the goals of this patch to get tanks into a place we think that they're feeling a bit better overall.
sure,
Um, and Josh and the balance team they'll talk over those changes. We'll playtest those quite a bit throughout the few weeks that we have. We'll get like a group that's a bit more competitive minded. Like, okay, we're actually in comms, trying to
right,
actually stress test some of these things, and then we'll have like bigger review sessions. So I think that's a pretty good process as long as we can be reactive. As long as we can be
sure.
pretty fast when these things go out, because well, once you get those changes into the live environment, there may be things that are slightly unexpected.
There's
Most of the
millions of
changes fall in.
players. So
Yeah,
much more stress testing.
yeah. But we're also, there's historical things of, lessons we learned over time about like, okay,
Yes,
what is
of
this type
course,
of change going to do to this hero in terms of their viability, right?
of
Um,
course.
and we've had blind spots, but we've tried to improve those things over time. I think
Sure.
you mentioned Lifeweaver. Part of that was getting some of those more competitive oriented playtests on the books.
Mm,
Another thing was controller. I think that was one of our biggest blind spots for Lifeweaver. I know there's some clunkiness in terms of its controls and release, but on console we think that was even worse. So it was like, oh, we just missed that, and so now it's like every few weeks there's control playtests to make sure we're doing our due diligence, on that platform where it's a large part of our player base, to
hmm.
making sure that experience feels right too.
Okay.
And that's it's just about like patching up some of those things as we go, making sure that our testing process gets better and better.
Sure. So when you're talking about a lot of things that you've learned, are there any perspectives, philosophies, ideas that have changed in your last year and a half since you've been here?
I think some of the things that, like from a balance standpoint at least, that are interesting about Overwatch is, and we talked about this in the AMA a few weeks ago, was how hard it can be for a hero's performance perception to shake off. I'm talking about like characters like Sojourn and Kiriko and things like that, where if players believe that they're good at only like we're talking about the top of the top of the top, that they're good everywhere, right? And it's like,
Right.
oh, interesting, and I think that was something that was learned over time for me, and it was like interesting. Y'all think Sojourn is this, and we understand why she's really good at like the higher levels, but she's very, very popular everywhere else too. And there's satisfaction that's wrapped into that as well. So I think that was an interesting thing. But some things have just been confirmed, like over time. Uh, Metas are very, how do I say this in a way? It's like they're not necessarily like static, right? They're
Yeah.
not these things that are like set in stone. It's actually kind of like this. It's very social things about like how people play in an environment. Like metas are very different from region to region. Like Korea plays a lot more Ana, and they do much better on Ana as well. So it's not just about like these are the perfect things. It's about hey, what do this large group of people latch onto? And then what do they start playing more and more and more so they get better at the thing? It's not that this is actually the perfect configuration. Like you could do a balance patch 3 times and you may end up with like slightly different results based on like how the players what they latch onto
Right.
first.
Right.
And I think you even saw that like in Owl, like where like it was about sometimes it was about the team that found the strategy that worked
Yes.
first, like the best team, and that was the strat. You know, it
Yep.
doesn't mean
Yeah.
this is like necessarily the perfect strat, but that was going to be the meta. You
It
know?
feels even harder for you too because it feels like the perception of a lot of the times the higher ranked players trickles down because they are the community leaders. And so a lot of times there'll be a perception around a certain character that actually really doesn't matter all that much in lower ranks, but the lower ranks will still parrot or force or change their playstyle to match the opinion of the higher ranked player.
Oh,
It feels
totally.
like such a
Yeah.
hard dynamic to balance around.
Yeah, yeah, and it's I think yeah, but as I said earlier, like the recent thing to me is the most interesting. It's like Roadhog doesn't get played in Korea, like, and Roadhog
Yeah.
gets played like in EU and NA.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
look like on the ladder, it's like much higher. So it's so interesting how we as players we sort of like form this idea of what this thing is, even though it's kind of just where it's all just who latched onto something first, and then it kind of evolved from there, right?
Right. Right. Right.
Yeah,
So we're going to move into some game design questions here. So there's
yeah,
been a lot of
cool.
discussion around role passives, the psychology of
Mhm.
whether free value feels earned, or is that a necessary something that the game needs to incorporate or not, and whether painting with a broad passive brush is awkward. The recent JQ change you guys did is a great example of how like finding workarounds with the tank passive that you guys have felt that tank is needed.
Yeah,
There's been a lot of criticism around passives, whether it's the DPS passive, crucially a lot of the tank passive changes about whether it's balanced, whether it feels good, whether it's necessary, whether how it should be incorporated. I assume this is something that you guys are aware of. Do you guys have any plans on further tweaks to passives? Do you have has your approach to passives changed? Very broad question here.
yeah. So one of the big reasons they're there is that we like having some consistent behavior across a role, so you understand like what you're getting into in that engagement. I do think we are there's some things we want to tune a little bit with the passes, but I will say like when we're looking at our next patch, I think the thing we want to lean on most is making sure like the heroes themselves feel more active, they have more playmaking ability, and that's where you're feeling the change. I don't think you don't as a tank you don't necessarily feel every single passive tuning mark.
Right.
You might feel the 30 to 50% of the knockback, but you may from game to game you may not feel some of the other ones, right? But it's like if we give you something actually for your kit, it's gonna be much more pronounced. It's gonna be
Right.
something that actually like cuts through. And also that's actually the thing from what we've seen over time. It's going to make the biggest change to that hero's, performance or survivability or whatever it may be, is actually just changing something on the kit itself. Right.
Right.
So I
And
think
and I
that's where
think
what we're
people
gonna
like
lean
that.
more. Yeah.
Okay, so that's good to
Yeah.
know because I think that's the big complaint with the passive is like it's good, but it doesn't make me enjoy playing the character anymore.
Yeah.
Right? Like a Winston might benefit from the reduced crit, but that doesn't make I don't feel enjoyment out of benefiting from that. Right? Okay,
Yeah,
that's
no,
that's good. That's good to
totally.
know. That's good to
Yeah,
know.
so I think it'll be kind of like a dual approach because there's still some things we want to tune with those, but if it we have to make sure that there's changes for those heroes as an individual hero, that allow them to feel better too.
That's really really good to hear. I think a lot of people are going to be very happy to hear that. Okay, so what is the team's stance and how a solo tank should feel? You talked about this earlier with terms of the CC with Wrecking Ball. I think the psychology in 5v5 of having only the one imposing figure on the field often means that the tank can be the center of attention with counter swapping, with debuffs, with damage focus.
Hmm.
And yet at the same time, frankly, tank is the most effective person on the field. They have the most expansive kits, the largest health pools. They just struggle with the amount of attention they get.
Yeah.
So you could be the most effective person in the battlefield, and yet it feels the worst as a solo tank. Is there anything that you guys have? I know this is a tricky topic that you guys have in terms of individual balance approach to the solo tank experience.
Yeah, as I said earlier, like our next patch is going to focus on that in particular.
Okay.
Hopefully make that experience even better. But our philosophy is like it's the carry, not the chore. I think
Right.
once you get to that element of like if you're not feeling satisfied, you're not actually,
Right.
living in the success of your team, you're just not having as much fun as some of the rest of the players in the match, right?
Yes.
But you're right. Some of our philosophies, like, tanks do set the rules of engagement, right? They are these big bruisers, right? They are this thing that we emphasize. There's a bit more decision making in terms of your position, in terms of how you take engagements, than maybe some of the other roles I have, because they dictate, a little bit of the flow of an engagement. But we're going to be focusing on their planning capabilities and their defensive capabilities on a hero by hero basis, and
That's great.
hopefully that next patch hits pretty well. But that's what we're currently working on, because we see it. I do think they don't feel like they can make as many plays offensively and defensively
Yes.
to for themselves, and I
Yes,
think that's
yes.
what we're gonna be looking at. Yeah.
Okay, that's really good here, because as I said, it's like they are very effective, but they're very effective at manipulating attention, so much so that you can be effective and not be having fun. And I think that's scary. So that's awesome. And you said hero by hero a lot of it as well.
Yeah, and the objective there is not to make them unkillable,
Yes.
but just to make sure they have more playmaking ability, more
You're not
decision
going to
making
give every
in
tank
those
Orisa
instances.
Fortify.
We'll see.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay. I guess we've touched on this one a lot, so we can skim through this one already. But how much importance does the team place on psychological factors dictating decisions rather than objective balance? We talked about this just with tank. We talked about this with meta, right? How people will be very quick to latch onto something. Do you guys all have masters in psychology? Do you guys factor any of this into your decision making? I assume the answer is yes, but
Yes, I mean, if we hear that people aren't enjoying the game, even though we see this like perfect state of balance or whatever it may
Right.
be,
Right.
we're going to act, right? I think it's not about even technically, right? It's about like people enjoying Overwatch as much as possible,
Right.
and that's on like a hero kit basis, that's on like a meta basis. So I think it is the most important thing, is like, how are players, are they feeling when they're playing the game?
Sure.
Are they playing the game, right?
Sure.
Is that are they engaging with it the way we want them to? So
Sure.
yeah.
Sure.
I think
that
trumps everything else, right?
Yeah,
So.
absolutely. That's a tricky one though, because you are, again, it tends to snowball very quickly. Either
We
positively or
can't be
negatively.
too reactive at the same time.
Right.
I do think that's like also a responsibility. It's not just swing as a pendulum back and forth. There's things we want,
Right.
like some consistency in the game from season to season, things like
Sure.
that, right? Because you can
Sure.
understand it better. Yeah.
Sure. Few last questions here. So talk to me about pickable passives if you can at
Yeah.
all. I know this is
I
coming
can
up
chat
here
a little bit
soon.
about it. Yeah.
But this one was, again, another one of those curveballs that I never would have guessed in a million years, and yet had a lot of people talking. Like, wow, this is really interesting. I wonder what they're going to do.
Yeah. So for the event, you're going to come in, and each role is going to have these 3 additional passives that you can choose from. So you can like actually come in as like, oh, do I want more ammo, or do I want something else? Like on DPS, do I want to like see critical enemies through walls, right? And we're going to talk about like what those may be later. But we're really sort of testing some things, testing some gameplay systems. A lot of it's about like, okay, is this choice interesting for players to make? Are they changing their choice based on what the enemy's playing? Is this something they'll do before they switch their hero? Right? Is this something where they can play like a slightly different variation of a hero before they just actually make a counter swap? And does that feel good for them? Right? Do they feel like there's decision making there? Is the flow of it good? Like when you're actually in respawn, you like want to switch, can you do it quick enough, or you feel like you're not wasting time? There's things like that. But we're testing out some gameplay systems, and this like is like a kind of a small look into something bigger we might do in the future of what that may be, depending on like how it goes and some of the feedback. But yeah, I think we're always testing something. I think this is a bigger quick play hack than we normally do, but we think this one's at least going to like be a good conversation piece for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So since season 11, we initially had this interview scheduled, I believe, before season 11 or right at it.
Yeah.
Now we're coming with the retrospective, having the last 5, 6 days, 7 days, maybe even longer actually, of practice and trying out different things. Any initial first takes here? Anything cooking behind the scene here? Tell me what you can.
I mean, a lot of it's rather expected, right? I think like Roadhog's down significantly, Soldier's down significantly. Where's that Sojourn play rate going? It's like we're starting to see Ashe pop up a little bit. Symmetra's up, Ari's up, Darker Queen's on that rise. I think the one everyone's kind of aware of that we have our eyes on too is like Pharah's like rise. It just continues to trend upward and upward. But Alari rising very quickly too, and I think Alari is gaining a lot from a lot of the changes we had. There's also been the the return to peak mercy effect, even in ranked. You start to see that. You're like, oh, okay, like there's a lot more mercies even in comp. So like popularity like the last 2 days, like whoop, I was like, oh, interesting. It's not just about getting quick play. It's like, oh, they want to play mercy and competitive as well. But yeah, those are some of the things that are happening. We're pretty happy overall of like how I think there's a lot of diversity in the meta right now. I think Cassie
Sure.
obviously is very, very popular. But outside of that, I think there's a lot of role diversity.
All right. I'm gonna ask the tough one.
Yeah,
Uh, Malga.
yeah, Mal.
There's the word on the street is that
We're in the
there's a philosophy that people say Roadhog, Orisa, Malga. One of these guys is always meta. One of these guys is always meta. Now, frankly I've been actually out of town. I've not played much ranked at all. But is that something that you guys are aware of? Obviously, Roadhog weaker, Orisa's still pretty bad. What's Malga looking like right now behind
He's
under
kind
the
of
hood?
he's kind of like average slash slightly below average, right? I would
Okay.
say. Play rate isn't up there with the top ones by any means.
Okay.
I think doing better in like pretty coordinated environments. But at the same time, we are looking at some things longer term for Malga. I
Okay.
think there may be tweaking along the way, but we're looking at particularly like cardiac overdrive and what we want to do
Yep.
with that ability.
Great.
We've run some experience before, but maybe there's some bigger things, bigger steps we can take. And looking at, hey, like how effectively can he set squishies on fire, and we bring that effectiveness into the kits somewhere else?
Yep.
So looking at some of that as well,
Okay.
I think that would give him more reward for diving some
Sure.
of those characters and feel like he can accomplish that without having to shoot them a bunch before he gets to the ignite, things of that nature.
Sure. Broad question here, just one I threw in at the last minute. There's a
Yeah.
lot of bugs. I think people are. Quaked is always talking about Doomfist bugs, and people are talking about Genji bugs, and there's this bugs. I know this may not be specifically your department, although you do have a little hand in everything. Are you aware of any bug fixes, map tweaks, anything that, whether it's environmental goof ups or cooldown interactions, are you aware of any tweaks that are going on behind the scenes to address some of these minor but annoying quality of life things?
I mean, that's constantly happening, right? Like our
Right.
QA teams like fixing a lot of times what happens, like some of the ones that aren't, immediately need to get fixed, they'll get fixed the next season. I think we can do a better job of like raising and like highlighting like when those things did change. I think like we've actually changed some things on Doofus with some of the lockout time recently, right? But I'm not sure it was like in the patch notes fully, right?
Sure.
So there's like things like that. I think we can do a better job of making sure there's awareness when those things get fixed. But it's something that
Sure.
our QA team is constantly doing. There's just stuff coming in all the
Sure.
time. Yeah.
Sure. Last question here. Anything that you want to be asked about? Anything that you haven't
I
talked
want to be
about?
asked about.
Anything that
God,
you were here excited, amped up, spent about 7 hours preparing a long speech for, and it turns out I didn't ask the question.
No, I think all your questions are really good. Like, I'm excited when we can finally start sharing more about our next heroes, like in the future. Like, that's something that gets
Sure.
me really excited. So,
Sure.
we're not
Sure.
that far
Oh,
away yet, right? But
I thought of one
things
thing.
like that. All right, go.
Is there any, you can say no, I won't get my feelings hurt. Is there
Mhm.
anything that you can share us about either A, some of the upcoming tank tweaks, or B, Space Ranger?
Okay, so I'll try to repeat some things that were said at BlizzCon. For Space Ranger, where high mobility, versatile support that's still very intact, right?
Okay.
That's very much what her playstyle is going to be about, and she brings some utility that is in the support cast that only one character has at the moment. So that's going to be a lot of fun. The game's
Oh,
going to be really
really?
fast. It's going to get
Okay.
really fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No comment there. And the anything with the tank?
Yeah, I mean, kind of outlined some of those like individual things.
Okay.
I'm trying to think what was like. They're not like finalized yet, so I'm trying to think like
Yeah, I
what was the
understand.
one
I
that
understand.
the biggest ones
Roadhog
that
has
like
4 take a breathers now.
no,
Interchangeably.
I
Get
don't,
some
so I don't
CC
think
immunity.
Roadhog's going to get more defensive capabilities. I don't think
Okay.
that's what he's going to
Okay.
get in particular. I'm just running through them in my head. Which one? Like Winston, we're looking at like how to make the
Ooh.
ultimate a little bit better, and how to like maybe the right click can be a bit more responsive. Doesn't need to take as long as it does to charge at the moment. Things
Ooh.
like that. We
Okay.
can like
That's exciting.
tap some targets a little bit quicker.
Okay.
Reinhardt, still working through like Reinhardt, but like can charge me 300 damage again. I think that's like one of the ones we're looking at where it's like, okay, now it's going to hit most of
Okay.
the characters in the cast.
That's
Yeah.
exciting.
Stuff like that.
That's exciting. That's
Yeah.
going to get a lot of people, I think, talking.
Yeah.
Well, Alec, I guess that's basically it, man. I really, really appreciate your time. This was obviously super, super generous of you. For those of you guys in chat, this was, obviously not necessarily something that needed to be scheduled, but was very generous of you to offer to do. And obviously, the second I was offered, I was like, all right, I gotta go. I gotta start writing as many questions as I can here. But yeah,
and thank you,
Alec,
thank you for taking all the time to do
course.
that. Writing all the questions. I think they were really great. So,
yeah, of course. Again, this is great, man. Phenomenal. We'll have a good rest of your week. Looking forward to some of the upcoming changes. Quick play. The quick play hack stuff, the new hero, of course, down the road. And yeah, if you guys haven't already as well, big shout out to obviously the Breast Cancer Research Fund, the Mercy Scan. Obviously, there's Mercy pick rate is skyrocketed, but it's 100% of that is going to a good cause, which is incredibly generous of you guys. So that's awesome to hear. So Alec, appreciate your time. Have a great rest of your day.
Okay. Cheers. Thank you, everybody.
Right, cheers. Bye-bye. All right. Chat, we will fix everything up. Let me give me just a second to get everything turned on here. Properties. Whoops. No, that's the wrong thing. I think that should be good there. There you go. Yeah, so this will be uploaded to YouTube. We'll try and do a summation of it as well. I know we got everybody talking about 6v6. I kind of already gave you guys the answer about how we're going to approach the 6v6 question. We did talk specifically about 6v6, solo tanking. So hopefully that gave you guys some insight about where their stance is on 6v6, because I know that was on the tip of everybody's tongues. Let's try and fix my settings here, because I believe I had to change all the notifications here. You guys gonna have to hang tight for just a second, because I had to turn off all the notifications. Give me just a second. Because I couldn't, well, you guys were here. I could not figure it out. I was freaking out. But yeah, obviously super generous of the Blizz team, Alec specifically, to take the time. Try to find the balance between asking the tough questions while also asking questions that would be interesting to answer and to consider as well. Give me just a second, y'all. It was muted, but y'all okay. Yeah, stop gaslighting me, mate. I think we're good. Let me give me one more second, y'all, to make sure that we're all set here. I think the alert box should be good. But yeah, I appreciate the subscriptions. I also appreciate everyone being here in chat. For those of you guys who don't know, my name is Spilo. I am an ex-professional Overwatch League coach, do a lot of content, do a lot of theory crafting. I do a lot of private coaching, macro coaching, team coaching. Just got back from Minnesota, actually, this past weekend, where we did a NAECAD, the National Athletic Esports Colleges and Coaches and Directors seminar. I'll actually show you guys a couple of pictures here, but we basically did, that's the wrong thing here. Hang on. I actually need to get that off of, wait a second. Let's turn that off, and then let's turn display capture on. There you go. So we were over in Minnesota, and I was doing basically coaching the coaches for colleges and high schools across America, and it was really, really fun. So this is kind of what I do. And so I love talking about balance, game design, hero design. It's been a passion of mine for a long time. So we're in Minnesota. It was Minneapolis, I believe. Yeah, it was Minneapolis. Okay, so we're gonna take a look here. So you guys got to tell me what you guys want to do. I see something called an Overwatch rice purity test. I don't even know what a rice purity test is. This is the first this was the first I've heard of it. Don't do it, says John Prostate. All right, we'll give it a shot here. I haven't taken this. Let's find out. Have I played Overwatch 1 yet? Okay, wait a second. The Overwatch rice purity, dude, people were spamming this in this thing like crazy. Somebody DM'd it to me. Somebody put it in the Hammer Time channel. It's been posted in here. And somebody was trying to get it to me in a coaching session. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Yes, we'll do a summary for the Q&A. All right. Have I played Overwatch 1? Yes. Have I played Overwatch longer for 3 years? Yes. Have I played GOATs in competitive? You know, actually, I think the answer is no. I think I coached GOATs for quite a long time, but I actually don't think I played a lot of ranked during GOATs. I think I quit right before because I was focusing on coaching. Have you played Double Shield in competitive? Yes. Do I own a gold gun? No. Yeah, yes. But do I own 10 gold guns? No. Do I have a Jade gun? No. Do I own Pink Mercy? Actually, no. Do I own Reinhardt? What is Reinhardt, chat? What is Reinhardt? What is Reinhardt? Hang on. Reinhardt. Oh, is it the BlizzCon skin? Oh, it's the astronaut one. No, I don't have that one. Have I hit Diamond? Yes. Have I hit Grandmaster in Overwatch? Yes. No, I've not hit top 500. At least I would have hit top 500 at the time, but no. Been stuck in a rank for more than 6 months? Oh, definitely, yeah. Stuck in a rank for more than a year? I mean, I guess technically, yes. Check this box if that rank was gold or plat. I don't think so. I think when I was like bronze, silver, gold, it was like close to 6 months, but not quite. I should probably change the title. Yeah, hang on, chat. Pro coach turns streamer gone wrong. Here, we'll add the drops thing as well. Give the most stupid tight. Drops enabled, yes. Have you spent over $100? Yeah, because bought a couple of battle passes. No. Have you ever played Overwatch every single day for a week? Yep. Ever played Overwatch? No, I don't think so. Have you ever played Overwatch for more than 6 hours straight? Yes. Have you ever rage quit a game? Does quick play count? Maybe, yeah. I definitely quit a quick play game. My supports were AFK. I think it was an Esperanza team. My team was emoting in spawn. And I was like, come on, I know it's quick play, but like, yeah. Have you screamed at my monitor while playing Overwatch? Don't think so. Have you ever sent a toxic message to a teammate? Maybe in response. I never instigated, but I probably definitely responded if somebody says something. Post the Farah clip? Dude, I wasn't talking to a teammate. Oh, have I screamed at my monitor while playing Overwatch? Okay, yeah, I guess that's true. Have I yelled at a teammate in voice chat? No. Have I ever been muted by your teammates? I don't know. Don't think so. Have I ever been chat banned? No. Have you ever lost a friendship? No. Have you ever met someone on Overwatch who would consider a legitimate threat to society? Yes. Have you ever broken something out of rage playing Overwatch? No. Have you ever publicly shamed someone for their gameplay? On stream? Yeah, absolutely. Have you ever cyberbullied somebody in Overwatch? No. Have you ever sent a death threat? No. Have you received a death threat? Yes. Neglected personal hygiene to play Overwatch? No. Have you skipped school or work to play Overwatch? No. Have you ever missed a major life event? No. Have you ever played while drunk? Hi. No. Have you ever played while drawing higher than marijuana? No. Have you ever let Overwatch negatively affect your mental or physical health? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, especially as a job, for sure. I mean, definitely, like, I think, like, coaching over, like, maybe not playing Overwatch, but Overwatch as a whole definitely affected me. Yeah, for sure. Do you play Overwatch to relieve stress, only get more stress? I used to. I've gotten smart since then. Have you gotten into physical conflict because of Overwatch? No. Yes, I've seen it. Everyone has, sadly. No, yeah, okay. See, I know. The answer is no, and no. No, not even any hesitation at all. Where are we at here? No, gosh, no. Do you know who Jeff Kaplan is? No. I mean, yes. Have you ever played Overwatch naked? No? Dude, it's not cap. So the answer is no. Have you ever deleted another game to make space Overwatch? No, what? Who? Okay, what do you guys, is this real? Do you guys do this? How does this happen? How does this happen in Overwatch? It's a shooter game. You guys are weird, man. Does this happen? Do people do this? No. Guys are weird, man. No, stop checking the boxes. True story though, my brother-in-law met his wife through Overwatch. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it. Okay. Have I ever cosplayed? No. Have you ever I mean, yeah, I guess I have. I did the whole Cassidy one, which was kind of funny. But no, as an Overwatch character. Have you ever hard pocketed a character in a sensual context? Dude, who does this? I'm gonna press right click so hard. What? Why is that a thing? What does it even mean? Look, have you ever...
I'm gonna need y'all to calm down over here.
This is a dumb... I didn't check it. I clicked on it.
I'm about to get up in here.
Have you ever had a matching name with another player? No. Of course, you guys are so... This is not even, like, inappropriate. This is just pathetic. This is sad. It's just sad. Have I ever thrown a game on purpose? No. Have I ever smurfed, used a low-ranked account? No. Not on purpose, no. My alt account was placed in gold because I hadn't played it for 6 months, but never on purpose, no. Have ever lost intentionally for a reward? What reward? What reward? What reward would you do? How would you lose in... No, I'm not doing that, Commune 4. Money? Win trading. Oh, yeah. Use cheats? No. I don't even have enough Overwatch achievements to lie about. Have I ever faked about being a high-ranked player? No. Have I ever stream sniped an Overwatch streamer? No, I don't think so. I had to think about it, though. I don't think so. Now, stop capping. You guys just... every single time I say no to something, you guys say cap. You guys are so predictable. Have you ever targeted a specific player? Okay, I will talk about this one. I will say yes, because I have. Okay, true story. Back in the day, 2018, there was... Do you guys remember when Deathmatch first came out? There was a certain demographic of players, a certain demographic of players, specifically Symmetra players. And they would sit in a corner. They'd put 6 turrets in a spawn location and just camp it the whole game. So you know what I did? I said, frick you, buddy. And I would type in match chat, this clown is playing Sim in Deathmatch. Guess who's going monkey? And you know what I did? I went Winston, and I would legitimately team. I would chase the Symmetra around the map. I would avoid everyone, and then eventually what that would happen is the entire lobby would ignore me and just like not even shoot me and just let me kill the Symmetra over and over and over again. And I would say about 50-60% of the time I'd make the Symmetra rage quit the deathmatch. And I would do it over and over again until they left, and then I'd go back and play my normal character. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't feel any guilt at all. I currently have zero qualms with that action. I don't care. I would still do it. In fact, I think people would go Moira as well, and I think I did it with Moira as well, although it was a lot harder to kill them, but I would just permanently target them. So, yeah. Are my Sombra, Junkrat, Malga, Moira, or Symmetra main? I do like Mei. I guess I did play a decent amount of Sombra post-rework, but that wasn't really a main thing. It was just because I had to, but I did enjoy the Sombra rework. So I close enough here. Have I ever locked any of the above characters for the sole purpose of angering the enemy team? No. I just like playing them. Have you ever teabagged an enemy player solely because they played one of those? Oh, definitely. Yeah, anyone. And if there was somebody playing like Junkrat or like a Moira, like doing some cringe crap, definitely some teabagging going on here. Do I should say not really? No, I'm one of the least counter pickers. I'm one of the that I know. Have you ever spawn camp player? Oh, 100%. Have you ever spawn camp the whole team? How do you do that? What does that mean? Like spawn camp more than one person? Like I guess, yeah, maybe. Oh, spawn hold. Yeah, sure. Obviously, everyone has, right? Have you ever spawn camp grief the player slow because of the character they choose? Well, yeah. Have you ever met a player with the same gamer tag as you? No. I know there was one other guy. The funny thing is I knew the guy named Spilo. There's a long story behind that. Have you ever manipulated or lied to a modern admin developer to get somebody banned? No. Have you been banned from Overwatch former community? No. Scandal in Overwatch community? No. Edited screenshots? No. No. Have you ever played with Overwatch with somebody famous? I mean, I guess. Like, what's famous? A streamer? Yeah, sure. Have you ever harassed a streamer while they were alive? Ooh, okay. All right. So, I've told you guys about the Metro story, right? Right? So, This was back in 2018. I've told some of you guys already, but if those of you haven't heard, 2018, I was in Grandmaster. I was climbing, and I got into, it was a Horizon Lunar Colony game with a soldier player. Now, I didn't really follow many streamers and stuff, and I was on a Zen player or whatever. Anyway, long story short, this guy is like, my teammate is kind of having a hard time. He was having a bad game. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Well, the soldier player was like really mad at this guy. Like really, really mad at this guy. He's like flaming the whole game. And then it ends up, he gets so mad at this guy for like, it wasn't throwing, he just was not playing that well. He actually goes AFK. Thank you for the sub. I don't know even know where the sub was, but we got a notification for one, so that's sick. Oh, maybe I need to... Wait. There. Okay. And so I'm like, yo, dude, soldier, chill. Like, this guy's not playing that well, but this game is still winnable. I remember it was like, went to like 4 points or whatever. It was stupid 2CP. And the guy loses it. I mean, like, goes AFK. And I'm like, and I was like, dude, you're throwing the game. You're literally AFK. Like, what? You're just like, why are you doing this, you moron? Like, this is so stupid. Like, why are you doing this? I like started flaming him back. And he starts freaking out, like, you know, and I don't remember exactly how I found out that he was a streamer, but like that go into his, and he goes into this thing and he like, I don't remember what happened, Chad. I don't remember if he tried to report me or I reported him or I was flaming him or whatever. But I ended up in his chat and I was like, dude, you literally threw the game because you were mad. And then he freaking loses his crap and bans me from his chat. And yeah, that was my first introduction to Metro. Long story short, Metro did message me afterwards and I apologize afterwards. So, you know, I will, but you know, it is a little classic Metro. And he's rated me a few times since. He actually was in one of our pugs. He pugged with us once. It was really, really fun. But at the time, Metro was not the nicest guy ever. But yeah, it was a long time ago. I'm literally like 6 years ago. So I guess the answer is I didn't purposefully harass him, but I was definitely like, dude, why the heck were you throwing that game? So I guess that's close enough. Disrespected the Rhine 1v1? No, I don't think so. If we say it's a Rhine 1v1, sure. And I don't like playing dishonest tanks, so you know, am I gonna pick Rhine versus a Rhine all the time? No, but I'm not gonna if the guy wants to Rhine mirror, I'm gonna stick with it. Yeah. What are you talking about, Matt? I know, absolutely not. I just don't play the Rhine 1v1. I just don't like Rhine that much. I mean, he's okay. Nah, you can't gaslight me with this, man. You're gaslighting me. Typical subscriber gaslighting. Is this it? Is this it? Yeah, it's not that bad. So what are the other scores? What happens if I like... What happens if I like, you know... What do you get? I think it's just higher because the number of questions that are just like unavoidable if you've played Overwatch a lot. Like maybe, you know, what happens here? Like that's just a pretty high score, right? You've had your fair share of Overwatch. Okay. All right. What's it going to tell me if I get like really checkboxy here? What do you guys reckon? Is it going to call me out? Let's try this. Somebody better check in on your Overwatch antics. All right. I feel like the vast majority of people here will probably get like what? 40? 45? Probably? You should be worried because I am. All right. Is there 100? That's funny. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. All right, that was pretty fun. Minus the the other topic there. Okay, so we're gonna do something. So if those of you guys don't know, we call it something called Hammer Time. And Hammer Time is where people submit content for review, right? It's not anything unique. It used to be mostly educational content, but we've been kind of spreading the dragnet here to include even like discussion or gameplay stuff here. Now, I'm not going to lie with you guys. A lot of stuff gets posted in here, like really, really, especially nowadays, why Overwatch sucks. And it says the same points, nothing unique, nothing clever. This one, for example, is my favorite. Why is Overwatch 2 a miserable game to play? Bro, the top comment in this stupid video was the realest take I've seen. Keep up the attitude. Seeing someone nonchalantly whose phrase is like, kill yourself in the vid is such a breath of fresh air, and it'll be bringing me back. That was the top comment. That was the top comment in this video. And I'm like, bro, come on, dude. Like, this is not real, man. So yeah, there's a certain percentage of these people that are just like, they're just morons. No offense. But some of these are actually super interesting. And I would love to look at, like, maybe we'll look through a couple of these and you guys could pick out which one we take a look at here. I don't want to look at GS Raider. I got exposed to GS Raider's nonsense not too long ago. And it was legitimately like the visual equivalent of like slamming my toes with a sledgehammer. So I would prefer not to do that one. History of the most broken metas might be fun. Broken metas. Oh, I forgot about this one. Yeah, dude, we need to check this one out. Hang on. Stop the presses. I profiled people by their Overwatch mains. Did you guys see this one? I haven't checked this one out yet. I literally bookmarked it because I wanted to look over on chat. So I saw some discussion do this for League. It's a fun activity. Basically, I just used the site subreddit stats to see what other subs Overwatch players are likely to be in, and then try to create profiles based on that. Sadly, the site didn't have data for most heroes. Okay, so basically, using a subreddit thing, like what servers do these people usually frequent and so on. All right, so Ana mains. Are any Ana mains in chat? American football fans who support the Denver Broncos. Into streetwear. What's streetwear? What is streetwear? Seriously, what is streetwear? What is streetwear? What does it even mean? Oh, it's like urban. Wait, is this? Are these don't look like Ana mains to me. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, guys. I'm not seeing it. Okay. Men's music and balloons tower defense. Okay, so I would consider myself an Ana main. I am an American football fan, sort of, kind of. I am into music, and I think Balloon Towers Defense 6 is pretty great. Ask Balkans and stimulus checks, not so much. So this is like half right for me. What is Men's Lib? Is that like a liberal like subreddit? Kinda? Okay. Yeah, this is like half right for me. All right. Brigitte. Okay, gotcha. Overwatch memes over Overwatch University. A lot of people from New Zealand and the UK. Game sale, random acts of Amazon. What? What is random acts of Amazon? Now, I'm not falling for that, Fable. I'm not falling for that. Listen, I saw Unter's announcement tweet. I know what that's all about. Yeah, I'll drop it in there. So perchance poor or just more frugal than average. Also MGT, 4chan, and Tumblr in action. So maybe more right-leaning. I knew it. I mean, to be fair, Brigitte did get a police skin, so this isn't a surprise. I knew Braxbro was I knew it. The thin blue line and Braxbro, two things that go together. All right, Diva, mostly left-leaning women on the young adult range who are into aviation and flight simulators. Also into Roblox, knitting, fantasy football. You guys know all those young women that are into fantasy football and Lego Star Wars. Rate me and free compliments. Somehow this makes sense. Left-leaning women into... Where was Brax on January 6th? Oh, no. Oh, dear. Okay. Doomfist. High number of Osu players. Interesting. I would not have expected that. Lots of Portuguese speakers who are into anime manga. Okay, well, that's great. Also, a lot of video games, especially Nintendo, Doom, and Monster Hunter, seemingly more artistic than other Overwatch players. That's funny. Orb interview when? Never. Probably a big cosplayer bias. That's actually probably true, yeah. That's actually true, yeah. I feel like if you're a cosplayer, you just use rate me and free compliments just for free advertisement, no? All right, Genji, Dutch Discord users who are into Little Uzi play Geometry Dash, Binding of Isaac, Souls-like, and racing games. Watches reality TV. I would not expect that. As well as The Office, wouldn't expect that either. More teenagers than average. See, this doesn't make sense. Survivor, Big Brother, and teenagers? And more depressed than average. Left-leaning communist. I mean, a lot of these make sense, man. A lot of this makes sense, for sure. Depressed communists that play Geometry Dash. That is straight there. That's straight it right there. Hanzo, very lacking data, but 419 times more likely to be into mechanical keyboards than average. Also Dogecoin. Interesting. Just go back in the Twitch stream. Pull up the VOD. Lucio, into a lot of anime and manga, One Piece, Black Clover, Kengan Ashura, DBZ, likes ranting about fictional characters, into piercing, fishing, cooking, and a surprisingly high amount of mobile games. That would make sense. Likely to be New York Knicks fans, also makes sense. They also need friends. Seemingly very male and young player base. Orb, are you a New York Knicks fan? Needs friends. Okay, listen, guys. I'm seeing a correlation between needing friends and ranting about fictional characters. You guys seeing this as well? Look at this. More depressed. You know, watches reality TV. You know, touch grass. May, very LGBT, especially bisexuals and transgenders. Vegans who are into Minecraft, Stardew Valley, Star Wars, and Among Us. To me, vegan and Minecraft Stardew Valley, that's all we need to see here. That's it. Like that right there, that's it. They use mulch for like deodorant. You get what I'm saying? Only you know about my fictional characters? That's actually true. Mercy, high Croatian player base. Weird. Women who like to talk about pit bulls. Into bicycling. Listen, because Europeans, plants and stimulants. Also possibly more likely to have kids than other players. And that's great. Moira, oh my gosh. Leftist German people who believe in it or at least like talking to about UFOs. Oh no, this is way too accurate. High interest in MLMs and scams. Seems mostly college age to 30s with some teenagers. Interested in computer science and tennis. Seemingly active in the dating scene with a lot of dating app subreddits. But they also need friends. 4chan users. What is RWB? Why? Play Souls-like games, Borderlands. That's really funny. So Moira players clinically insane. Rooster Teeth show? Gotcha. Ryan, lots of male to female people and gays as well as lesbians, Dutch, seemingly less terminally online than other Overwatch players. That would make sense. Into tools and knives, home theaters, K-pop, Nintendo, historical games, comics, and twinks, or maybe they are twinks. High punk player base. There you go. Seemingly less terminal online. That's all we need to know here. Possibly autistic, majority gay. Men from Greece who are into indie music, flight simulators, car games, and EVA want to ban pit bulls. Weirdly enough, they seem to support the police. Oh my gosh. Oh no, my gosh. That's great. Data looks lacking for Widowmaker players, but they seem very likely to be active in I Am Very Smart and other cringe embarrassment type of subs into anime and Call of Duty. Interesting. Very into stimulant, nootropics. Harry Potter fan fiction. We're skipping that one. Piracy, SpongeBob, and electronics. High play base for the Texas area, especially Dallas as well as Ottawa. Also active in Magic the Gathering, I think. I don't know what that OW means. In tennis? Yeah. Yeah. All right, couple more. Very into PCs. A lot of teenagers, that's it. Interesting. Maybe like the DPS tank person? I don't know. Men's going through their own gay? Incels? Oh. Oh, so it's not Magic the Gathering. Wait, it's not even the right order. Magic Gathering, duh. Never mind, I'm an idiot. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, my bad. Okay, last one. Zen mains. This would be me. Worryingly much... Okay, dang it. No. Alongside PewDiePie, I've had zero interest in PewDiePie. I played a Nintendo Switch once, twice, and I don't even know what Unity 3D is. So this is way off. Literally 1, 2, 3, 4. 0 for 4. 0 for 4. Game engine. Okay, well, I'm not into the Unity 3D. The bridge scene? The bridge scene. Oh. I know it. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, it took me a second. I was like, is this an anime reference or something? I'm not amalgamane. All right, I guess we can go back here. Passives, Symmetra. Anything standing out to you guys? The Genji, the hero who lost his identity. That might be interesting. Genji, the hero who lost his identity. The passives problem. What do you got? What's standing out? I'm not going to say that person's name, but thank you for the subscription. I'm not taking a twerk break. Sorry. Genji. All right, maybe we'll look at the Genji. We'll look at the Genji. The Genji VOD here. The history of metas. Yeah, we could look at that one too if you guys want to. Let's pull that one up as well, just in case. I'm actually kind of curious. Maybe I can bring some insight here because I coached most of these metas, and I can give my insight about what was the most broken meta. It might take me a second to remember all of them, but I could probably come up with most of them. Oh wow, this is long. We're gonna go to 1.25.
Before we get started with the video, this video is somewhat inspired by the content that Pixel Rory, another Overwatch channel, has been putting out. I think their content is absolutely are one of the most popular here to the day.
Don't care.
Usage on top of all of.
Don't care. 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 To be very clear, I appreciate this being done. This makes for a good video, but I don't give a flying frick. So yeah. Yes, this will be a video essay from a depressed communist. Yes, Abby, well-known depressed communist. Will this interview VOD be released to YouTube? Yes.
Playing him knew what he was doing. However, whilst Genji in the lore can be considered one of the strongest heroes available within the Overwatch roster, the same cannot be said about his...
So actually, let's give a quick talk here. So I like doing discussion content when I give my take first. What are y'all's takes on Genji? Because my take on Genji is that I think that there's a lot of like quality of life things. I think wall climb has its issues. I think there's too many goofy brain dead characters that discourage people from playing him in lower ranks. I think he's mostly okay though. I think the problem is some of his power needs to be shifted away from combos with his ultimate into maybe his neutral or maybe making the ultimate more effective by itself. And I also think that, like, at the skill floor, I actually think Genji struggles too much versus other characters, but I actually think it's more the character's fault and not Genji's fault. I actually think Genji's in a mostly okay state. It's just that some of the environment around him needs to change. I also think that his identity is actually a lot healthier in Overwatch 2 than it was for, like, basically the last 3 quarters of Overwatch 1, where he was, like, legitimately, like, felt really, really bad to play. Astro Panda, thank you for the sub. How about better matchup versus the Tracer type duelist? Yeah, I think that's definitely the thing here. What I would say with Genji is I think you need to shift more of his power away from his blade combos. And I'd say something even like a faster projectile speed might be something that Genji could use to kind of help him duel characters with a little bit more range. And bug fixes, right? But I actually think the character's not too bad right now. I think he's been fairly competitive. I think if any, like when you do 3 things. Damage boost blade combos, shifted into faster projectile speed with its bullets, bug fixes, okay, maybe more than 2 things. And then I think you need to address characters like, you know, Moira and stuff like that that can be too far effective, but I actually don't think he's too bad here. No, yeah, I think people cook with Genji way too much. I think the reason why they cook is because he's a popular character, but he doesn't need 2 dashes. He doesn't need deflect in a resource meter. You don't need to do all these crazy changes. I think the character's fine. Please do not do need crazy major changes to the character. Right.
His gameplay state in Overwatch 2 as of Season 10, the Mirror Watch season. The hero has lost a lot as to what made him great and lost, and I seriously mean a lot of power and playmaking potential progressively over time, especially during the lifespan of Overwatch 2. I'll be doing my best to give a...
See, I don't fully agree with that. I think for the vast majority of players, he's been fine. The problem with Genji, like I said, is there's just like a certain like floor of characters that sometimes can get value easier. Like when Junkrat had his 1-tap, or like when Symmetra, like current Symmetra, honestly, right now, Moira for a long time. Like he doesn't match up super well versus Tracer. He doesn't match up super well. But like I think like I don't think Genji's too bad right now. Yeah, I don't think he's too bad.
Summarize versions of Genji's impact in the game throughout the different metas in Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2, and then speak specifically about the changes he has received throughout Overwatch 2's lifespan that stripped a lot of power from his kit. For a more in-depth look as to what has happened to Genji, I highly recommend that you do check out Karki's video on Genji. He does a much better job digging onto the Overwatch 1 lifespan, as I will try to, you know, go through the Overwatch 1 lifespan quick and then talk about it more from the Overwatch 2 perspective. Before I do go on with the video, everyone, I do want to say this to new viewers and returning viewers alike. English isn't my first language. I have shared where
Yeah, so wait.
from. I'm not going to be doing that over here. I do my best to speak, so if you hear any form of grammatical errors or things like that,
I think the English is fine. Does this sound like a depressed Dutch main? Because I don't know this accent as well. Fact check on the accent. Does this fit the subreddit meme?
please understand that when it comes to the English language, it is a work in progress and I'm not perfect. So with that,
I love when people say that. Like, I've had so many sessions with people like, oh yeah, English is not my first language. Apologize for any mistakes. And I'm like, I've never, it's perfect.
being said, let's dive in. So, before diving into the front lines of Genji's playstyle in Overwatch 2, I want to give a quick summary of the hero in Overwatch 1. Genji was never the meta-defining hero in the game and would often complement different meta heroes or compositions. For example, during Season 2 of Overwatch 1, Genji's strength came from Ana's ability to enable him through the overpowered nano boost that not only gave you an attack damage increase, but also a speed increase. Because of this, both Genji and Reaper were very powerful, and when Ana's speed boost on the nano had been removed, both of them had been replaced by Soldier in the ongoing meta.
Yeah, I don't think Genji's ever been in a meta-defining character. That is true. Outside of maybe Season 1 Overwatch 2, potentially. I think literally since the games had launched, maybe the early with like the ledge dash and stuff like that, maybe. But I mean, it's been legitimately like once in the past 6 years or 7 years.
Specifically going into Season 3, where the infamous triple tank composition came to be, where Soldier still saw prominent playtime, Genji had started to kind of get fiddled out of there. Over time, Genji saw playtime.
Yeah, but the Sparkle meta, like if you're talking about like the double shield meta with like Ashe and Genji, that was more enabled by double shield and Brigitte being able to pocket flankers, and Genji was like the combo character. Like Genji was good in that meta, but Genji was not the character that defined that meta. That meta was defined by both the combination of the tanks and the supports, and really Ashe and Genji were just incidentally good in that composition. If the meta had shifted away from that comp, Genji and Ashe would not have been played.
Here and there by
Did the Q&A have anything on Weaver? A little bit.
Consider a pick that only the true specialists of the hero could make work. Master the art of the blade and surely it would reward you. His flaws were that not many people ever talked about is that this is a hero that does need to land 3 different projectiles. Again, I don't think I said that in the best way. Genji is a hero that relies on 3 different projectiles hitting the target properly in order to maximize his value, whether you're hitting
it's kind of an interesting way of looking at it.
This isn't going to be happening majority
primary
of the time, and that means Genji's overall DPS potential is more inconsistent than playing characters like Tracer, Sombra, Echo, all who can do Genji's job much better than him, and we're always in a...
Yeah, the reason why Genji's damage is a lot less effective is because he is a projectile flanker, which puts him in a fairly unique spot because even Venture's projectiles are way more forgiving in terms of their hitbox and like how you're able to hit them. So it's a lot easier to do consistent pressure. Now you are more limited with your range, but this is kind of why I feel like having some sort of projectile speed buff would be nice. I think Genji's, that's one of his issues, is the consistency of the projectile damage can be difficult. What's up, Safana?
Much better state than him as well. Fast forwarding into the GOATS era, I don't think I need to explain that Genji didn't see much light.
Because he's basically a Reaper range character a lot of the times.
Genji struggled to perform here too until that one holy patch. It was incredibly obvious that the developers overbuffed him to shift up the meta somewhat, and this was the patch where he had received
And he was ridiculously strong here, but again, I don't think he was like the character here. I think it was much more support and
his
tank related.
strongest buffs ever. I want everybody to please note that prior to these buffs, Genji has had 28 DPS shuriken and 120 damage per swing, and that had never made him meta, nor was he ever a top tier pick. He was a middle of the pack hero who maintained his popularity due to being a fun character and addicting hero to play, garnering not only a strong and loyal fan base, but popularity all across the board. Now that we have that in mind, Genji's strong.
So my I'm sorry I keep causing, but that's what we do is we discuss things, right? We bring new ideas to the table. Genji's actually why I'm playing Overwatch. Genji's what got me into the game because the speed of his kit. I was a big MMO guy and I did like a lot of combo stealth oriented characters, burst characters, and my brother-in-law was like, you did play this character. It reminds me a lot of the characters that you play in MMOs. And I was like, all right, I gave it a shot. First game, of course, I was like bronze 5 blood. I had like 0 first-person shooter experience. Freaking loved the character and immediately got it. So I think that that's part of the reason why, to me, my argument with Genji has always been that we should hold him to a different standard than some of the other characters because he does have such a very avid player base and because he's a hard character to play and you should be rewarded for putting the time in.
His buffs were him getting the following changes. As you can see, his shuriken damage had gone up from 28 to 30. The secondary fire saw a spread decrease to help him hit his shurikens more often, and the deflect saw a buff up to 2 seconds with now the ability to cancel it as well. So a little bit of a quality of life change was thrown in too. This immediately skyrocketed Genji into the meta that everybody fundamentally agrees that this would definitely make it powerful and, you know, OP. I'm sure we all even remember that amazing EQO clip that happened in the Overwatch League. And in case you're new to Overwatch and you've not seen that clip, check it out over here.
Into it, blade in hand, it's going right down to the distance as the overtime burns through. The Fusion need to find an opening. Sparkle now moving through, but X is on the flank. The headshot onto Carpe. One of their star players taken out early. And Boombox just left to his own devices in the sidelines. He goes down to Fusion. Only a couple of players left remaining. EQO's gonna come up huge right now. Everyone is weak. EQO with a blade, pulls it through, builds it up. Will it be enough? 1 kill, 2 kill. Are you kidding me? EQO now finds it with the third. And now it is overtime. XE moving over to the Tracer to try and deny, but EQO! What a player, what a star!
What a hero, so fun to watch. Anyways, moving on, it's important to understand that this version of him was clearly overtuned, and Blizzard was quick with their nerf hammer and slammed his cybernetic ass down into the concrete floor, kicked him in the shin, and then gave him the following nerfs. As you can see, his damage has been reduced to 28, the original value he has always had, and the recovery fire has been increased as well, slowing him down somewhat. He had become irrelevant yet again at the higher levels of play and professional play. During that time, the meta DPS picks revolved around characters like Tracer, Sombra, Echo, and in some cases, Soldier 76.
So the interesting thing here is that I actually think where the meta went to after that wasn't too bad. Like I think the Sombra Tracer Echo stuff was like fairly interesting to watch still. But I will say one thing on the Genji main's behalf. It is very odd. At least there's Blizzard, at least old school Blizzard. I don't know as much recently, but it did have a really odd track record of any time Genji was even remotely approaching meta, like he got nerfed pretty quickly, like faster than like a lot of other characters. And especially considering how relatively honest the character is, it's odd. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't have an answer for that at all. I don't know if it's just bad luck or bad timing or unlucky, or maybe it's because his popularity inflated things. But it was weird to see Genji nerfed in such a way that like no other characters got nerfed that quickly. And I think like, you know, maybe because he's a noob stomper with like blade combos, you might be right, but like the same metric could be argued with so many other characters. So many other characters fall into that category. Now, I will say, and this might be a hot take, but this is the truth. Tracer has a much healthier skill ceiling and skill curve right now than Genji does. I'm sorry to say it, but as long as Blade can be damage boosted, Tracer's a healthier character to be in the meta. But let's not pretend that Genji was being replaced by Tracer. That's not what happened at all. A lot of times it was characters like Reaper, and it was characters like Mei, and it was other characters that were a lot less brainful, okay? So it was odd.
Even when Dive was meta, there was few instances where Genji saw playtime.
Well, Genji's bad versus Dive. Genji's been bad versus Dive since Season 2 or 3 of Overwatch 1. Genji is not an effective... Okay, so let's talk about what Dive is. Dive is a collection of mobile characters. There's a lot of definitions of Dive here. It doesn't really matter if you're playing maybe a hybrid Dive, but if you're talking about playing just mobile characters... we're not playing Ash Genji, Winston Tracer, or what Winston. We're playing just Genjis and Tracers and Sombras and Winstons and Divas and Moiras and Kirikos and Lucers and so on, Genji's not very good. And the reason why that's the case is because, number one, his projectile speed is so slow that he actually struggles to duel other duelists. Genji may be the best duelist in the game versus non-duelists. Do you understand what I'm saying? He may be one of the best duelists in the game versus characters that are not meant to duel. Characters like snipers, squishy characters, squishy supports, and so on. He's extremely good. He's up there with Tracer, maybe even better in some circumstances. The problem is he's actually pretty bad versus characters that are also good in 1v1s. Talking about like Tracers, Sombras, Echoes, like characters that are like more mobile. He doesn't hit his projectiles. It's too hard to hit your shots on those characters. He's too quick. So that's where Genji struggles. I think also his ultimate, because it is relying off of him closing that distance, because characters can create distance on him using their cooldowns. The blade falls off in value versus that too. So anything that can move, Genji actually struggles a lot versus. Genji actually struggles a lot.
Hell, even in some of the earlier lifespans of Overwatch League, Genji was actually being replaced by Widowmaker just because she just had better map control and much more consistent.
Well, look at the map. Look at the map. Would you play Genji here? Would you play Widowmaker? Right? This is partly a map issue. You know, this is just a wide open map.
Impact on the game than what Genji could do. It was
maybe a Genji.
Interesting that even in dive compositions, Genji was a bit here and there and sometimes just not even seeing playtime. Anyways, the balance team did acknowledge this, that the hero was a little bit irrelevant, and they did try to help him again. They started by giving him a slight fire rate increase, but then immediately ensured to gutter the charge rate of Blade, since ultimately by this point, the hero had become nothing but a Blade bot that desperately relied on his girlfriend Mercy to hold his hand, or his Nana Anna shooting a needle up his ass so he could do any form of damage. Without either of those, Blade was still a mid-tier ultimate at best, and this is also implying the best case scenarios that Blade actually worked out. Ultimately, the balance team did share that they did want to move Genji away from the Nano Blade reliance.
But see, like, this is what we're doing right now. Like, you can look at Abby playing Genji right now. This is not what Genji's good at. This is not at all what Genji's good at. This is where Genji's actually one of the weaker characters, and one of the biggest things you can do in your own gameplay is to stop playing Sniper Genji. Immediately. You cannot do this.
And allow him to have...
Doesn't mean you have to dive in, but it doesn't mean to be holding like this aggressive bridge here and poking from a much shorter angle, forcing duels, forcing attention, because you're actually so bad at this range.
More impact during the mid-fight, which allowed him to receive the following buffs. His shuriken damage had gone up from 28 to 29. The blade was now doing 110 damage per swing and not 120. This was even lower than the direct shots from a Farah rocket or a Junkrat grenade directed. It was crazy, but you know what? It was fair because Blizzard's new philosophy was to compensate one part of the kit if another part was nerfed. Again, the philosophy here was that they wanted to move away from the one-shot breakpoints that Nanoblade could do, while also allowing Genji to have power in his, neutral gameplay, in that gameplay loop where he's dueling other people close range. This was the best middle ground that Genji ever had. He felt fun to play, he could work in certain spots, and whilst he wasn't exactly a meta hero, the hero at least felt like he had impact during fights. Now we enter the era of Overwatch 2 Genji. Here's how it all started. Season 1 of Overwatch 2 saw Genji see a lot of playtime. This was number 1 because of the DPS passive, where DPS got increased reload and movement speed per elim, and the fact that during that meta where Sojourn was so dominant, and hilariously enough, she is still by far one of the best DPS in the game, Genji was just a big winner of the 5v5 format in general, and he could fit in to the compositions that were meta of the time. And
kind of okay, so basically as the maps opened up, flankers rose in power slightly, and Genji benefited from that. I also do think that Genji was a fairly strong character at the time. He also benefited a lot from the other flankers not being particularly strong. Tracer wasn't super strong at this point in time. She still had her lower damage output. Sombra was not particularly strong at this point in time. So flankers were on paper better, but a lot of the flanker characters weren't that good. And in fact, Genji at this point in time was probably the strongest individual flanker character just in terms of raw kit strength at this point in time. So also, again here, I want to point out that I'm sure he'll talk about this, but Genji was not the driver of this meta whatsoever. It was Junker Queen Shout. It was Junker Queen Shout. And the same reason why Genji was played in the most recent OWCS Dallas tournament with Malga, because of Cardiac, Genji is what we like to call a character that a soft flanker, a soft angler. He doesn't have to take these deep flanks. He can play short angles around his tank, and he benefits from Cardiac. He benefits from Shout. Whereas a Tracer just didn't do enough damage with the Shout and didn't play close enough to her tank to make it work. So again, Genji is a consequence of the meta here, not necessarily just because the character was broken. Genji was actually, I would think, maybe the second weakest character in this meta. Sojourn and Junker Queen were much stronger than Genji. They had more to do with this meta than Genji did. Brigitte was pretty bad. Brigitte was just because I won't go into the Brigitte reason, but this is way more about Junker Queen.
Because of that, he saw a lot of playtime. Now, because of his increased play and win rate, he was targeted for nerfs, and in my personal opinion, got some of the harshest nerfs a hero has ever seen. Shuriken damage had dropped to an all-time new low.
Yeah, this was bizarre, frankly. The damage, I actually am not even too upset about the damage, but I forgot about this, man. Wow. The ammo was bizarre. I always hated the ammo change. That's just one of those changes that it's a nerf, but it also just feels bad. No, Jotes was not armor. It was overhealth.
Dropping from 29 to 27, and his ammo got brought down to 24. Regardless, you know, the ammo count doesn't even matter.
Oh, you don't see the numbers? Okay, maybe I need to move my face cam, guys. Give me just a second. I forgot that we moved things for a separate thing that we did. I think it was patch notes, right? Give me just a second. I need to shrink my face as well. The less you see of me, the better. I know that they're going to block something else out as well, but you guys will live with it, right? Surely. There, that's pretty good right there. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I freaking hate this stuff so much. Wait. No. There. And then let's move the chat over. If I'm missing anything in chat, y'all, I apologize. There's obviously just a kind of a lot going on here, so. That's good enough for now.
To 27, and his ammo got brought down to 24. Regardless, you know, the ammo count doesn't even matter anymore because they accidentally buffed it back to 30. And, you know, it is what it is. The hero still metal. The ammo count doesn't matter. It's his interactions with the breakpoints. Despite the changes that Genji had received, what made me truly upset about this entire situation was somewhat the hypocrisy. I'm not sure if that is the right word here, or their extremely poor communication as to what their philosophy was with the hero. They had communicated the reason for these nerfs was because of the DPS passive being a thing at the time, and when that DPS passive had been removed, Genji saw no compensation buffs at all, whilst other characters did. This was ridiculous. Regardless, this was still in an era where support wasn't as strong and healing creep hadn't properly happened yet. Progressively, over time, the game saw new additions into the support role and tank role, reworks to characters to help them out, and a plethora of changes that have taken place that did somewhat hurt Genji now more than ever. I want to remind everybody that Genji was never meta or the best hero to play, and was still a mid-hero when he had 120 DPS played and 28 DPS Shuriken, and this was in the health pools of 200 HP for a majority of the squishies in the game. Now the gameplay format...
Yes, again, that's kind of what I brought up earlier. It was strange. It was really strange, the timing of a lot of these changes.
...is entirely different. In order to deal with the support role, healing power creep, we exist under a DPS passive that reduces healing by 20%, and the health pool for more squishies has gone up to 250. The health pool changes were a massive nerf towards Genji anyway because of how he interacts with breakpoints, and again, I implore to remind everybody that Genji isn't always hitting 3 different projectiles at once. Most of the time, at best, only 2 ever hit you during his duels, and very rarely would 3 ever hit. Again, majority of the characters in Overwatch are very fast and very quick, and we have seen some form of a mobility creep that everybody can jump, dodge, teleport, yada yada yada. Not to mention that during the projectile size increase patch, instead of him going up from the 1 size to 2 size that generally helped him quite a bit, his was actually nerfed down to a number I cannot remember, but from the feeling point of view, it literally feels like the hero did not get a projectile size buff, as more often than not, you're still in that same problem where only ever 2 shurikens are hitting, and a full combo isn't as strong because of how terrible his interactions with breakpoints are now, with the health pool increase and Blade only doing 110 damage.
So again, I want to clarify here, we're talking about a highly mobile shotgun character. But because he is a shotgun character, if he's unable to close the distance effectively and has to use his cooldowns to do so, then he is not a very good duelist. It's a really tricky position here. I think there has to be some more relevancy in the short to medium range shurikens. I agree. That being said, I do think you hit more shurikens objectively. I mean, they were increased in size. It's honestly, it's one of those things that you can't really put a number on it.
Guys, seriously, for the love of God, this is an ultimate ability that now does 110 damage against 250 HP pools. If you fail to hit a target with your dash, it takes 3 swings to kill 1 squishy. What? That's right, in order to compensate Genji for some of the changes, the balance team had talked about that they wanted to do something for Genji's Dragon Blade, and
I mean, okay, to be very fair here, it is now a lot easier to get the 3 chops on the target, right? But the time to kill is still increased significantly. You know, this is why we have to address the damage boost with the blade allegations. We have to. We have to.
and they tried to help Dragon Blade from the POV of increasing the swing speed. Now, this is slightly debatable,
Okay, we're talking about
but I think we all, especially the Genji players, fundamentally agree that this did not help Genji at all. If anything, this was an indirect nerf to the hero. Firstly, not only did it mess with the muscle memory for combos, missing any part of that combo also pretty much meant that the target was almost guaranteed to survive the blade because of, again, mobility or the slightest bit of healing, and then that would mess up the next breakpoint of the way Blade interacted.
I mean, it was clearly not a nerf. It was a nerf maybe globally to Genji's Blade, but the swing increase is a significant buff. It just may not be enough to compensate for the damage nerf and or the health increase.
And there's so much burst healing in this game. I am sure that if anybody here has over 10 hours on Genji will understand that feeling of, damn, if I mess up the slightest, I won't even get even the most minimum of value from my hero. It can be really frustrating to play this hero. It is genuinely really sad. I feel like one thing that isn't discussed enough either is also the fact that after the first 2 slashes that Genji takes with the new speed, there's this awkward downtime where he tries to put his blade back into its original position, and this window over here is more than enough time for a target to either escape through mobility or the fact that any support can basically smooch a target with their healing and render the next blade swing potentially useless, because said target would usually survive because of the breakpoint interactions, and Dragon Blade's number of 110 is just so weak in the way it's interacting.
What I'm waiting for is I'm waiting for the shoe to drop here. Like what? Okay. What we're saying here is we're talking about Genji, the character who has had a lot of struggles. Genji's the character who has been unfairly nerfed, maybe more so than the average characters. You know what I'm saying? But I'm failing to see the hero who lost his identity. I'm not seeing where this, maybe it's just a title, but I'm not seeing where this point is coming from. Like what identity did he lose? And I'm waiting, I'm hoping that I'm sure we'll come to some proposed solutions to make the character feel better, but I think there could be some more clarity about what does this title mean? What does this title mean? And if we're talking about the character that hasn't been relevant in pro meta, at least has not been very strong in pro meta, I mean, that's been the case for a long time.
Acting with the game as of right now. Genji, the hero, will most likely lose the duel when he's committing with Blade because he has to be in front of the enemy to do any form of damage. He genuinely has to be up in your face, which means that the hero is fully exposed to also getting hit by cooldowns and general shots, and the project.
Part of that is also, I would say about half of the blades that I see that fail miserably are just really, really poorly set up and are not clearly understanding. Echo Lake coming to the sub, are clearly not understanding the positional and setup requirements for this character. If you're not taking shotgun angles and you're trying to blade from the open, then you're going to struggle immensely. You're going to struggle immensely.
Projectiles are much bigger now, so it's clearly much easier to do. Not to mention how many immortality buttons are there in the game, damage reduction buttons, yada yada yada, list goes on, and this is genuinely really tiring. Look, my point is, this is my favorite hero, and I've talked a lot about other heroes as well under a fair light of wanting to either buff or nerf them to a reasonable degree. However, when it comes to Genji, I do feel like he's the worst state he's ever been in, and the fact that no other big Genji content creator tries to push forth an idea of a buff patch that is
I don't think, is it the worst he's ever been? I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Reasonable or even.
I think there have been many metas in Overwatch 1 where he was much worse. Much worse. Not because the character itself was weaker, but because the metas were literally inhospitable. Like, legitimately inhospitable to Genji. Like, Genji was a big winner of sustained metas leaving. Because his matchup versus tanks and his control of off angles wasn't relevant enough. And you can't even blade tanks consistently. I agree that he should be in a better state, but I think that is quite the take.
Even try to get a response from the balance team is saddening. I'm seeing KSD get responses for the Mercy community, RG's pushing something for the Hanzo community. It would be nice if there was somebody trying to represent the Genji side of things. At least I'm hoping that maybe this video somehow reaches Blizzard and I can do my best to push.
I mean, it is fair though, because Genji's a much more honest character than Mercy. So even though, maybe Mercy's in a worse state than Genji potentially, Genji deserves to be in a better state. That's how it is.
My ideas forward. Before I share what I would do to help Genji's current state, and before I end this video, I want to share the reason that Genji got the nerfs that he did to his damage and his blade. Was mostly for Blade. Blizzard said that they had wanted to tone down the one-shots in their game, which is all.
I don't like how Abby's positioning himself, frankly. I know that's not personally super relevant to the video, but it's worth pointing out. I think that's part of, this is how you play Genji, then you're going to struggle immensely.
So exactly why Sojourn and Hog got to keep theirs, but Genji, lol, okay, you know, clearly no bias there. Anyways, jokes aside, if Blade is going to be on the weaker side, which I am okay with, my suggestion is please push his damage back to 28. I know for a fact that asking for 29 DPS Shuriken is just never going to happen, and a slight reduction on his ultimate cost would help the hero feel much better overall, especially since Blade is weaker. Do you know how I know Blade is weaker? Dragon Blade stats on overbuff have dropped ever since the swing speed came out. Yeah, so that buff, like I said, was a nerf because he's actually killing less people with a quote-unquote faster Blade.
Chat, what is the timeline with Blade? Did they buff the swing speed at the same time as as Season 9? So it was a buff to Blade, just not a buff to Blade within the health pool increase. So yeah, I mean, does anybody really think that the swing speed was a buff? Was it phrased as a buff? I mean, I don't imagine, 50 health increase is definitely more significant than swinging faster. Yeah, it's definitely not a buff. It's a compensation buff for the health increase. Just like a lot of the times that other heroes got more damage tied into their non-aim related abilities. Basically what happens is you increase people's health because you're making it easier to hit shots, but Blade doesn't get a projectile size increase because it's a Blade, so you need to compensate it elsewhere. I mean, it's also worth pointing out as well that Season 9 saw an increase in dive characters being played. And the dive characters that weren't being played were characters like Malga. And naturally, Blade, we've already talked about Blade is not a good matchup versus those characters. But yes, Blade feeling worse than pre-Season 9 is probably an accurate way of saying things. Yes, 100%.
I wonder why. Anyways, despite
the breakpoints technically didn't change, but maybe there's more time for the person to react with the cooldown.
Overbuff's reliability being questionable, the Blade Elam stats have gone down in the past few seasons. Regardless, the defense the balance team has had is that they cite that Genji is still popular and sees a lot of playtime. And look, I've said this in previous videos and I will say it again. A hero being popular doesn't mean that the hero is in a good spot. Yes, at times there
That's data
that can reflect this. Roadhog being so dominant to a point where he had a 60% win rate in GM in the past season. Good job, Blizzard. Thumbs up. But in Genji's case, this is a hero that you have to play and experience to really get a good feel, and data is just never going to properly reflect that, in my opinion. This also applies to another popular character, Mercy. Despite Mercy being such a popular hero, everybody's been rating her as a D or F tier pick in the current game format. But for the two lovebirds of Genji and Mercy, they are both heroes that just have strong, loyal fan bases that would play them no matter what. Correct. Even as Jeff Kaplan had once said that on a forum post that these two heroes have had the biggest fan bases by a large margin before we even got to the next heroes. Look, with the buffs that the rest of the characters have been getting, the new heroes with such powerful abilities, and the overall gameplay direction in general, it feels incredibly difficult to make this hero work at times where I can just easily lock in Echo or Sombra and do what Genji does but much faster, easier, and actually be a lethal threat without having to center my entire playstyle around, God, I really hope my supports pocket me here. Look.
And see, I just don't agree with that. I think that's just it's a fairly lazy way of looking at the gameplay loop. Like, you're comparing, if you wanted to talk about how Genji and Echo are competitively different because Echo has a better matchup into dive characters and has a more consistent value of ultimate, sure. But I think throwing Sombra in there is not great. Sombra has been very situational. I think she fills a pretty different niche. I think Sombra is better in dive matchups potentially. I don't know. I don't like when arguments are used like this. I don't like that at all. I think it compromises the quality of this video, which has been quite high. But I think you need to talk about what do you mean by that? You know what I'm saying? What do you mean by that?
I just want the hero to be playable without feeling like a heavyweight for my teammates, whether it's from the POV that I want them to resource.
And you shouldn't. You shouldn't. What about the character feels bad? When does the character feel bad? We talked about Blade, gave specific criticisms for Blade, and I think those criticisms were very good. But what? Does one damage on Shuriken really going to fix that issue for you? You know?
Resource dump into me, or the fact that because I don't have resources invested into me, I'm now a thrope. This is...
Genji needs to be... Is Genji fundamentally a more resource-heavy DPS? Is that true? If so, why? I mean, I would say that's actually probably not a bad take. And I would say it's because of his lack of range that he has to be able to close distances to be effective. Do you guys remember the Relf video who talked about the transition to 5v5 compromised the ability of some close the distance tanks to be effective because they no longer had those resources to close the distance? I think in many cases that could be Genji, right? A character that needs a little bit more tanking or support to be able to close that Reaper angle effectively. But again, I think these arguments need to be talked about more. We've got a 22-minute video. I felt like we could have been way more efficient with the time here.
Still, at the end of the day, a high-skill, high-reward hero that promotes honest gameplay that doesn't do anything absurd or out of bounds
Usually
for a
honest
hero
gameplay.
shooter standards. This is also, from at least a male character's perspective, Overwatch's golden boy. Okay, for the female side of things, you can argue about Kiriko and Mercy, and maybe the both of them are at the same level. But from the guy's side of things, Genji is by far the most popular hero. Till this day, the Dragon cinematic and his Hanamura Showdown cinematic have the most views. And even in the comment sections, you can see for the Overwatch 2, the Overwatch 2 hype cinematic that they did was Genji was the biggest talking point over there too. So this is a hero that clearly has a lot of love, and from that POV, from the skins, from the overall lore, he's been getting some love here and there, although he could use a little bit more. But from the balance team perspective as well, I would really like it if they did give him 28 DPS shuriken to start and he reduced ultimate charge rate by 10% to see how the hero feels, and then go.
Maybe, but these are just number tweaks, Like, if we're going to talk about what situations does Genji struggle, how can we address those situations? I don't think you can just tweak numbers like that necessarily. I don't think you need any fundamental changes to the character, but that's where I like things like projectile speed. That's where I like things like a blade damage buff, but then he doesn't benefit from damage boost. You have to look at both sides of the equation. And what matchups does Genji feel bad? I find that Genji struggles versus some of the more lower skill characters that are not as aim reliant. And I think that he struggles versus characters where he is unable to match their mobility. I don't think you can make any tweaks to his mobility, but you can definitely make tweaks to his range. And you do that by increasing the projectile speed, so he's able to more consistently land shurikens on matchups that are normally bad. He doesn't really need to do more damage up close. I mean, if you one damage shuriken, sure, sure. I'm not going to die in that hill, right? But he's already effective up close. The problem is that you're not hitting 3 shurikens. You've talked about this. So why aren't you hitting 3 shurikens?
From there. Look, I really, really hope the hero gets love, because I love this hero and he's by far my favorite character in all of video games. He's by no means the worst hero in the game, but he's still one of the heroes that's slow.
Well, no, Dubby. If you mess up, it makes him useless, right? So that's because his neutral phase with his shurikens is too bad. His neutral phase with shurikens is too weak. He needs to be able to close the distance and actually put out some pressure beyond that. Yeah, again, the answer doesn't need to be complicated here, right? It's the exact same thing that they're trying to tweak with Sojourn right now, where too much of her value is tied up in her rail, and not enough is tied up in just, good old-fashioned damage, right? I don't think you reduce the spread on right-click. I like the fact that you have to choose which one you use. I just think it takes they're too slow. Like right now, I think one of the least useful damage sources in the game is Genji's primary fire. Secondary fire is great, still effective, but having a mid to long range poke weapon with Genji is just so bad. Like it's not useful at all. Almost, it's very difficult to land, right? Yeah, he does have faster
only being lost in the sands of time, and if we're not quick to help him out, he might just end up like Symmetra, where the hero just feels utterly useless and garbage.
I don't think that's going to ever be the case with Genji. I would be shocked if that was the case. He's been reasonably effective for quite a long time.
It just feels like the balance team is not concerned about him or his gameplay experience, but most importantly, his hero identity. Genji Shimada is a hero.
And I this is where I don't understand the argument here.
That was either meant to be a duelist or a hero that relied on his ultimate to play make, and that's how they balanced him. Today, he is a hero that lacks the damage to duel effectively.
He does not lack the damage to duel effectively. He lacks the ability to hit shurikens consistently on versus other duelists. Genji is still phenomenal. Guys, have you ever dueled a Genji as a Cassidy or a Hanzo or a Widowmaker or an Ashe up close? Even a Torb, Zen, Ana, it's rough. Right? It's good. If you're able to close the distance with your cooldowns, Genji's phenomenal. The problem is have you ever tried to duel a Tracer as a Genji? Right? It's hard. Sojourn, she just slides away. Right? Right. So if he can't use Reflect to do damage to Fano, he struggles, exactly. And that's but see, the problem is if you think about the characters that you cannot deflect, your Meis, your Symmetras, your Zaryas, in theory, you should have a range advantage on those characters, your ability, but you don't. You don't. Like a Sim honestly has a competitive poke compared to a Genji because she has her alternate fire. The problem is Genji needs to dive to gain value. Right. So that's the problem, right? character like Sombra, Echo, and so on have a much more effective medium range presence compared to Genji.
Where other heroes like Tracer, Sojourn, Echo, Sombra, the list goes on, do that much better than him, especially with a character like Venture. Even they do better than him. Today, he's a hero that lacks...
Well, Venture can close the distances significantly more effectively, and we talked about Venture's primary fire being a lot more forgiving as well. It's a lot more consistent to do consistent neutral pressure with Venture, even on a tank.
The power in his ultimate to effectively play make and have an impact on a match, unless you literally play against the worst players this game has to offer, where people play with
See, this is where we're getting
their
hyperbole,
minds,
and this is where
monitors,
this video leads
and
me.
just their keyboards turned off. Anyways, with that being said, thank you so much for reaching this far into the video.
I think this guy is quite intelligent. I like the way that he's spotted his points. I agree with him for the most part. I just think that we could have been cleaned up like what the actual title of the video is, and I'm not sure that all of his proposed solutions really address the problem, and I'm not even clearly certain that we know what the problem is or was. I think I'm a smarty pants, right? I think I think I have a solution. I think maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. Do we just need faster projectiles for left click? Yeah, probably. That's actually great. We don't even need faster projectiles for right click. Just faster projectiles for left click. And then, like Tech said, either like a faster unsheathing with blade, maybe 10 more damage with blade. Once we remove or reduce the ability to damage boost, yeah. Okay, let's talk about the history of the most broken metas in Overwatch. Probably gonna be some discussions about Mauga, Double Shield, Goats. There might be some discussions about Junker Queen meta. We'll see. Or I haven't played it enough. So chat, what I want to do is I want to watch this final video, and then I want to try out this content patch. I really, really, really want to try out this content patch. Because okay, I'm not even lying with you guys. This is straight truth. I'll pull up Overwatch to prove it in a second. I've played one game of Season 11 and quick play post-stream to try out some of the D.Va and Junker Queen changes. I have been so busy. I literally have not played more than one game of Overwatch since Season 11. So we'll try out. I was in Minnesota for the coaching seminar that I was leading. Yeah. Bro, I played one game.
Today, I'm going to show you the most broken and absurd metas Overwatch has had throughout its 8 years now. But instead of yapping about it, why don't I just show you?
Hey, he's a fellow yapper.
Entire history. We have one of the first truly broken metas of Overwatch's history, and it's a pretty wild and memorable one to say the least. That meta being called Beyblade meta.
Yeah. I was actually not playing the game at this point in time. That's insane.
This meta was given its name by former pro and streamer Shore4 because of its likeness to the kid's toy Beyblade. And for those who don't know what a Beyblade is, this is a Beyblade. All that you need to know about it for this video is it spins really fast and destroys everything in its pathway. So for this meta, there's 3 main pieces we need: an Ana, a Reaper, and a Zarya. And back then, Ana's nano boost would actually give you a speed boost as well on top of everything else. And that's what made this meta and clips like these possible. And it was so broken that it was even used in the Pro League at the time.
Not to push your odds, but here comes
I have a little leak with this one if you guys want some sauce.
Drops right there, gets 3, and that's going to be Scoop with another. Follows up with one more cool man.
So true story, Beyblade meta was partially in Overwatch 2. Okay, so I've talked about this on stream before, but there was a period of time towards the end of Overwatch 1's life cycle when for Overwatch League Season 5, it was 2022, late 2021, early 2022, right before the beta, or the alpha, excuse me, for Overwatch 2 dropped. Florida Mayhem's Gunba, and they put together a custom map, a workshop game mode, guessing with a lot of the stuff that they had already known about Overwatch 2 and put it into Overwatch 1 5v5. So a lot of teams were scrimming Overwatch 2 on Overwatch 1, kind of, sort of. And this is when we knew that Zarya had 2 bubbles. And Zarya could give bubbles back to back then. She had 2 bubbles that she could put on her Reaper with no cooldown. This meta came back. It was Reaper, Zarya. I don't even remember the other DPS. I'm not going to lie with you guys. It might have been Mei for a period of time. No, it wasn't Mei. What was it? Genji? Tracer? I actually cannot remember. Wow, that's weird. Anyway, long story short, it was nano boosted Death Blossom over and over and over again with speed boost and bubble. You couldn't beat it. You literally could not beat it. No, we didn't know about the DPS passive at the time. No, you literally could not beat it. I remember I did not like coaching that meta. Like this combo was like basically you could just put speed and bubble onto a Death Blossom, and it just was like even at the pro level, it was like really boring. So.
There gets 3, and that's going to be Scoop with another.
It was fun to watch, but it was
Up
not
next,
fun to
we
play
have
versus.
what I like to call the hide and seek meta. Mercy, back in 2017, had a much different ultimate. Back then, she had her Resurrect ability as her ultimate, but with one big caveat, and that's that she could res her entire team rather than just one person with her ultimate. Not only did she res her entire team, but she did it instantly rather than having the wind-up she has now. And on top of that, she was invulnerable during her ultimate, meaning she couldn't be slept or killed while she was resing. And that's what created this playstyle of Mercy just hiding, waiting for her entire team to die, and then peeking around the corner to bring them all back to life. And I get annoyed at her just resing one person now. I can imagine what it was like having to play into that.
So I was here briefly for this. This was never pro meta though. This was, I don't think, a single time like Mercy was never played at the pro level. This was right before Overwatch League, before the Mercy rework, and she was never played pro level. It was really annoying in ranked though.
For the wonderful and glorified game of hide and seek, we have its predecessor, that being the Moth meta. The Mass Res was so
this was the worst. This was up there with goats. This was just awful. I hated this so much.
that they were forced to give her a rework. And with this rework, it gave Mercy nearly 100% pick rate across every single rank and in Pro League.
It was terrible.
So you might be asking, what did they do? They gave her a new ultimate ability that you know now, Valkyrie, where she can fly in any direction. It also allowed her to heal several targets at once and gave her infinite ammo on her blaster. But of course, Blizzard wanted to keep res as it was so iconic, so they moved it from her ultimate to a normal ability. But with that, Blizzard made it to where whenever Mercy would use her ultimate, it would reset the cooldown of res. And then, on top of that, they also made res a 10-second cooldown inside of her ultimate, which could pull off for crazy clips like this one here.
It also reset your res when you press Q. So you could res, Q, well, you'll see it.
I'm not seeing a kill yet.
Hey.
Oh, there you go. Hey!
Res,
Back again. There you go.
Alt,
Okay, and
res.
then you're back again, boy.
Thank you. That's another one.
Infinite resuscitation.
That's another
oh,
res.
boy.
That's another res,
Yep,
another
and,
kill.
Okay, and,
And
1 second, and we're
another
back
res,
again,
and we have
boys.
another res.
Up next,
And then there was another res after that. It was the worst. It was the worst. She was unplayable. She was so strong. You literally like, I mean, guys, it was like, okay, you guys remember season 8 Malga? It was like that, except maybe even worse, like about as bad. It was the worst. The worst.
we have what is arguably
I mean, seriously, imagine 100% pick rate, 100% pick rate. It's insane.
the most hated meta in Overwatch's history and what killed the game originally, goats. But before I get into the meta,
Goats was, okay, so my hot take with Goats is that was the worst meta in Overwatch League history because of its length. Wasn't the worst meta if it had stuck around for 2 or 3 months. It would have been fun. It would have been interesting. It was definitely unique. The level of skill and team play, because teams played it for so long, was very interesting. It just was really bad to watch. It was really boring to play. It killed DPS players' like careers. It killed a lot of DPS players' careers. But yeah, Goats is both underrated and overrated in terms of how much it was hated, because it really was bad. It wasn't what killed the Overwatch League necessarily. It definitely didn't help. And I think a lot of pro players and coaches are like, oh, dude, Goats is peak Overwatch. No, it wasn't. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Not a single DPS character, full sustain. Map control was widely like you just cheated the map control for a lot of it. And the only reason it had a high level of skills because, of course, you've got nothing but to do with work with 6 DPS or tanks and supports. So if people are going to come up with strategy, right? People are going to come up with strategy. But to say that a meta that lasted for like, what, a year and a half in the pro levels, it's just absurd. It was awful.
I first have to mention
really
a
bad
crucial
to
piece of
watch.
knowledge for the newer players that came to Overwatch 2 and never got to play Overwatch 1. So of course, many of you know the game used to be 6v6, but what not everyone knows is for the majority of its lifetime, there was no roll-lock, meaning that you could have 6 tanks, 6 supports, 6 DPS, any combination of those. Hell, there was even a time where you could have 6 monkeys jumping at you, in comp, might I add. Anyhow, this meta was theory crafted by a coach named Tensa. He found out that if we have 3 tanks and 3 supports, all that had AoE heals, they could all play together as a giant death ball and run down whoever they wanted while never being able to die, because each of those supports is keeping everyone alive while they have all the extra armor and health from the tanks. And with that, he gave this idea to his open division team named GOATS, Go All Tanks and Supports.
That's not why. That's not where it came from. That's a backronym, right? People made up that acronym after it happened. They were just Team Goats. That was just their name, and then we called it Goats because it was their comp, but it had nothing to do with that.
GOATS was the meta that defined the decline of Overwatch 1 as we knew it, and the meta that nearly killed the game. From Pro League to streamers, it affected the large majority of the game and all of the viewers. I'm going to show you something just to show you how much people hated goats at the time. In this clip here, the outlaw...
It wasn't just goats, it was also like, I think Brigitte, because this was at a point in time where goats wasn't honestly played that much in ranked. It was played some in ranked. But the problem is that Brig was played a lot in ranked. And I right around this time, this is when I had stopped playing ranked because I stopped enjoying tank because of Brigitte. Because you're talking about like what she is now, where she's like an enabler, she's like a soft off angler, she's like kind of like a... Back then, she just frontlined. Like you just got bashed through everything, full sustain, everyone had a million armor. It was terrible. It was terrible. It was terrible.
Try to play something other than goats for the first time in
I quit
almost a
tank
year,
because of Brig.
and their fans are ecstatic about it. But as soon as they see NYXL playing goats, they go back to swap and then proceed to get booed by their own home crowd. And this meta is only possible because of the release of a brand new hero named Brig.
I would not say only possible. There were a lot of stack sustain metas, and there might have been a way to solve a sustain stack meta without Brigitte, but it would have been much harder and a lot more niche. Without Brigitte, goats could have existed, but it would have been a lot more situational, a lot more niche, because she had the capability to deny dive characters. She had extremely powerful sustain ultimate, and because she was able to pack and pocket people who were under pressure. Zenyatta, Lucio, Moira break pressure. Like those were targets that could have been vulnerable if there had not been armor pack. The burst heal of armor pack is what allowed goats to survive, plus the AoE sustain of Inspire. I know Samito talks a lot about Inspire, but Inspire is maybe like second or third on the list of the reasons why Brig broke goats. Rally is probably number one along with armor pack because it took the weak points of Brigitte away. More AoE sustain is useful, but it's not going to help a Brig live, or you're not even proccing your Inspire versus a pharmacy comp. But you are denying a ball dive, you are getting rally, and you are armor packing your Zen so that he doesn't die to dives. Think about current burst heal and armor pack, but imagine it being even stronger. And the armor was just permanent. It went post rally.
Brigitte. And because of how absurdly broken
so
she
it took
was.
away her weak points.
So why don't I just give you a few examples as to why she was so broken. Her shield was 600 health. Her repair pack instantly healed 150 HP.
Did you guys just hear that? 150 HP. 150 HP! Instantly! Overhealth provides armor. Literally unkillable. You could not isolate a target. You could not take a 1v1. You could not take a 1v1.
And if you were already full health, you get 75 armor on top.
Do you see now how you could cheat map control?
Of your health. Brig's Bash would stun through shields. So early on during Goats, one of the big ways for your Reinhardt to land Shatter was your Brig would just walk up to their Reinhardt, stun him through his shield, so your Rein could shatter the entire team. And
so
then
dumb.
On top of all of this, she had a bug that made her
Yes, this is a big one too.
broken. A bug to where her armor from Rally would reduce more damage than regular armor would. So not only did she give you armor, she gave you souped up armor. And it was specifically strong against Tracer and Reaper at the time because of the way their pellets would work, which is another reason what made Goats so broken at the time. And this bug wasn't found out for about 2 years later until Workshop was released, so we could actually see stats of going on whenever people would take damage. Blizzard had to introduce 222 Rollock to officially put the nail in the coffin of Goats comp.
That was only part of the reason,
With
but
the
yes.
addition of Rollock, there was a new hero added named Sigma. You might see where this is going. With his release, it spawned arguably the most hated meta to ever exist. And that's because it affected every single level of play.
That is true. See, the problem with Double Shield is it wasn't just Goats meta, where like, oh, okay, this is more of a thing in ranked. This was everybody.
From
everybody
Plastic
dealt with this.
5 all the way to top 500 and the Pro League. And not only that, but this meta lasted the longest of any. From Sigma's release in August of 2019, all the way up until October 2nd of 2022 with the closing of Overwatch's 1 servers. The main
There were times when Double Shield wasn't the strongest, but yeah.
goal of Double Shield comp was just to absorb as much damage as you possibly could, much like in this clip here.
And again, denying off angles, and it was led again by support sustain.
And this clip is at 2x speed, by the way. But the two main staples you needed in Double Shield comp, of course, were Sigma and Orisa. Sigma functioned pretty much the exact same back in Overwatch 1, but with a lot better versions of his abilities. But back then, Orisa was a little bit different. For her main ability, she had a halt set up for kills, her Fortify, and then a shield as well on top of that. And the main goal was either just to cycle your shields, or if someone tries to go on a flank and take an angle, you just shield off that angle with Sigma, and no one's ever going to get to your backline with 2 shields blocking the front and any other angle that the DPS wants to flank at. The main DPS played in this comp were either things like Bastion and Hanzo to break the shields as quickly as possible, if you could even break through the shields by the time they had another one, or just Doomfist like what was seen a lot in the Pro League. Doomfist was by far the most played DPS in Overwatch League, one because he could punch through shields and get picks that way on squishies, or he could combo with Orissa's Halt, one-shotting any squishy that was pulled.
Well, remember, Doomfist at this point in time, you guys, we talked about Genji recently as being like the hyper-mobile character that's actually a pretty bad duelist versus other duelists, right? This is the same thing with Doomfist. Doomfist wasn't that great versus Genji. Doomfist wasn't that great versus Echo. Doomfist wasn't that, well, I think Echo was a thing at this point in time. Doomfist wasn't that great versus Tracer. Doomfist wasn't that great versus Sombra. But when you're playing Double Shield, you removed those characters from the equation because those characters weren't that effective because you just denied their off angles. So then now you're like, okay, now we're going to play the best duelist versus the non-duelist characters. And that's where Doomfist comes into play. I mean, heck, even Reaper's the same thing. Like, Reaper is terrible versus Tracer. He's terrible versus Genji. He's terrible versus those. But we're removing those characters from the battlefield, and now you just play whatever character that you want here. You either played a high damage character, even something like a Bastion or an Ashe or something along those lines, or you played the flanker that actually does something.
Near him. And then similar to Rollock, Blizzard couldn't balance Double Shield. And so they had to introduce what is my favorite meta on the list, hero pools. And it's not my favorite because of how it played or anything. It's my favorite because it truly shows peak Blizzard implementation with how they do things. So what hero pools were, they were essentially hero bans. And you might be thinking, oh, hero bans. That sounds like a good idea. It would give me some agency over the game, especially against the current most broken hero at the time. Well. Hold up there, bucko. This is Blizzard we're talking about, okay? And Blizzard does things in their own fashion. Rather than let the players ban the heroes they didn't like, Blizzard thought, hey, we know what's best. Why don't we ban the heroes? Because players don't know what they're doing. They're dumb. Each week, they would ban 4 new heroes, 1 tank, 1 support, and 2 DPS. And how did they decide what heroes to ban?
Well,
at random, of course. But it was even so random at one point that they let a cat pick the heroes to ban for that week.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Mate! The system works!
I remember this. Okay, you guys want to hear a horror story about this? So not only did they do this, now I understand that pro players are scum. I understand that. Like, we were not worth, we were a small percentage of the population, and Blizzard doesn't give a flying fart about pro players, tier 2, or anything like that. It gets worse than that, because Overwatch League players were playing on a certain patch with a certain set of hero bans, so that you couldn't scrim contenders players, right? Because the top 4 or top 6 teams in contenders were on a different set of hero bans from the week before. Because, by the way, they're changing it every week or 2 weeks. It was a different set of hero bans. Constantly. Every 2 weeks. Imagine the meta changing every 2 weeks. Constantly. Aggressively. Okay? And Overwatch League players were playing on a different set of bans to contenders players. It gets worse. Contenders players in the top 4 to 6, top 4 to 8, somewhere around there, were on a different set of hero bans than the players that were going through contenders trials, which was a vast majority of semi-pro or pro players. So you had professional players playing on 3 different patches, 3 different set of hero bans. And you had to try to book scrims around that. You had to try to strategize around that, and also try to think ahead of time how it was supposed to be played. And this was with a hero pool that was, 7, 8 heroes fewer than what we have right now? And they just did it randomly. The variety was fun, but they just did it randomly.
A cat. Blizzard actually thought a cat would be better to choose bans than their own community who plays the game every day. A cat, guys, a cat. A cute cat named Nori, but hey, it was a freaking cat. I digress. So anyways, you would have a new meta every single week. And not only did this affect rank play, it was also for the Overwatch League, which sent the league into madness for about 3 or 4 months because they wouldn't have time to prepare and develop their synergy around a comp, but for more than a few days at most.
It's not...
And with that, it saw some of the worst
There's
absolute
nuance
trash
there,
cans
but
of teams,
it was rough.
allowing them to rise to the top, getting better placements for tournaments, and ruining other teams' potentials that had been winning all season before these hero
Decay
bans.
and Roadhog.
And they didn't even have hero bans in tournaments, so like, what was even the point, Blizzard? I don't know. Their explanation provided was, we are attempting to stop stagnating metas from happening in Overwatch, which, great, I like that, but I hate Blizzard's implementation.
See, this is the best part, is Blizzard was completely unwilling to actually, balance the game aggressively, right? Like, hey, this character's broken. I don't know. Let's adjust that hero. What do you guys think? No, let's just randomly ban characters. Like, say what you will about Blizzard's right now. I don't care how negative you may feel about Blizzard right now. They actually balance things, right? Like, I am confident, like, Roadhog, Malga, as bad as those things were, it was fixed. Orisa, you know, like, and like, you guys might be like, oh, but they still don't do it fast enough. Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. But you guys don't understand. Some of you guys in chat remember those days. Guys, I hear it would be meta for a year. A year. A year. Over a year. A year and a half. Can you imagine a year and a half of Roadhog meta? A year and a half of Brigitte. A year. And that's not even the edge cases. It's insane. Like, they just didn't do it. And it would be like 3 months and be like, we've reduced Brigitte's shield by 50 or something stupid like that. And you're like, well, thanks. It was rough, man. It was rough.
Whatever. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Anyway, that was a good video. I was well done. Well done. Give this video a like, y'all. If you have, I mean, this guy's looks like he's got some good views on it already. So, yeah, I think it was a good video. That was, jeez, dude, I remember those days. Like, as a pro, it was bad. As a casual, it was bad. Nobody was happy. Nobody was happy. To be fair, Sojourn was meta for over a year too. True, but there was reason behind that because she's a very high skill character. A lot of the characters that were meta for a long time weren't necessarily high skill characters. They were just unbelievably broken. And the difference between the reason why that's an important clarification is Sojourn did not dominate bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, masters even. You get what I'm saying? Double Shield did. Brigitte did. That's the problem. Because you're talking about, this is why I was joking about, like, oh, they don't care about pro players. I mean, yeah, they're not always going to be super fast at balancing for the top levels, you know? Because it's a lot trickier to do that. But this stuff affected the entire player base for a year. I don't know, Bertog. I have no answer. I don't know why they were so slow. There was something goofy with the philosophy, maybe. I don't know. All right, chat. I gotta pee, and then we're gonna try out this content creator patch. I'm gonna have the patch notes pulled up in just a second, and we can take a look here. Be right back. Yeah, we have 2 cans of water. Thanks. Yeah, sure. Thank you. All right. What's up? Is Genji really all that high skill? Compared to a lot of the cast, yeah. I don't think he's the highest skill. I wouldn't even say he's in the top 5, 6 skill ceiling characters in the game. Maybe not even the top 10. Yeah, it depends on the character, but yeah. How much do I donate to Q to you? You can't donate enough. I want to solo queue. All right, what's the creator patch, y'all? Where's the creator patch? Where are the creator patch Overwatch patch notes? Chat, where are they? I think I found it. Okay, I got it. What ones do I want to try here? I don't give a rip about Diva. I don't really care about Doom. I think the Doom ones are kind of bad. I think the Diva ones are kind of bad. Mostly just for fun, but like, what are some... Junker Queen? No. Malga, no. Could try Halt. You guys want to try Halt? Maybe we'll try out Halt or Orisa. So let's get our list of characters I want to try. Orisa. Vortex would be cool, but I don't think I'm gonna get the things. The things are gonna be more niche. This cat here. Gosh. Barrier field. Let's try Rhine. Honestly, Roadhog might even be worth trying with a pulling mechanic. No Sigma. I don't want to try Winston. That one was mostly silly. Minefield was also silly. Graviton Surge, no. Gosh darn, man. I got Ash, no. Bastion, no. Maybe Bastion? What do you guys think? Bastion, maybe? We'll try a little Bastion because of the headshot thing. Just a little bit. No Cassidy. Reaper, maybe? Sojourn? I don't want to do Soldier. No Sombra. Sombra was very silly. Tracer, I'm not... Tracer's no. No. Echo, no. Genji, no. Yeah, Hanzo's worth trying. Maybe Mei? No Torventure. No Venture. Ana, maybe? Alright, we should probably get in here. Wait, what's on our DPS list here? Mei? What's the Mei changes? Frick. What is the Mei? Frozen Ground. Effect is now centered around Mei. Does this work? Is this working, chat? I think it's working. Is that working? Need to go full screen, sorry. Yes? Okay. I would be like if there was like an audio cue. Nice, team doesn't need me. I haven't played Mei at all, actually, post-change. Oh gosh, I haven't played in a week or two.
Oh no, I hope I'm not mad at me. Come on, everyone.
Thanks, Fatfoot. What is it? What is the ult change, chat? Is the rooting? Aw, rat. Now roots enemies. Oh, it's centered around me. No, I don't want to go! No, Mr. Stark! Mr. Stark! Ah! No!
Time for another experiment.
My rockets are... The barricade is making progress. Quemo como el sol. Hello. Yes! Breaking chain.
I need to rotate. I'm way out of position here.
Meteor strike.
I need to remember to use my freeze here. I really need to play more. Ah, frick, man. I need to play more Mei, period, just on like the normals thing, because the changes to, what did she get? Changes to the projectile and the... You know, the res change is pretty bad because you can screw up your team's timing. You know what I'm saying? Or... Scary. Please, 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 please. Oh, great, man. No, it doesn't stagger. This is a reduced cooldown. The problem is you will stagger yourself. For example, my Rhine died there. If my Mercy was stupid, she'd res my Reinhardt there. And he would be alive in the 10 seconds where it doesn't matter, right? Because the fight hadn't started yet. So he'd die right as the fight started. It's more important for him to be dead there so that he would get back right as the fight would be starting. You guys get what I'm saying? Oh, like it puts, yeah. It's not the end of the world, but it is a little detail there. Playing quick play later, maybe. I'm kind of cooking with this code for a little bit. I got a list of characters I want to play with. I like the Mei change so far. I want to do the ultimate one more time, then I'm gonna swap.
For the Crusaders!
What is my guy doing?
Approaching the final destination.
Oh, frick, man. Dying card. Yes, the Q&A with Alec Dawson is done. Yes. You can go back to the Twitch VOD. We'll have it posted to YouTube later tonight as well, or tomorrow. Alright, I actually... Okay, we'll play for the ultimate. We'll play for the ultimate.
Forgiveness is earned. Forgiveness is earned.
It feels like this freeze effect lingers a little bit as well. Oh, no.
He must stop the enemy! No! Can you feel the heat?
Frick. Okay, we're... Need to live here. I thought that we'd push. I think we're a little too far forward. I needed to play that one a little bit slower. My team was too far away. See, like, I don't like this. I don't want to live right now. I don't want to live right now. It also, yeah.
There's a lesson in
Does that give me a double death as well? That gave me a double death. Did you guys see that? It gave me a double death. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Stats don't matter that much, but every time you die, if you get res, it doubles your damage.
This.
My ultimate is charging.
You can't stop me! I'm on fire!
Yes, it will, Michael.
They took it from us.
Enemy is back in the fight!
This fight winnable. Farah, peek your way. Like, what? Can't help. Frick! Alright, we're gonna use this ultimate and swap. Make changes aren't relevant enough here. What would be next? Hanzo. What changed with Hanzo? Faster induction. What changed with Hanzo, chat? I can't tab here. Scatter, and is the faster projectile speed? Yeah, that speed definitely lingers.
Their barricades advancing.
I'm on fire!
Frick, man. Crud!
Rocket barrage.
On just a reload.
We can do this.
Hoan, thank you for the sub. Oh my gosh, dude. 2 years almost. Red Knight, thank you for the sub as well. Nice block. Shut up, idiot. I tried to agree to. The wall was the awkward thing there. Need to catch one one person here. Well, so much for the blade practicing. Okay, so we need to try. What else do we got here? Supports. Brig. Brig gives more movement speed.
Thanks, everyone.
Brig might be worth trying just for the HUD, and I do want to try the Inspire thing. Idiari, I want to try Lifeweaver. I don't want to try Mercy. Maybe Zen? Okay, so Mei is like whatever. Boom, think of the sub, mate. I appreciate it. Alright, we'll see what role I get next, or I guess what heroes we get next, and we'll try to just figure out what we do next. Bap has Bunny Hop. Should try Ryan. Yeah, Ryan's on the list. Ryan's on the list, for sure. We'll look at the Ryan here. Mei was like, whatever. Nothing crazy. Freaking Overwatch Cavalry is immediately using our stream for content. Alright, what should I play, chat? What should I play? What should I play? Should we try Brig really fast here? It's not a great map for Brig. Oh, Orb, why are you in here? Okay, they already picked Brig. We have 2 supports. I feel like this is Overwatch 1 all over again. Orisa? Try Orisa. Try Orisa. What does Orisa have? The Javelin spin changed. I loved Halt back in the day. I understand why they removed it, because it was a really, really strong ability. But man, I loved Halt. Honestly, Halt might not even be that bad anymore. Because the problem was bad is because it allowed you to control the map while still being static, you know? But maybe Halt was such a cool ability. Halt was one of my favorite. Reload for Halt. Okay, so more. Yeah, I don't love the other things because it's such a long cooldown. Yeah, look at that.
It's Kitty Club.
Oh no, that's the wrong button. Wait, what is? Oh no, I messed up. Frick, Chad. I'm not gonna lie, I am majorly messing up. I keep pressing the wrong button. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I need to cook a little bit with these changes a little bit. Kind of feeding. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, no, that was not good. That was a good pull. Good pull. Sorry, guys. I'm taking so much damage. Dang, I wish they'd done... Here's what I wish. I wish they'd make Fortify less effective or something. Because it feels really bad to have Javelin spin at such a long cooldown. And Javelin too. But maybe they just like reduce the stun. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this. I would love to use that ability. Oh dear. I ran out of mouse pad space for a second. She's behind me. Oh, I'm using all the wrong abilities here. Frick, man. Oh dear. I used both abilities. What's wrong with me? Where is he? Oh, Ajax! I just love that so much, I'm not gonna lie. Orb going in by herself. Come on, Orb. Alright, well. Now I gotta walk. Yari's by herself. Okay, I should have halted that. I forgot. Ah, crap, I stunned too late. I mean, it's super fun. I mean, Halt isn't a, it's this character is still really bad, like even worse. But man, that Halt is fun.
Best round.
Your game sound is louder than your voice? Yeah. What is Eli talking about? Eli the janitor? We can't get a single...
Score.
Talking about what?
0-1.
Oh, the visibility, like the quality of life thing? Yeah, I mean, you can make a good argument, yeah. There's a lot of complaints with that early in Overwatch too, that the sound and visual design was like a lot more visceral, and it was way over the top in Alpha. Like there was more of that in Alpha. You lost your copy paste? Oh yeah. Whoops. I freaking hate javelin spin on a long cooldown, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Freaking hate it. 12 seconds is just brutal. It's actually really punishing. Oh, what? Might be dead here, so I'm just gonna... What do you think? Oh. Ironically, I'm like, bro, chicken, why are you asking me about? Yeah. Map 10's bloom, inconsistent sunlighting. Yeah, I don't know. I think the reason why you don't see a lot of people talking about it is because it's just not like an area of expertise for me. I would agree with you, but I don't feel like I fully understand. Why am I not halting this? I don't feel like I understand those issues, you know what I'm saying? I feel like you're probably right, though, you know? But I don't know those things enough. It's the same reason why, like... Where's Rat? What is Orb doing? Where is she? It's weird to have like a proper poke situation here. Frick. Okay, we're gonna do it. I have my cooldowns here. She doesn't see me. I need to... Wait, what? You guys see that? That was bad. That was really, really bad. She messed up her thing. My life weaver's still alive. She's dead. Wait, that ult broke. Got her. I was waiting for it. Ah. Yeah, Rissa feels good if the damage comp is low. Like there's a little bit more space for me here, so I don't get in the Junkrat's face as much. Oh wow. There we go. Alright, let's get that. Okay. How was the Q&A? Q&A was good. Q&A was good. I gotta remember to use Halt, man. I keep forgetting to use Halt. I had a theory that they can't turn on some visuals because people with impaired vision need probably more color intensity. Right, so what you do is you could just have more settings to do with that. I think, here's what I do. Here's the thing. Maybe I'm copium here. I think Overwatch will slowly solve those issues though. Like they've done a lot of quality of life stuff since then. Like, even like the recent settings search, right? I think it's pretty reasonable to expect that at some point, maybe they'll take a look at it. Surely.
Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
Right? Guys, surely. It's not coping, right? My thing with it is, because I haven't really seen Overwatch in a more toned down state, I don't really know what I'm missing. You get what I'm saying? Although I will say it's better than it was in Alpha. It was bad in Alpha. Yeah, map tints, I can see that, yeah. Alright, this is not gonna work. Where are we at here? Okay, that's not gonna work either. Oh, frick. Oh, my brig is in. My brig is in. Okay, I can't get booped here. Oh, my, wow. Dude, my supports are just diving. Wait, where is it? Where? That was bad. Okay, soldiers on the flank. I have my fortify so I can chase. Rick, man, she got pooped. Oh dear. I got too close. No, I have to make a... I gotta use my halt, man. I gotta use my halt! It's the whole reason I'm here! Rick. No, she doesn't get away. Alright, we gotta stop point something funny. Why is he pulling? That's rough. Shouldn't have damaged from that. Ha! You can kill this Lucio now. Oh, crud. He's out. I can't chase him. No, I didn't find it! Okay. Here's Fade. No! Why didn't I fortify? Dang it. Can I combo halt in the spirit? Yeah. I just keep forgetting, man. I keep forgetting. I love halt so much, man. Wouldn't it be cool if you had, like, Orisa would be, like, this halt javelin hero? Like, imagine that combo. And, like, she was, like, a brawl, like, assassin, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Instead of just, like... What is my guy doing? I don't think I can chase that. Take me too long. Oh, I forgot to pull it. Dang it, man. See all these button inputs I keep messing up is exactly why I like this, you know? It's like I'm making mistakes with my CDs. Like, that's cool. But if I play it right, like, it's so rewarding. I don't know, I like the Hulk thing, man. I love the Hulk. Like, come on! Let me do that! Please! If I hit it, you know? Especially if they could, like, nerf Fortify. Cheers, Eric's. Yeah, imagine if like Javelin Spin was a little weaker and Fortify was a little bit weaker, but like, oh man, that was fun. I like the Orisa change a lot. All right, what do we got here?
Play of the game.
I got play of the game. Frick. Probably nothing good. I think it was probably the knock off the map. Yeah, Halt was fun. I liked Halt. Halt being like even using Halt like in terms of like the brawl was like not just like for poke was actually kind of fun, you know? All right, what do we have next? Ryan or Roadhog? What does Ryan have? wouldn't be an even harder counter to some tanks with halt. Yeah, well, the thing is that there are, yeah, you'd have to do, like, exactly, you'd have to do something else elsewhere. But it's a fun ability, is the difference. It's a fun ability. It's the same reason why I'm a bigger fan of Javelin Spin than Fortify.
They always think they can beat me, and I always.
Alright, what's the changes to Ryan? Ryan, bonus movement speed based on missing health. So, being more sloppy with your shield, fire strike, hitting a Ryan. Okay, so I got it. You have no clue how I lost. I don't think removing spin's the play. I think spin is like an actually fairly decent ability.
Cold, and I do not answer. What is left, Anna?
You are left, Reinhardt.
Okay, so fire strike slow, shield low fast. Oh man, Pharah. Oh frick. My bad, guys. But damage reduction on 10 so I can be more. What is my Ana doing? Ana, get out. Out. Walk away! Walk away! Wait, how did she live? Chat, what just happened there? Chat, what just happened there? How did the Pharah live? From what? What did she get overhealth from? Is that a life weaver change? Am I missing something? Oh, that's right. Wait. She give the overhealth to your teams? Oh, come on, man. I love it. Oh, for herself. I'm an idiot. You're right. Oh, this is... I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, you're right. I forget about the shield thing. This is total chaos. What's happening here? Oh, what? Why is that blocked by a railing? Did you guys see that? Charge blocked by a railing! Who would win? 12,000-pound world-class legend of a soldier or a quarter-inch piece of plywood? Somebody behind me. I knew it. Dude, alright. Bro, why are we having levers, man? This whole game. This entire game, we've lost 6 or 7 people. What is my Ana doing? I literally don't even have anybody I can shatter. Actually, I'm just gonna go. I ran out of mouse pad space! No! I feel like they need to try Ryan again. This hasn't even been good practice. My team has been so scuffed. It's like not even worth practicing. Yeah, the problem is I have a decent enough mouse pad, but I'm always playing on the left third, you know? And I play in flex support sensitivity, which doesn't help, but yeah, I mean, it didn't matter there. The team, it was just a total wash once people started rage quitting. What? What? What is going on? You guys see this? Stop sniping me, Orb. Don't even play this character. Watch this.
I'll find them. I always suspected I was self-defeating.
I didn't miss. It's a bugged hitbox. Alright, let's try Ryan again. Oh, game was too scuffed.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
People pick 2 supports and 2 DPS. You can only pick tanker if there's no rule. Oh, gotcha. Just ignore him, chat, otherwise you're feeding his ego? Okay. Okay, Discord mod. Okay, Discord mod. Wait, your TM wants tank? What?
Right or wrong, I'm gonna finish this war.
Five, four, three,
Okay.
2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Let's get a groove on.
I said the bed. Break my shield, ladies and gentlemen, please. Break my shield, 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 break it, break it, break it, break it, break it, hit me!
The enemy has taken the rope. Get him back. You can defend us and take Brigitte.
I love how you yap so passionately. Always yap passionately. I wake up every single morning with a big fat sticky note right over my head, and it just says yap. And that's it.
You've lost the lead.
Kind of greedy there. I'm having a hard time balancing out my shield thing, you know what I'm saying? Really don't want to use Shatter here. I don't think we need it. Sorry, buddy. Wait, no, I alt-tab. Frick. Come on, break it, break it! Break it. Hit me. Hit me. Yeah. Come to daddy. Break it. Break it. Thank you, Moira. Wait, how did he... Praying, praying, praying. Oh no. Oh, what? I thought he went through me. Take a tank. Give it, give it, give it, give it, give it. Oh no, frick. I let my shield break. That's not what we wanted. Can't touch Echo. I'm losing track of people. Ah! Am I overextending chat? No, I'm not. I am. Oh! Almost Ajax that. Gonna dying card here. Wait, is there a squishy killable here? There's always a squishy killable. Alright. Shatter time. You can either force Primal or finish Primal. Okay, we got a trade. Here's bubble. I didn't mean to cancel that. Whoops. Bro, the extra bubble in Primal is actually so dumb. Whoops. We're okay, because it's just the one. I'm gonna get Orb again if he gets close. Frick. That's a nice fire strike there. The slow. Nope, it doesn't. Oh no! How did it block for him, but not for him? That was weird. If he bubbled it, why didn't it kill him? You know what I'm saying? You guys see what I'm saying, right? Can't block off anything there. Bro, Winston is so strong, man. Wow. Look at the UI on the Inspire. You see that?
They are going to take the lead if we don't stop them.
There's deflect. I need to hit that fire strike, man. comp, to be fair, our comp is also pretty low damage. Oh, that's a mistake. That's a huge mistake. I should have set my pin outside the bubble. Crap.
Let's go.
They got us outnumbered. Keep that in mind.
I'm not through just yet.
I'm really feeling
We have a lever. Right, man. Hit a single fire strike. Yeah, they're gonna wait. They have good spawns. What am I doing? What are we doing, guys? Ah, needed that. Ah, crud. That was fun. That was fun. But no, thank you for the sub. How's my favorite little man doing today? Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. That's weird. Twitch chat just dropped for a second. Ryan was fun. Ryan was fun. What's next? Roadhog? Roadhog pulls the Roadhog in. Damage reduction gives... Yeah, interesting. We'll try Roadhog. Ryan was fun. I feel like the shield thing was hard to bounce, so, and I don't think that's necessarily the way to go. The Shadow got past the first part of the bubble, so it knocked him down the other edge of the bubble, blocked it in time. That's weird. Wait, does this have the changes here? Don't think it would be in the...
Apocalypse ain't over.
No, it's only in the game. Is Roadhog broken?
Apocalypse ain't over.
Just more annoying. Makes sense. If it's bad, I'll swap pretty quickly then. Oh, that's an old Roadhog. That's lame. Oh, I can't play. I'll play Jungle Queen. Why not?
My throne is where I say it.
I don't care, Orb. It was fun. It's been fun. Feel free to keep sniping if you want.
You got too close, didn't ya?
Jeez, man. Try not to use my carnage here.
Come on, fight back.
No, we're not doing. I told you I'm solo queuing only.
Good stuff.
Well, all quiet on the western front. Yo, let's go, y'all. Check this out. Let's go. Let's go. Ready? Oh man, come on, man.
Shake the grit out of your knickers and move.
Picking hog and deathmatch. Well, I thought it was the Well, you guys know. Wait, come on. Ah! You don't want to snipe because it's in sportsmanlike? I mean, it's not that deep at this mode. Okay, Roadhog time. We'll try Roadhog briefly. And then what's next? There's actually not too many characters I'm interested in. It's a preset? Alright, good to know.
Apocalypse.
Michael.
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
Alright, so what is it? You pull them in, you damage
My burden lightens.
Wait, so you can see that? Look at the. You see the circumference around me?
Get it over with.
Okay, there you go.
Hi.
Over there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Okay, I don't know. This is gonna take some getting used to. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Oh, come on. It's like way more like sensitive than like Widow Grapple Hook, for example. It's weird.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Roadhog.
Come on, man! I was grappling out. Why didn't it work? Okay, this sucks. This sucks. This sucks. This is not fun. This is too buggy. Bastion. What does Bastion do? Headshot, right? Bastion self-heal. Wait, 222 locked. What? I have to play Roadhog?
Over there.
Oh man. I don't want to play Roadhog. See, this is the strat, guys. This is the strat. Pick it up. You see it? You see it? You see me? You see the vision? You see the vision? You get what I'm saying? It's like I have to choose, you know? You understand? You see the vision here?
Enemy here. Trying to put the ginger protects you. I'm with you.
Right.
Do something.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Oh, I forgot about that. Frick. Oh, he lost it. He left the game!
I'm going whole hog.
They don't want to play with that. You guys see the vision, right? Okay, come on. Bait him in. Back out. Isolate a squishy. No longer killable. Drop and do it again. Finish the kill. Juke the brine. Drop the trap. I don't want to pull there because I don't like that position.
Hey there.
Thank you kindly.
Hey, big guy. There they are. Get ready. My ultimate is ready. Join me.
missing something, chat? Am I missing something? I thought I was supposed to pull him away. Does it not? Wait. Sweeps in enemies? Maybe it was. That was weird.
Stop that payload from getting any further.
Just do your job, Aster Panda. There's always something you could be doing better. There's gonna be some games that are unwinnable, yes. Unless you're like a diamond player in a gold lobby. If you're a plat player in a gold lobby, it's gonna be unwinnable. That's how it goes.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
That was a little silly. Ryan should die though. Ryan, we're just looking at Ryan. We're looking at Ryan. Okay. Seriously, what's wrong with whole hog? Come on, man. That's pretty annoying, I will say. That kind of makes me not want to play these changes as much.
Let them up.
What? Didn't get there in time. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Shoot. How's it go? Night, bro. Thank you for the sub. Congrats on your new badge.
The payload shouldn't be moving, right?
Catch these healing waves.
Frick. I will say that kind of makes me feel bad. Oh man, I just am not having fun with this at all. Were there any other changes that are worth testing, chat? Is Diva worth testing? Not really. I guess I'll stick with the Hog for just a little longer. But I'm not enjoying Hog. I don't like Hog that much to begin with, but the it makes Hook. Okay, here's what it is. Here's what it is. It gives more like choices with what you do with Hook, which is kind of cool. But it makes it like a lot less satisfying to play. A lot less satisfying. The one redeeming factor of Hog is just like, man, that hook was good to land. This one feels like, man, that hook was silly. I think I can live here.
60 seconds.
And then also stuff like that where like the hook hits the environment, but it's like it's just a bug of the thing. It's fine. I'm not enjoying it.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Soldier 70.
It's interesting. Meh. Like right there. Like what? Why did that not land? Alright, well, we're gonna do something other than tank now. Bastion, Reaper, Sojourn, Hanzo. Okay, we still got some fun ones to do. Oh.
Play of the game.
So Hog's a no. It's an interesting idea, though. Interesting idea. Yeah, TP troll, dude. Symmetra changes look tragic.
Honor is all I have left.
Yeah.
I'll find them.
Bastion's really fun. His recon, his crack, his death bombs are fun. All right, good to know. Good to know. Should more things have vertical mobility? I think so. Yeah.
With discipline comes focus.
Condescending laugh.
I am healed. You can't hide. Better. They fall before me, one after another.
Whoa, what?
Life is not forgiving.
I main Tracer and mostly hits game opponents. Do you think it'll help me in the future? No. Just play what you want to play, mate. There's like. Oh. Play what you want to play. In stream after that, because I was wondering if you check my video. Wait. Yeah, when it comes to rework stuff, there's nothing guaranteed. I get a lot. people send me submit to me rework stuff like 2 or 3 times per week, so I can't guarantee anything. But like, if we have time at some points, maybe. Hi, girl. Cat's on the left. Aim mechanics can always be trained in aim labs. It's fine. I mean, you could just play Overwatch, honestly, too. Should the base skins of some years have an alternate version? Maybe. Let's try Hanzo. We were gonna say Hanzo. Why isn't the base skin? Okay, so Hanzo was the scatter arrow, right? And then... Where is he? Am I blind? I think I'm blind, chat.
Vengeance is all I have left.
I'm blind.
Do not get in my way.
It's gone. Oh, projectile. I am blind. Okay. Stormbow.
Another day, another mission.
Hi, girl.
Man, I'm so excited.
This city is filthy, overrun by rats, and the people are terribly rude. Nothing like Paris.
Yeah, F1. Thank you. I'm an idiot. Hi, girl.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers
I'll find them.
Wearing your cellular makeup.
I am in your debt.
Enemy
Is it faster than? Is it faster than? Bro, what just happened? I just got assassinated. Nah, keep him. Come on, man.
There is still much I must do.
Bro, come on.
The Dead Sea Wall. Mob is here. Lucky you.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
You can't hide.
Am I firing too slow? Man, I feel like I'm doing no damage here. Like I'm just existing. I'm not gonna lie with you. What's going on here? Is Hanzo this bad, or am I just this bad? thank you guys for the encouragement.
There's a test subject. Fragile thing.
Oh, there you go. She headshot me. Wait, I headshot her with a sonic? What? Did I scatter that?
You can't hide.
Crud, man. I'll keep trying it, but the slow. If they're gonna do this, they need to remove the slow in the induction, I think. So it feels, because it feels super clunky.
This hunting is far from over.
I can scatter the sonic? Really?
No one can hide from my sight.
Frick.
Witness the flame of my soul. I'll fight them.
Bro, this guy, I'm gonna put this rat out of misery.
Forged in the dragon's breath.
Like, I feel like I'm doing so much damage. But you're not. Frick, 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 frick. Suck. Shoot. Dude, I am reminded why Scatter Arrow was so bad. It's hard to hit. It's super RNG.
I see a hostile.
Yeah, of course, Quake. I tried to get as many of the boxes checked as I possibly could, but obviously it wasn't perfect. Great. You're cringe. You're cringe. You're cringe. Wait. Cringe. How are you gonna do that, bro? How are you gonna do that and not kill me? How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna do that?
Vengeance will find you.
I see a hostile.
Soy intocable.
Surely.
I'll find them.
There's a test subject.
I got it! Oh no, we didn't hit it. I don't think that. I'm gonna hit this guy, bro. Look at this guy. Wait, wow. What just happened? What just happened? Oh! Help me! Yeah. Bro, no. Listen, you guys. Listen, guys. Listen. We're not having any of that in chat today. I'm a top 500 champion 1 player. I can't help it if you guys are blind. Bro, how? That is a pretty big buff, I will say. Wait, I'm actually freezing. I'm actually freezing. Was that just me? Was that just me? I felt like I was stuck. I thought her ult was over. I think her ult must have been inactive. Whoops. Surely. No! They didn't get me! Okay. What else do we have to try? Reaper? What is the Reaper change, chat? Oh, wait, no. Sojourn? What are the Sojourn changes?
We're in this together. All of us.
Oh, well, that's it. Never mind. Okay, so Hans, Reaper is a no. Or no, Hanzo's done, rather. Okay. Let's try Sojourn next here. Primary file, projectile speed increased, but the damage is reduced. Now only launches you forwards in the direction you're facing. Okay, we'll give that one a shot then. Your stream froze? Sorry to hear that, mate. I freaking hate when my free stream froze. You guys want to see a professional Ana player? Check this out. Watch with the ease with which Grandma's about to pull the plug on you. Oh, the sweet irony. I'm not gonna nade this because I'm a good, honest player.
No wonder I can't retire.
Yeah, the damage nerve seems pretty harsh. So maybe that's the big thing. You do not. I mean, on a paintball, sure, man. You could diff me in any custom game you want. Knock yourself out, buddy, bro. You could diff me in Tiny Overwatch too, I bet. Gonna put that one on your resume. Doesn't replace a bachelor's degree, bud. Let's try Bastion out actually really fast. Grand Matcha. Yes, I'm the Grand Matcha. Okay, Bastion, and then we'll try Sojourn after that. Now explodes on death. Damage is reduced. Rate of fire increased. Self-repair and headshots. Okay. We'll give this one a cookie. We'll cook with this one. Wow, this is like so throwback, man.
You're so old-fashioned.
I will say I missed the nade. Nade was fun.
Marvelous.
I suppose you think I should have a giant laser gun.
No, lean into it. Get Linholm to build you one of those big robotic horses.
No.
What did you just say?
3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
There's the enemy.
Killing pylon out.
I believe the robot's better off with us, don't you?
Rick. I'll probably play Bastion the least, to be honest with you guys. Because the changes to him are like not as interesting outside of the death explosion. You're slower. It's just the old Bastion, but you can move. And we can headshot a little bit. Gotta watch out for Sombra here.
The enemy stole the robot.
Find them off the robot.
Alright, well, I'm good. Let's try Sojourn. Sebastian's like, whatever.
Someone has to keep you alive.
I just missed the nade, man. The nade was like by far the most interesting thing.
We're in this together. All of us.
Meteor strike.
like this change as much. I think it gives her more mobility, but oh no, I got booped up to Mega. Crap. My dogs are watching you right now. They're not sure what to think. Hi, dogs.
What am I missing?
Whoops.
Marking the enemy. I agree.
Wow, she goes so far now. I need to be careful with Sombra here.
The barricade is making progress.
Fire!
Did I miss? I swear she went the opposite direction.
Enemy has a robot. Not for long.
Oh, we got grid spawn? Whoops. I went the wrong way.
Over there.
Meteor strike.
Oh, come on. Shoot.
All right, Akande. It's my turn.
Alright, guys. We're gonna pop off with this ultimate, surely. I don't think the Sombra would spawn camp here. We kind of need to stop card here.
Railgun charged. This ends now. You're done. Just a bit farther and we'll take the lead.
Nice, Farah.
Require assistance at my location.
Kind of angle around here because this is where we're fighting.
The lead is ours. That merits celebration.
Disruptor. Coming through.
Hello. He's gonna chase me.
Precision and control. Think I'd ever let you down? Area denial.
This is so silly, man.
I'm on my game now. Approaching the final destination. Railgun charge.
Meteor strike.
Railgun charge.
Nice. Okay. I mean, it's okay. The mobility is pretty silly. I didn't like the mobility. The weapon felt better. I just think it was maybe a little too far in the opposite direction. The damage was too low. But I do like the projectile speed. So I guess Reaper next. Have you guys played Reaper any? What is the Reaper change again? Reaper. Now acts like a Moira's Fade. Can be activated during Death Blossom. Deals 50 damage to enemies passing through. Okay. Reba. Come on, get me one.
Taken the lead.
You can't escape death.
Reba, dude. All right.
Hope you chose your epitaph. I have
I thought the PvE thing was like established a long time ago.
Die easy.
No? Trying out console aim? Alright, buddy.
Death stops for no one. Flanking.
What is this lobby, man? This lobby's weird. What is this like the what is going on right now? This lobby feels like a bunch of brand new players. Kind of feel bad.
Beware the shadows.
Skill phase matching. Okay, buddy. Alright, Mercy. Come to daddy.
Shadows coalesce.
Greetings.
Guys. I defeated breast cancer. Let's go. We did it. Gradual experimental mode comes back. I mean, that's basically what's happening. Oh, man. Alright, Reaper time. And then we have on a Brig, Life Weaver's in, just a few more supports. When is the interview going to be uploaded? Yeah, it'll be uploaded probably by tomorrow. By tomorrow. 4 Peak Mercy? That's right. You don't come to deathmatch and be friendly, man.
No mistakes. No mercy.
No friends. That's right. What Easy just said.
Everyone ready?
Changing my pylon station.
Alright, so again, Wraith form moves faster, damages enemies, and overheal.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Whoa.
I have arrived.
Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
Let's give him a show.
Wow.
The objective is now.
We have unwelcome guests on the objective.
No, no, no. I forget that doesn't last as long. Crap.
Secure for all the jails.
Biotics deployed. They cannot kill me in a way that matters.
Ah! Wait, he rolled over my head. He rolled over my head.
Redeploying. Death appears. Death ignited. Cloaked in shade objectives in my hands.
No, verticality. I want my verticality.
Amazing.
Surrender to my will.
The shadows coalesce.
Let us take it.
Nice, Doom. Okay, buddy. No, I didn't. Oh, no.
Enemy from our objective.
Yeah, definitely got the Reaper gene, y'all. Definitely got the Reaper gene.
Tactical visor activated.
Discord weakens them. Get out of my way or I'll run you over.
Oh, frick. No, should have reloaded that, honestly.
Death stops for no one.
Oh, frick. Angle's too far. Ah, that was dumb. That was dumb. I honestly should have gone for backline there. I think if I had gone for backline, like committed and deepened my angle, I think I get my ult.
Helden sterben nicht.
Still win this. Still win this, definitely. Couple bubbles, force point. No! Ah, shoot. I didn't know they were on Ana. Crud.
Surrender to my will.
Tactical visor.
I gotta work on that job.
Amazing massacre.
Reds. Can't touch. Shoot.
We're outnumbered.
Use Wraith while ulting. Yeah, I forget about the Wraith damage thing too. There's a lot about this character that I need to tweak with more.
0-1.
You need to stop,
Yeah.
Jack. This crusade is getting out of hand.
How many times have you
told me that?
The stool sampler? Was there any talk about Genji? Not particularly. I swear you guys are the worst. Wait, hang on, my thing is all, my mic is all messed up here.
Round 2. Capture the objective.
flanking?
Kind of a bad point for Mr. I feel like. Oh, did I just get bagged? Alright, buddy. This guy's sitting 24/7 in the Mercy pocket. Okay, my microphone keeps scooting down.
Beware the shadows.
Nothing, chat? Nothing! Not a single word! Gosh, you guys are the worst. Oh no, I missed it.
A blazing massacre.
Waiting for that.
Who's gonna resurrect
Well, that was actually a pretty good Death Blossom too. Like, I timed it well. I waited for bubbles. I let my Rhine end. I used my fade. I set it up. I mean, come on. I think I want to get out here. Let me go for the Ana kill there. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, we don't talk about that one, okay? Dang it, man, okay? Look. Look. Oh, this Genji's gonna... Reducing TP cast time and resetting Reaper's ammo upon kills? Maybe. Resetting ammo would probably be too much. I think resetting ammo would be too much. I got one, guys. I got one. Dude, is my Rhine intentionally throwing? Like, I am, like, fairly certain he's intentionally throwing. Frick. I probably should have done that sooner, I'm not gonna lie with you. No, I didn't have raid. I thought I had it. Guys, we're not about to lose this! No! There's no way we're about to lose this. There's no way, man. Ah, no! Dude! Ah! Ah, okay. C9, C9, C9! Yes, Genji, Lucio, good touch, Lucio. Aw, man, dude. Okay, Reaper was fun. Reaper was fun. Support time. Dude, okay, look. I was in a rush to touch, all right? The visual cue was, like, not super clear, okay? Wait, why is what's wrong with my mic? Die. There we go. There. Dang it, man. Who should I play first? Honor Brig, Life Weaver, or Zen? What do you guys reckon?
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Come on, daddy. Come to papa. Oh, I almost got that one. Will there be a video about yes? I thought about it and I just. Do I make hero tier lists? No. I don't believe in hero tier lists. I think they're largely overrated, impossible to tell, and they often influence players' perception of the meta, which way too early. They're just basically, if you guys want to know a life hack, tier lists are just a YouTube life hack. That's all they are. It's all it is. It's just playing for the cash. They're generally not always accurate. They're super situational. They don't even agree with each other. They're not even that useful, but it's a life hack to getting a lot of money off of YouTube.
Help me! I'm no easy mark.
So I don't do them. I don't mind making money if the content's good. You know, if there's something to learn there, you know what I'm saying? But there's nothing.
This is not the end.
People are always like, yeah, but I'll trust your opinion more than the average streamer. And I'm like, yeah, but I still don't trust my opinion. I'm not going to be like, hey, this heroine's not quite as toxic as the other heroine. Still heroine. What do you guys reckon?
Select your
Try Ana with the jump boots first. What about... nah, Juicy. I almost... Who's... Alright, we'll do Ana. Let's go ahead and remove Ana from the list. And then we got Brig, Lifeweaver, Zen.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
That's crazy, man. Grandma.
I heard Talon failed another mission.
Wait.
Going
see,
soft.
Do not speak to me unless you wish to lose your other eye.
I'd still be the better shot.
That's right. Grandma's got hops. Grandma's been hitting the plyometrics, you know what I'm saying?
Watch your flanks. They might try something.
Is it me or is it slightly slower? Did I get any real answers from Alec or just corporate answers? I don't know, chat. What do you guys think?
5.
You'll have to wait and see, I guess.
3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
I kind of assumed they weren't on Widow. Tease? Hey, man.
Enemy turret here.
Aim. I'm aim. Ah, no frick, Grandma! Get up, Grandma! Dang it! Okay, I might have took a little bit long. Okay. Nana Anna? Yeah. Nana Anna, yeah. That's what he said.
I still have some fight in me.
Bro, chicken, why are you sniping me? Bro, what is this? Okay, I actually have to kind of lock in here. This is...
I appreciate the support.
I say as I miss every single shot.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Enemy turret
Okay, you human trash garbage can goofball stupid dunce. Okay, this is getting personal. I actually feel like I don't know. Don't decolon me. Oh, I've got ruled by a stupid railing.
Enemy turret. Eyes on a target.
Bro! Nah! He can do that? Oh, come on, dude. He can do that?
I go out on my terms.
Enemy turret here.
Taking damage.
Idiot.
Easy for me, young man.
No! Gosh darn it! Okay, that's it. We're locked in. I'm on 4 deaths. I don't know what the plan was there. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I have no excuse.
Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready.
Engage this enemy.
No.
I am taking the objective. Reinforce this position.
Don't fret. I see you. Sword for you. You're powered up. Get in there.
Never mind. Cassie's just different. But what does a Valking Mercy do? Remember you flaming your Ana while you're Ryan rest test game? Okay, yeah, true. But my Ana was like totally on her. Okay, never mind. So was I. Never mind. Just disregard.
Make checking in.
Disregard.
Genji is with you.
Come on, Sombra. Wait, that was weird. Did you see the shot didn't go off there? Wait, how did she not die?
I'm still a threat up close.
I swear, if this Cassidy...
I slept the target. This will cut the pain.
Oh, it's a cleanse! Oh, that's so lame. She's gonna peek me, I know it.
You're powered up. Get in there.
The goat. Why would you res the Malga? Okay. Why is my Zarya peeking that? Why? What?
It's just a scratch. You'll be fine.
bad nade. I died with nade! Frick! This is fight. Crap. My Zarya whiffed as well.
Over there!
Understood.
We are outnumbered. It's the payload movie again.
Nano boost is ready to deploy. Taking damage. No recovery.
Wait, what is the ego on that? What?
60 seconds.
What my Zarya is just moving in the open? Yeah.
You're powered up. Get in there.
No Zarya, no Zarya, no Zarya.
I see you.
30 seconds.
Oh no.
Step right up.
Stand up straight.
Oh. Alright. Ana's fine, but I actually don't think the jump is all that useful. I mean, it's definitely useful, but I don't think it needs to be in the game. I think she has enough range where it doesn't really change her gameplay loop that much.
You'll have to try.
But yeah, it's okay. It's silly, but I don't think it's necessary or balanced in the main game. So Ana was fine. I think we tried Brig, Light Fever, and Zen.
Breaking me down just builds me up. Shield buckling.
All right, let's test something, chat. Let's see here. Oh, crap, I should have known that was coming. I mean, I don't care, chicken.
Okay,
That game
I'm
is
ready to
not
go.
really...
You should rethink your strategy. I will protect you. I'm getting used to this.
Whoops. Alright, what should I do first? Brig, Life Fever, Zen. I guess we'll see in the map. What was the Brig changes again? Oh, I can just press F1. Oh, we knew Brig here. Shield Bash and grants increased movement speed. Plopper Smackle, think of this. Thanks for the sub, mate. I kind of want to see like the Inspire visual. I don't think we need to play Brig that much, honestly.
Breaking me down just builds me up.
What then? Brigitte, did you finish the last slice of pie? I was saving it for
Yeah, I'm gonna focus on trying the speed
It
here.
wasn't me this time.
And then
That bridge collapsed from a little explosion.
Life Fever and Zen.
Seems like bad engineering to me.
No way! You're Echo! Like, Mina Liao's Echo! Oh, I have so many questions for you!
Why are my voice lines working?
Awesome! I don't even know where to start. I mean, what was she
My
like?
voice line's not working.
She was like me.
Oh my gosh. forgot about that change. Dude, he does so much damage on that slam, and it's so easy to land.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
That was wrong.
Enemy turret ahead.
No sweat. Just try again.
Try and make sure and we get this left pick here. Alright, I think we're good.
Here, for you.
Hey there.
I think this guy is ult.
Enemy turret ahead.
I needed to be careful there, honestly. I'm gonna let my ball die. We should get that. Oh, or that.
Come on, try me.
Heyo. Hey there.
I didn't think that was gonna make. I honestly didn't think that was gonna. I don't. Trade my backline, but I'm saying. Oh mama. Oh mama. Oh my gosh! Come on, man. That felt a little sus off the block. Bro, man. All right, let's try life of it. Let's try life of it. What was the life of a change?
Spend every moment growing into who you
Deals
truly
more
are.
damage and weapon swaps faster. Life grip cooldown is faster.
Over here.
This feels so much better. Oh my gosh.
Duplicating that. Out the big side.
Life from
Damage actually feels pretty relevant.
irrepressible.
That
should do it. Come here, Willie. Brimming with firelight.
Oh my gosh! Was full HP! What is that?
Maybe flow.
Minefield deployed.
Together then. If we put our minds to it, I'm sure we can build that payload.
Wait, I whoops, I didn't do that.
Can't have it any worse.
wait, 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 wait! Okay. Right.
Irrepressible.
Whoa. Wait, I keep forgetting, I keep trying to destroy my thing, and I keep doing a new one. Idiot. I'm dead. This guy's just sitting on me, man. Alright, dude. This guy thinks he's just the funniest fella ever. Do I have to literally flank? I actually think I need to flank here. I'm not even joking. With the changes, anyway.
Really?
Duplicating wrecking balls.
I'm actually just not breaking the choke as is. No, I don't mean to do that. What if I leg grip a mercy death?
We can protect each other now.
Okay, buddy. All right, this guy just thinks he's the funniest fella ever. Guys, I'm gonna go Joker mode. I'm gonna go Joker mode. I'm gonna go Zen or something.
Back again for another try. Spotted an enemy.
They don't want to see me on Joker mode.
I've got you in my sights. Step right up.
Life from Doctor. Life protects life.
Hello?
The payload advances.
Alright, surely one of these will look at. Yeah. No, I want to destroy it. Frick. Oh, I got him with the Lucio. I got the Lucio. Alright. I need more space. Alright, something's going with me. Something's going with me. Okay, maybe nothing's going with me.
I walked into that one.
Okay, this is it. That's it. We're going. Alright, zero shade. Zero shade. Alright, zero shade. Alright, buddy. It's getting personal now, buddy row. You get what I'm saying?
Protect the payload.
30 seconds remaining.
Take the objective now.
The payload is approaching its destination.
It's
10 seconds. Double read.
My soul ignited.
Victory.
Unstoppable. Unstoppable.
Play of the game.
Okay, I actually don't think there's much to test with the Zenyatta. It's just kind of like the little boopy thingy. Maybe we should try out the Life Weaver thing a little bit. I'm legitimately not trying out the Malga thing because it's so broken. That's why he wasn't on my list. The slam radius thing, dude, it's unreal. Okay. Do you like the brick speed? I mean, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, dude, it's awful. It's so broken. I like that they motivate people to use the slam, but like, man, that is like so much.
Amid Discord. Hey there.
Okay.
The cycle begins anew.
Yes. Yeah, this is creator mode. Let's try Life Hooper again. Was the AoE noticeable? Yeah, I mean, it was more noticeable, sure. I'm not flex queuing, I'm doing creator patch. But yeah, flex queue is just... Yeah, I agree.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are. I love the warmth in your music. Your newest album is like listening to a sunrise.
Wow.
Shut up,
dang.
Life Hooper.
You should tell that to my critics.
Critics? You? No, I won't stand for it.
Shut up, Life Weaver.
5, 4, 3.
Yeah, I am too, Big Red.
Round 1. Capture.
Come on, speed, Big Daddy. Speed me. Speed me. Come on. When am I playing the Elden Ring DLC? I might be doing it next week. I'm gonna help my. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna help my. I'm gonna move this direction. Is what I'm gonna do. All right, this guy's after me. Holy crap! I'm the greatest! I played, cause I played Elden Ring for a while. It's not on stream.
Tango spotted.
Irrepressible. That should do it.
Come on, man. What? Okay, Gatchat, I'm messing up. Did I enjoy your Malga last game? Scoreboard, buddy.
Bounding forth. You want that?
Hostile here.
Scoreboard. I can't hear you over the resounding L you just took.
Enjoying the view?
I am the queen.
Over here. Everyone loses sometimes. Something for the state.
She's still here? Oh no, I'm dumb.
You're better off with me.
Oh no. I tried.
Life protects life.
Frick, man. I'm stuck! Come on, man.
It's not embarrassing if you're shameless.
No, I was stuck!
Windborn.
We can still win this, actually. We're actually even.
A touch of regrowth.
Instantly destroyed.
Over there. Feeling better, I
Bro, what? How did he get there? Oh, it's the stupid roll thing, man. This is just so dumb. Dude, look, what is that, man? Like, come on. Everyone makes fun of me for the Orisa helicopter thing. And then we see that.
Check. Affirmative.
Safety numbers. Numbers do not favor us.
Oh man, my soldier's dead. Bro, it's so annoying pressing the manual to destroy your pedal, and it like...
It's the warmth of firelight.
Ah!
Life protects life. Step right. My tree's gone. I cover me. I'm on the objective. Round in 40.
I was silly. I don't think you needed that. I was like, what if she hits a couple of lucky shots? You know, there's no way we lose this unless he dies. So it was just playing a little safe, you know. Nah, it's the enemy life here isn't better. Grim, where is he?
Score 1.
Hang on 1 second. Grim. Grim, you are. What's wrong?
I still can't believe I get to work with a real cowboy. What's it like in the American West?
Lizards and dirt, far as the eye can see.
Hi, buddy.
That
Nice.
sounds
amazing.
What? This guy's saying focus diva if I freeze her. I'm not admitting the enemy lifer is better. This will not happen.
Round 2. Capture the objective.
Up and at him.
Okay, this is really annoying. I do not like the double pedal thing at all. I like everything else. Oh, they're on Farah. What? Dude, I'm legit gonna have to flank here. I'm not gonna lie with you. I can't touch any of their DPS. Oh dear, I'm messing. Ah! Okay, that's it. What should I go, chat? What should I do? Zan? I'm playing the game. We're gonna go flank. So what is the change? You can knock yourself up? Okay, can I do like that? No. Oh, that's super disorienting. I feel like I'm lagging. Oh, I am lagging. I was like, it feels like I'm lagging. I was. All right, buddy. Okay, well, we're not gonna talk about that.
Yeah, reporting in.
The outcome is not preordained.
I feel like just walking forward is probably just as fast. all good. What was that pulse one? Did you guys see that? That was weird. How'd that get there? Oh, it's the projectile speed increase, right? Or size or something? Oh my god. Ah!
Defeat cannot bring blood
Rains from
perseverance.
Round 2 lost.
Next round, trust. Next round, trust. There's nothing really fun to play with Zen though. This is just dumb. What would be worth trying? Maybe I could try the Exo Boots again. Or Moira? What would be worth trying, chat? Maybe try Moira. I don't know. Zen change doesn't feel relevant enough to change. Do Bat? What do you do with Bat? What's the Bat change?
Another day, another battlefield. Just another day in the office.
This is boring.
Our minds are shattered. Submission is the key.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, you can headshot Moira.
Round 3. Capture the objective.
This will be decided with a trial by misery may manifest. Expect the unexpected.
Where am I? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm slowed. What's going on?
I'm restored.
Well, no, I said the whole point of the Zen tests was pointless. Because you just do the same thing. Honestly, maybe it's the same thing with Moira. I'm not really... There's no audio cue, I don't think, with the headshots. What's blood doing? Ah, frick. Okay, let's try a different character. Man, chat, is there anything else? Guess we could try the Exo Boots and Ana again. I don't know. I'm not loving the support change. There's not as many interesting things to test. I don't want the bunny hop. If that's all the character has. Goofy bunny hop that can. See, like right there. What are the?
Accept one.
What's up, Nickelback? What's my favorite OWCS team? I need to turn on text to speech. Remind me, guys. SSG probably.
Nerf this.
Oh, I'm dead. Yeah.
I still have some fighting.
Stop me if you can.
Can we get point flip? Point flip would be huge. Nice. So now if you move for lose, it's okay. I think we can get our Rhino out here alive. Wow, this guy's...
To my will. Helden sterben nicht.
She before she went.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Might be throwing chat. Man, I don't know. Yeah, I don't enjoy the zombie res this much.
This is not the end.
The name's Cassidy.
Enough whining.
Hey, what's up? No! Ah! Lucio! Why? No! Why freaking Lucio, man? Dude, freaking... Okay. Content creator patch overall gets a C+ for me or a B-. Some mostly interesting changes. Some stuff that just doesn't always feel that fun or particularly interesting, and some stuff is just wildly broken. We'll go through and I'll pick out some of the changes. Maybe we'll make a video about some of the changes that I actually like. But honestly, it just feels like I'd rather play the base game. I think a lot of the gimmick it's not like any shade to the creators at all. I think because what ends up happening is this is the case with most patches, like silly patches. You're like, oh, that was fun. I want to go play Overwatch again. You know. Yeah, exactly. Some felt like they were like legitimately good ideas, and some just felt silly, and so it just felt like this really weird mismatch. You know. Felt like I don't feel like we were on the same page here. You know. Yeah. So it would have been nicer if we were a little bit more clear about like what we wanted to try. I felt like most of the most of the DPS changes were like I like Custis changes okay. Like I don't necessarily like them in execution, but the ideas were there. But then some of the hit scan stuff is like really silly. All right, what should we do? What were we doing? Yeah, Brig was okay. Yeah, Brig changes were good. What were we gonna do? Why don't we do some? We'll do some quick play roll queue here. Are any Patreons on? If any Patreons want to play, we can. Sour Chicken immediately leaves. We'll ninja a few Patreons, and then we'll maybe do a couple games. Your dog sitting? That's fine. We'll just do a couple games because I can't play too long. What chat? Remind me what changed. May. I kind of want to play some May, honestly. I want to play. What else changed? May. Cassidy Hinder changed. Your paid friends, you mean? Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even call them friends. Wait, season 11, huge, huge Sojourn buff. That's right. Diva, we already did the tank stuff. May, Reaper, maybe a little bit. Symmetra, May, Reaper, Symmetra. I think we need to try out. I still have not played a game on New Coliseum.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help.
Yeah, I haven't played the new push map either, so. New Coliseo Street. Eastborough Coliseo Street, Asapi. Alright, where are we? I was gonna get stickies. I don't know what Reaper's Fury is gonna be. I imagine it's gonna be something around Wraith, yeah. They buff Reinhardt's fall off range? Oh yeah, true, I need to test that.
Do this, Snowball. I'm here to help.
And who'd be out here hacking mini health packs, man? Frick! Yeah, so we'll see what we got here. I forgot to unqueue tank. I don't want to play tank. Because I already tried some of the tank stuff already. No, I don't have any more recent I have like yeah. I'm not gonna play D.Va with Lucio Mercy. I'll play Junker Queen.
My throne is where I say it is. The best laid plans have backup plans.
He's 1,000 more likely to know than me.
Everyone ready?
Because I doesn't trust streamers anymore. You guys are cooking, that's all I'll say. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. You guys either think I know too much or think I know too little. There's no in between. We were able to play test a lot of stuff in LA, a lot of NDA stuff. Most of that has already come to PS. But in terms of like recent stuff, I don't have any more insight than you guys have, really. Far.
Down goes another pretender.
I bubbled again. Bubble coming soon. She's saving it. Oh, it's okay. There's Valk. Get out. I like Lucio's in okay. I could have ulted that. Maybe I should have. I'm not at that point. It was too late. I think Lucio's in is more viable with more tank compositions. Lucio Mercy is only good with like Wrecking Ball and with like a certain DPS. Didn't at least see if the utility. I am just feeding. What do you think of the Sojourn change? It's a step in the right direction, but the character needs more projectile speed for it to be a good change. That was bad.
Time for the reckoning.
Luciu's not good with Genji. Luciu's great with Genji. Depends on, yeah, it depends what the tank that you're playing with, but if you're playing with like Roadhog, Sigma, Wrecking Ball, Junker Queen, something that's lower resource demand, speed boost, aggressive support, range damage, Discord, Harmony Orb, really, really good.
Well, there was one pilot who was lost in time. Right. That was an adventure. Sorry about that. Don't be. You were worth it.
Genji likes aggressive support, supports that can go in with him.
5, 4.
And those can pocket him in the air. Brigitte, Zenyatta, Ana, those things can pocket him from range. Mercy can pocket him a little bit and go in with him. Kiriko is pretty good. Let me be further up here. Here.
Down goes another one.
It's okay to let Rez go there. Force GA. What rank is this? I have no idea. Little tip with Junker Queen, guys. If you hit a knife, but the person's too far away to pull, leave the knife in them. It does not increase your cooldown to pull faster. I'm in trouble here. So you might as well let it stick in them and make them think about it for a second. You get what I'm saying? Let them think about it.
It's go time.
Oh, wow. Aw, crud. I thought we had it. So what I do is whenever I hit a knife in somebody that I can't pull close enough to do any damage, I'll let it sit. Like that Mercy did. Just let it sit. Let her think about it. Let her get scared. Because a lot of times if you stick it in a DPS especially, you'll make them hide for like 2, 3, 4 seconds. Oh, Mercy. It's really good. Mercy? Hello? There's Noon Force.
I'm just getting started.
Yeah, I don't know what the Mercy was cooking there. I'm just playing quick play because I'm not playing the rank, but it's not that deep for me. I'm just chilling with friends right now. I've actually been playing more ranked recently. We're cooking.
No one can stop me. It's go time. And stay out of my way. Time for the reckoning. Hot enough. It's only buckshot.
How many of us are here? What is she doing?
Something to kill her.
Keep an eye on my Lucio, see when he needs it to shout. Nice. Did you ever play Doom in ranked? Yeah, there was a period of time where we were trying to just play Doom for fun. Chat actually picked it. We climbed from like I had a gold 5 account, and I climbed to like diamond 4, diamond 3 in like a week and a half, which was pretty good for me. It was closer to 2 weeks. I missed your question, Insanity. I'm sorry.
You got too close, didn't you?
I don't want to play tank. Not with I want to try some of the new changes. Yeah, JQ is fun. I like JQ. I don't have a lot of hours on her. I need to get more reps on her. You doing quick play with patrons? Yeah, we're just chilling. I kind of want to play more May. Maybe I'll play some.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help.
I'm not. I would have played ranked here if I've been playing. But I have to leave relatively soon. Oh, that's scary. Why is everybody somber? You guys like that?
Shouldn't have messed with me.
Oh, she went for the mega. Don't miss the smile, May. I'm rusty on May, but she was like one of my better characters. What did we want to try, chat? What were the support changes again? I need to be locking DPS here. I don't want to play support. Because, again, I like support, but there's nothing to test with support. I keep queuing roles I don't want to play. I need to just play DPS, because I want to try the Symmetra, and I want to try the May change. Oh, and Reaper too, right, Reaper.
I will not leave a broken world behind. They say you're a good shot. Hope you don't mind.
I do like playing Samana though. I don't really want to test the Eliari. I guess Eliari would be worth testing, maybe a little bit. Maybe that would be worth testing a little bit. You already on the DPS, the better DPS?
No mercy.
I mean, Alec was saying Eliari is apparently doing better. So. But yeah, I agree that she definitely feels awkward. Whether win rates or whatever they say. For high rank it has to be worse? Maybe, yeah.
Brace yourself. Healing pylon out.
Oh dear. Oh no, I should have hit. Frick, man, I almost hit that. That was a pretty good play, I will say.
You'll have to try harder than that.
I don't know if I should have been playing that close. I was kind of memeing a little bit there, but I figured why not might as well change my angle a little bit. Here we definitely changed the angle.
They're on the point. Send them packing.
Wow, nice shots.
Got it. Ready for duty.
Just too close.
Let us stop the payload together.
Yeah.
You just.
Watch here. Healing pylon deployed. Watch out. Spot.
Huh.
That must sting.
He's gonna try and conk me off, I think. Or she's gonna try and pull me off, yeah.
No recovery. Stand up straight.
Alright, I need to rotate my angle. We're pushing forward a little here. We're on Genji now.
Eyes on a target.
I actually might need to rotate back now that they're on Genji.
Nano boost is ready to deploy.
Can nano pretty much anybody here except my Iliari.
Sword for your wounds. With it.
Crud. Oh, so we traded ults because my Iliari get out.
I'm not finished. My ultimate is ready.
No, Iliari. Sorry. Wait, can she live? Can she live? Can she live? Can she live?
You're powered out.
Time for the reckoning.
I am unbreakable.
We're gonna have the blade, maybe? You guys notice there's like voice line bugs? They like finish the voice line even when they're dead?
No recovery.
Noticed that a few times recently.
Keep fighting. Sword for your wounds.
Ah. No. Crud. That was goofy. I needed to fall there, but maybe I didn't need to fall. Maybe that wasn't the play. I wasn't thinking about them. I was trying to juke her, but I forgot about the rest of her team.
I still have some fight in me.
Yeah, they oftentimes finish their voice line. It's really disorienting, you know? Like for a second there, I was like, wait, did I kill Tinker Queen for like half a second, you know? Okay, they're gonna have blade here.
No recovery.
She's looking for pedal. She's looking for me. Yeah, she's looking for me. Okay, juked her.
Don't fret. I see you. Enemy here.
How are you doing 1v3 there? They're gonna rotate. There it is. Got it. Haha. Now they're gonna push me. Oh, what? I thought I got him. When will the AMA be uploaded? ASAP. Alright, they're on monkey now, so we rotate our angle. It's a little bit further away. Hey, where's this tracer?
That must sting. I keep you up. You're powered up. Get in there.
Oh no, maybe not necessary. I thought the Genji was gonna dash.
Sword for your wounds. I am unbreakable. Targeting hostile.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Isaiah.
This guy's so funny. Alright, they're gonna TP up top. So now we're just gonna hide and hit a fat ante. Well, actually, they might not TP on me. I'm gonna try and TP on the nice try, buddy. Knew that was coming. I kind of went for the high risk play, which is to try to nade it early and just, if you're gonna, you die, you know? Not really sure what the plan was there. This guy is trying every strat instead of just, you know, like, I don't know. You can tell their voice comms sweating so hard. Like, guys, we need to try this rotation. Guys, just don't group up. Like, these guys have stacked for every comp, and it's made it so easy to angle on them, you know? Like, even when one of us dies. I gotta back away from that. Flank here. Like, there's nobody on these flanks at all. Yeah. I'm gonna do it, chat.
10 seconds remaining. Steady.
I don't know who I'm gonna catch here, but I'm gonna catch somebody.
Bob's not ready yet.
Keep a lookout.
I'll make them think about it. There you go. Yeah, they were doing all these crazy strats, but none of them took an angle. Thoughts of the sim buffs? I'm not a fan of the HP. Not a fan of the HP. I like the ramp up time, but I'm not a fan of the HP.
Play of the game.
Bob, do something. I can always count on.
Oh, wait. I don't want to play support. I wanted to do more DPS testing. And advice on a maximize playtime for maximum fast improvement? Like, maximize the quality of your playtime or maximize playtime? Don't sleep, don't eat. Quality? Have goals, take breaks in every single queue that you get into. Literally every single queue. Like, I actually don't think you should aim chain between a single game if possible. Don't VOD review, don't aim chain, don't pull up Twitter. Get up, stretch your legs, move around. Get 8 hours of sleep. Try to play late morning, early afternoon would be my best recommendation. I don't know what like the whole circadian rhythm thing is, but like it's probably not first thing when you wake up, and it's probably not late in the day. And I would say have set goals, personal goals, be specific with those goals, practice something for every single game, even if it's just for the first couple of fights, limit your hero pool, stuff like that. Yeah, I would not aim chain while I'm doing Q. I'd aim train as part of a 10 to 15 minute warm up, and then I would get in and just play ranked. Is Karku also coach now? Karku does a lot of great tip videos, but he's not a coach. But honestly, the definition of a coach is like pretty loose. Like, sure, he can be. I mean, like, he coaches Overwatch to some people. Like, the tips are, you know, it's close enough. It doesn't really matter. You don't have to gatekeep the. I don't really like maze skins. I get that there's some of them that are kind of appealing here, but I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't know.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help.
Why not aim train between queues? Because you need to give yourself breaks to reset and relax, and then go back in with full intensity. If you're not taking breaks between queues, you're not going into each game with like a full mental focus. I think it helps prevent tilt. I think it helps deal with tilt. I think it helps deal with you being overly confident. It helps you from being distracted. It's everything. No, there's no beef between Karku. I've coached Karku. I coach Karku. No, it's not mines. That stuff is a little bit overblown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
If I miss any questions, y'all just.
Stop
Enemies advancing. Let's stop it.
I think I'm gonna ego my angle here just a little bit. This is probably not good, but with how aggressive my hog is playing. I don't know if we have support. There we go. Should be aiming for the Junkrat here, but... You see, like, I'm not even hitting very many icicles, but man, there's so much pressure out of holding this angle. I'll rotate out. I think we can hold this angle here, actually. Oh. I'm up with the catcher here. No, go away from me, Hog. Go away from me. Go away from me. No, I bubbled too late. No, don't pull her out. In Germany, we say populism or something like that, which means like simple solutions for complex problems. Understandable, yeah. I need to make a play here. There you go. Dang. You're leading a coaching seminar. Have you ever thought about offering a coaching service? I do. You just book a session like you would a normal session, and then ignore the questions that are relevant. But I coach coaches about once every week or two. I'd say about 3 to 5% of my coaching sessions are coaches. Bro, mechanics? I feel like we can hold this space here with how far away card is. I can't walk into a Junkrat though. Bro, I cannot. Whoops. Jeez, man. Do you speak about 66? Yes, kind of, sort of. We talked about solo tanking, yes. But not as much as you'd like. I did not want to avoid the question, at least my problems with 5v5, but also it's probably not going to be as much as most folks would like.
Let them up. I'm the cream of the crop.
He said that they're focusing on improving solo tanking experience with various individual tweaks. There we go. Holy crap. I mean, it's an oof, but there was a lot of good discussion about passives. There's a lot of discussion about supports, and the solo tanking thing is still good. Man, Mei ult's so bad, man. I feel like that's by far the worst part of her kit. Everything else is like kind of somewhat interesting. Maybe Ice Block's not the most interesting self-sustain in the game, but like Mei ult just feels so out of place. Be careful of Widow here.
Let's go.
Helden sterben nicht.
Unloading squad.
Whoa! I'm actually on fire!
Frick.
Let them up.
Much better!
I'm committed, guys. Now they think I'm gone. They don't know. Now they're thinking about Sombra. They don't think about me. Sombra's on the Widow, so they're thinking about Sombra some more. Now they think all about me, and I would kill them. Surely. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Did Blizzard screen any of my questions? Yes, they're all of them are screened just because they have to. Like it's normal HR principle to always screen them, even if you think that you're gonna like answer basically all of them anyway. Like you just have to. It's like legal crap, you know what I'm saying? And yes, all of my questions went through, all of them. There were no questions, and I was not told that anything was off limits. Crap. Try to ice wall first. We could have won that. Why do I feel like this will always be an option? Devs don't really know when to do a balancing fight. Yeah, I don't know. We've talked about it many times with Sumito. It's honestly just a tired topic for me, to be honest with you.
Don't give up. We can do this.
Was the conversation overall satisfying? Yes. It went exactly as I expected. Alex is a very reasonable guy. He's a smart guy. He communicates well. And I'm confident that things are going to continue. I mean, I've enjoyed Overwatch a lot recently. I've enjoyed a lot of the new changes. I'm excited for the new character. We might have cooked a little bit there, I'm not gonna lie. That was a little much. I did not mean to. The voices. That was a little bit of an overhold there, I'm not gonna lie. I need to spawn camp this here. So we'll see how long they think about it. Oh, they're chasing. They're so sweaty, man. Look how much time is being wasted right now.
Everyone, stick together. We can do this.
Let them up. Into the iris. Stay inside the field.
That was fun. Is Winston ult a healthy ult? Yes. I think the thing you have to be careful with Winston ult is that it is a skill check, right? So you can't just buff it for the peasants. You do have to make sure that I would imagine the Winston ult should be relatively slight buff Because I don't think it needs to be that much stronger. What do you mean? What do you want, Boomer? Shut up, and I don't want anything from you. Joker, we're working on a YouTube video, which may or may not be out tonight or tomorrow. We'll probably wrap up stream in like the next 5-10 minutes. You invited me, bro? I don't know what you're talking about. Stop gaslighting me. Dude, Cavalry. I'm looking at Overwatch Cavalry, and they're just clip dumping every single thing from the stupid discussion. Thought you wanted to on a paintball? Nah, bro. I don't want to beat up on you, man. That's all right. What should I play, chat? Should I play Sam? Sam, what else are we gonna try? Reaper, right? You guys have not seen Symmetra until you've seen me play Symmetra. Oh, I almost got him. Let me in? Alright, we'll get you in right now. I kind of like the Devi skin, honestly. Or no, not the Devi. Devi skin's pretty good. Holly skin? It's alright. Was anything said about Genji? Not particularly Genji, no. Like I said, we talked about bugs, yes. We talked about bugs, general bugs. And Genji was brought up as part of one of those.
Technology.
Chicken rage quits, typical. What's the best teleport? I feel like it's not immediately, honestly.
5, 4,
Be careful.
2, 1.
Yeah.
Round 1. Capture the
Is it
objective.
here?
Teleporter
Yeah, that's not bad.
Turret materialized. Sentry is offline. Teleporter materialized. We are outnumbered. Distributing turrets. Security atop the spatula.
The objective
They're
is
taking
now
the objective. Focus on
Constructing my
it.
teleporter.
There's the turrets. We'll retake that angle. They'll never expect it coming. Surely, surely, surely. I think I can react this time. I'm kind of struggling with figuring out what's going on right now. Ooh. Like legit, what's going on here? We are getting folded. No way you say Katsuni Rush is top worst of 3 ultimate in the game. You are... Bro. Please. We have every space in the world. Literally 3 people on there. Back to that. Mantis as well here. Oh!
My spirit burns.
No, chicken, you're coping.
It's
Top 3 ult is probably Blizzard, Dragon. What would be top 3 worst? Blizzard, Dragon.
0-1.
It's tough. What do you guys think? No, Tree's pretty good.
I could be sunning.
Nano, Primal's good. Riptire's okay.
Where am I instead?
Blade, situational. Blade is more feast or famine depending on the situation. Visor, maybe? Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Group up with me.
There's a good TP here.
Capture the objective.
McCray, take the teleporter.
Tolerate
This guy, man. They're on Pharah now. Great.
Behold my wings. Turret materialized. My sentry is offline.
The objective is
an expression of reality.
I'm gonna die quickly here. I think too much simple counterplay.
No path is completely certain.
Visor's okay. It's not good.
Distributing turrets. I am at the objective. We must think it quickly.
Oh, we are getting farmed.
Justice reigns from above.
Okay. Oh no, I didn't know the Pharah was there. Shoot. Is Tyre bad? Tyre, yeah, Tyre scales poorly. I don't know if it's the worst three. It's hard to say. I think it's really, really meta situational, I think. I think it depends on what characters are popular. If Hit Scan is...
Constructing my teleporter.
Riptide, I think, is also a little feast or famine.
Aligning sentry position.
Oh, wow.
pain is inevitable.
Experience tranquility.
Are we gonna James Bond?
Will not be unseated. Yahi parambasta viktahe.
I got 2 on me here. Bro, my chunk is dead again. Oh. Okay.
Objective secured. Let's come.
Tyre's mid to top tier, map dependent, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna do one more chat because that was interesting. Maybe we try Reaper. We'll do Reaper, one Reaper game, and then we'll call it from there. Yeah, I think Mines is good. I think Mines was honestly always fairly good. I think Mines was overhated before. Just it was so good at like forcing CDs and clearing space. How do you guys like your eggs done? Probably more of a scrambled guy, frankly. Is Echo Ult the best? No. Echo Ult's pretty good. I'm fixing to kick Vanilla, I swear. I mean, I'm pretty basic with it, yeah. I'm not a big fan for the runny thing. Cheers, Acumen. Appreciate it. Life Eater is a very silly character in his current state right now, and he does not deserve buffs whatsoever. If they were to, you know, reduce some of his self-healing or something along those lines, then I would love to see a weapon swap buff, because that was one thing that felt pretty good in the creator patch.
Leave a broken world.
But right now, it's good that Life Eater is receiving that buff.
Taken the lead.
I don't get the appeal of runny eggs, frankly. I understand not wanting your eggs burned. I think that eggs taste a little bad when they're burned, but
Lead lost.
that gold is ridiculously broken. I mean, we've already established that your takes are interesting. I think Echo Ult is just very consistent. Echo Ult is very consistent to set up. Echo Ult is very consistent to get value out of. You're not as picky with who you copy, right? It's good versus multiple different compositions. I think if Echo Ult's broken, it's just with how consistent it is. In the same way that like a Primal Rage is fairly consistent in terms of value, I think Mines is fairly consistent in terms of value, and so on.
You can't escape death.
Stay close to me and I'll keep you safe.
You know what they say. Seasons don't fear the...
Don't. Just don't.
Got a hair on my thing again. Reaper skin is so clean. At least we don't have the Junkrat player in our team anymore. That was not fun.
One. Attack.
Death appears. Beware the shadows.
Stay near the immortality field.
Cloaked in shadow. I'm not letting go of the objective. The shadows coalesce.
It's like I'm playing Ring on the Roses here a little bit.
Bad omen comes.
Chicken, I hate you so much. I think so. Congrats on the watch streak, mate.
Flanking.
Objective A captured. Escort the
I hate my life over, man.
The payload advances.
Why did it copy there? Am I crazy?
An enemy here.
Don't answer that chat.
There, an enemy.
This may not be the best situation to play Reaper, I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Thanks, Monty. Appreciate it. Is that skin coming back anytime soon? I don't know.
Right now.
Probably not. Sadly.
Payload. Get over here.
Bad omen comes.
A sniper. Watch your head.
Nerf this.
Flanking.
Point.
Over here.
Touch this mega yet.
Over there.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Junker Queen.
Oh, crud! I got melted. I was trying to pull attention right out, but I got way too. Thank you, Loki. That's very good. That's very good of you. I appreciate that very much. You know the hero shooters? I've not as much. I'm aware of Marvel Rivals. I'm hoping to play some of the closed beta, but not as much as the other ones.
Hey, we need to move the payload.
Bad omen comes.
Alright. Man, this old hero is like so... still so situational. They know I'm coming. Okay. I have Diva, Echo, Tracer. Not a... Why? Man, I wanted to play Reaper, but this is like, this map is bad, this comp is bad. I'm bad. Deadlock? Yeah. So I've heard about Deadlock. And there's one other one. Was it, what is it, Deadlock that I'm thinking of? I swear there were people who were playing it though. Nice, take high ground. I'm beating. You still have this miserable time in Overwatch? Yeah. Alright, chat. Maybe this is not a good time to test this character out. What should I play instead?
Back with a vengeance.
Honestly, I'm gonna go Echo.
I am always ready to learn.
I actually feel like I can't even test this here. I could go Genji maybe. Genji might be better than what I'm doing here.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Junker Queen.
Nice, we win. You guys want Genji? We'll go Genji. Cap. There we go.
The payload has reached.
Genji's not very good versus this comp either, but he's better than Reaper.
Let's get on with it.
I'm soft countered by the tank, soft countered by both of their DPS, and at least one of their supports. Literally a team full of soft counters in a bad map. Wait up, I can here. Oh wait, my bad. Why is my crave 11-second spawn?
Adaptive circuit when needed with it. Junker Queen.
Oh no, my deflect. Shoot. First, Mr. Spilo, the first junior. How do you feel about the upcoming gift to chat with Alec? Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I'm definitely optimistic about it. I mean,
Ultimate is charging up.
I just... Frick, that was dumb. I deflected way too late. Alright, we got one more fight here. Oh, maybe we win. No, come on.
Let them up.
Nerf this.
No, we don't. Am I watching Necros? Yeah, so you guys want me to lock in for one fight? No, I'm not gonna show my head then. Lock in for one fight here. Wow, my Lucio is busy dying. Again, 11-second spawn. Needed a kill, chat. Needed a kill. Don't second guess it. Don't second guess it. Like I said, lock in for one. That's all we need. Just need one. See? We took a fight without Genji, we insta win. Easy win. Light work, really. Really light work, actually. It's just the easiest game ever. Alright, chat. Chat, I'm gonna call stream there. Loves and kisses. We'll be back tomorrow, actually. Well, okay, potentially tomorrow. I'm gonna play it by ear. We'll be back potentially tomorrow, at least Saturday for more juice. GG's. I'll see y'all later. Let's just end with this beautiful Widow clip that was definitely not me. Alright, I'll see y'all later. Bro might be Necros? Yes, definitely. Alright, spy lot.